Chapter 1030, Protect the Territory. Chapter 1030, Protect the Territory, _. After he had entered the inside of a life star, Yin got to know potion and tool pavilion style and using money. The space inside life, star number 9, had almost been exploited. Besides the main hall, Yin felt like he had entered the world of blinking stars. This subterranean world had many wide stone roads leading to every corner. It also had many grand palaces. The parking area here was large enough to keep several hundred battleships. According to Bettina, this planet had been dug to thousands of meters below sea level. It had dozens of groups of palaces. Each group of palaces was protected with many complex structures of formations. Those palaces were divided into different areas that were specialized for refining pellets, forging tools, building battleships, storage of ingredients, or storages of divine crystals. This entire planet looked like a mighty fortress. Each palace had hundreds to thousands of warriors at different realms. Most of them had King God Realm or Original God Realm. The competence of Potion and Tool Pavilion could be seen from the inside of this planet. Underground, Life Star number 9 had 3 divine crystal mines. The unexploited divine crystals in those mines were the energy foundation of the defensive tricolor sea. A hexagonal mirror projected the 3 divine mines. Each mine was fulgent with piles of billions of top-quality divine crystals. At this moment, through the mirror, they could see the divine crystal mines radiating beautiful divine light. Streams of energy like rivers flowed up into the sky, supplementing energy for the tricolor sea. If the enemy didn't have crystal eaters of the Dark Shadow clan, they would have had to consume a lot of energy and effort to just bypass tricolor sea's defense. In the meantime, everybody was so solemn. No one could relax. In the mirror, the 3-colored energy sea in the sky was chewed off little by little. At this speed, within an hour, the defense they got up there would be destroyed. It was lucky that they had evacuated everyone to the inside of the planet. They still had the last defense. Otherwise, when the enemy grumblingly descended, the bloody battle would have taken place immediately. The outer layer of this life star was made of azure lava. Azure lava was an extremely tough stone material. It was the primary material of many battleships, which were fabricated with many types of rock. The azure lava layer of this planet was 300 meters thick. Even the energy artilleries of our potion and tool pavilion can't break it easily. It's our natural defense, Bettina said with a serious face. There are 3 entrances to the subterranean world. Besides this lake, the other 2 entrances are heavily guarded. If they want to get down here, they have to attack the 3 entrances. Yin, Xia Yin, and Feng Yin were listening to her. They didn't intervene. What we should do now is guard the 3 entrances. Bettina paused for a while and then looked at Xia Yin and Feng Yin. Can your windstorm guard one of them? Xia Yin smiled, nodded, and gave her a resolute answer. Not a problem. You just arrange it. Bettina sighed and said, 3,000 miles west stands an extinct volcano. The mouth of that volcano is one of the entrances. I'll leave it to you guys. Okay, replied Xia Yin. You take this fantasy mirror. We can use it to transfer images onto this planet. You can contact me directly. I'll ask Fu Wei to take you there. Bettina pondered for a while and then continued. Feng Yin Mei, when we find incipient God Realm experts, please help us. Feng Yin nodded quietly. Fu Wei, you take them to that entrance, Bettina advised. Fu Wei stood on a stone-paved road, which was 100 meters high and more than 1,000 meters wide. They didn't know how long or deep it stretched. The windstorm battleships were floating on that road, and they didn't need to squeeze in at all. It showed Potion and Tool Pavilion's efforts in building this place. Under her instruction, Yin, Feng Yin, and Xia Yin got on a flying bird battleship of the windstorm. They slowly moved away on the stone-paved road. On the battleship, Fu Wei often glanced at Yin and Xia Yin with her blue eyes, her complexion strange. Yin had left and then returned with the outrage that he had almost killed people. He wanted to take Xia Xin Yin away with him. And Xia Xin Yin, with her high position in Fighting League, didn't hesitate to go with him even before making everything clear. This kind of absolute trust had surprised Fu Wei a lot. Until this moment, she knew Shi Yin and Xia Xin Yin had a relationship which wasn't normal at all. Linking to Shi Yan's unusual commotion in the main hall, she could vaguely recognize something. She finally realized that Shi Yin went out of control, not because of Xia Xin Yan's glamour. Their small joke didn't harm anyone. Then, their disheveled clothes after they got out of the secret room weren't caused by a battle. Fu Wei was a bit embarrassed, as she knew she misunderstood Shi Yin. However, when she realized the truth, she didn't want to apologize. Actually, she was pissed off. She thought that Shi Yin had deceived her, which made her indignant. And her attitude towards Shi Yin became not as warm as it used to be. How smart was Xia Xin Yin? At first glance, she knew the woman's mind. Xia Xin Yin then smiled gently, walking towards her. How are you related to Shi Yin? At this moment, Shi Yin was sitting quietly on the back of the dock. He stooped and closed his eyes as if he was preparing himself before the great battle. He was adjusting his energy and mind. He wanted to engage in this battle with his best condition. He didn't eavesdrop the two ladies' conversation. No, not related. Fu Wei was a little anxious when facing Xia Xin Yin. She spoke strangely. We're just friends. He used to help me a lot. I appreciate his kindness. Besides that, nothing else. Is that so? Xia Xin Yin smiled weakly. I can tell that you care about him a lot, right? I know his characteristics. He's flirty. He's not content with his lot. Has he ever teased you? Fu Wei was mild-mannered. She easily got shy. Listening to Xia Xin Yin, she couldn't help but blush. She instinctively remembered the romantic moment when they drank passionate together. She remembered Shi Yin touching her body. She became flustered and didn't know how to answer her. Xia Xin Yin smiled again, glancing at Shi Yin sitting quietly in the back. He didn't look tense before a great battle. She smiled and said, "He's heartless indeed. Don't think that he has a deep affection for you if he flirts with you. I understand him deeply. He often teases the beautiful women. Then, he will throw you away like his old shoes. He won't miss you a bit. My advice to you, you'd better stay away from him. It's not going to give you anything good. You will have more sorrow." Fu Wei was baffled. She looked at Xia Xin Yin. Pondering for a while, she asked, "So has he ever flirted with you? Did he ditch you like his old shoes?" Xia Xin Yin was numb. She had a feeling that she just tied herself up by her own rope. Contemplating for a while, she smiled charmingly. "It's different with us. I think you can see it too. He knows he might be killed this time. But still, he came back for me. Yeah, you're a smart girl, so you know what it means, I suppose." Fu Wei had a bitter face. Of course, she wasn't a fool. She knew why Xia Xin Yin said these things to her. She was protecting her territory. She didn't allow any other woman to trespass. "I have nothing ambiguous with him. You're overthinking it." She pulled herself together, sighed, and then talked weakly. Xia Xin Yin smiled and nodded. "It's good then." Turning around, her bright eyes looked at the young man sitting quietly and solemnly behind. She cursed him under her breath, glaring at him maliciously. "That bastard can't stay idle. When you were in Raging Flamestar area, I wasn't there, so you had the chance to mess around with two women. Now that I'm here, I will never let you do anything rash." Shi Yin suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had felt her indignant look. Shi Yin was surprised. Looking at her for a while, he smiled brightly. He didn't look embarrassed at all. He made her smile and angry at the same time. "Here we are." Shortly after, Fu Wei screamed quietly, looking up. 100 battleships of the Windstorm War Department were anchored by a spacious and luxurious palace, which was as big as dozens of football yards. It looked like a small-sized city. Above their heads was a brilliant mountain range. Rings of 5-colored light illuminated the mountain range. They linked together, and there were around 100 of them. Those light rings were crystal clear that they could see the overcast sky through them. They could even see the battleships of the Ghostmar clan and the Dark Shadow clan above the clouds. Those light curtains were apparently defensive barriers. They layered above their heads like waves with fierce energy fluctuations. Yin got up, frowning and walking to Fu Wei. Potion and Tool Pavilion is the superpower force of the star area. But you don't have incipient God Realm experts? Bettina and Jia Duo are at ethereal God Realm. But if you got only the experts at their realm, how could you protect your welfare? Why did you ask this? Fu Wei seemed to not want to answer him. Yin was astounded. He looked at her deeply and then glanced at Xia Xian Yin, who was smiling gently next to him. He suddenly got something. Of course, he saw that Xia Xian Yin and Fu Wei had talked to each other. He also knew Xia Xian Yin wasn't a plain woman. She was famous for her intelligence while they were still in Grace Mainland. After she had arrived in Agate Star area, within a short period of 100 years, she had stepped on the peak of glory in Fighting League. Of course, he knew Xia Xian Yin had a deep love for him. He understood her well. He knew that she had said something to Fu Wei, which had changed Fu Wei's attitude towards him. Glaring at Xia Xian Yin, he didn't say anything. To him, Fu Wei was just a passenger who he met on his train of life. He didn't have any deep affection toward her. Thus, he wouldn't get mad at Xia Xian Yin because of her. However, he was just curious. As Potion and Tool Pavilion was praised as the most mysterious and powerful force, if they said that they didn't have incipient God Realm experts to guard the shrine, he wouldn't believe it. Potion and Tool Pavilion has 3 incipient God Realm experts. Xia Xian Yin could see his doubts, smiling and explaining. But all 3 of them are cultivating in seclusion. Unless Potion and Tool Pavilion encounters big troubles, they won't come out to deal with it. They won't participate in the internal competition between elders in the pavilion. The elders have to do things to get their power. However, the internal competition of Potion and Tool Pavilion is a big issue in the entire Agate Star area. It could get more forces from everywhere involved in this mess. For example, the Great Elder, Zwalu, can affect the Ghostmark clan. And I heard that the 3rd Elder has a good relationship with the Wood clan. Is that so? She looked at Fu Wei. Fu Wei nodded quietly. If 3rd Elder could contact them, as soon as they know our situation, the Wood clan will send their hotshots to help us. However, I'm afraid that we can't count on the Wood clan. The tricolor C is torn off. Feng Yin was always quiet. She hissed all of a sudden, her face solemn. Everybody faced the sky, their complexions changing. Chapter 1031, A Bloody Battle. Chapter 1031, A Bloody Battle, _. Through the volcano mouth above their heads, they saw many battleships tear the sky to plunge into the atmosphere. Feng Yin, Fu Wei, and Xia Xian Yin looked through the slit in the sky, their countenances solemn. Yin suddenly remembered something, turning to face Fu Wei. Do the protective barriers up there use divine crystals as the source of energy? Fu Wei was bewildered. She opened the fantasy mirror, which showed her dozens of warriors in Potion and Tool Pavilion's uniforms. They were sitting neatly while waves of colorful lights rippled from their bodies. Those halos had many colors streaming together into many round crystals platforms. Fu Wei sighed and explained, "Seems like 3rd Elder has a proper arrangement this time. We don't use divine crystals as the source of energy." She pointed at dozens of Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors, most of them at original God Realm or ethereal God Realm. They're using the energy in their bodies to guide the barriers. That's how we prevent the Crystal Eaters. Yin nodded, saying nothing more. After 15 minutes, dozens of ghost-marked battleships slowly emerged above the extinct volcano above their heads. The leader, surprisingly, was Du Lin. Du Lin frowned, watching the mouth of the extinct volcano. He said something to a dark shadow warrior. Then they released around 10 Crystal Eaters. They crawled on the 5-colored barriers like spiders. They intended to chew off the energy of those barriers. Apparently, it didn't turn out as they had expected. The Crystal Eaters cried loudly while creeping on the barriers. They had tried, but they couldn't eat off any part of the energy of those barriers. The dark shadow warrior shook his head reluctantly. indicating that the Crystal Eaters couldn't do anything this time. Dulin frowned, thinking. He then ordered something. Right after that, their battleships started to fire scorching lightning dragons, bombarding the barriers. Their explosive energy impacted the light curtains. Tui. Through the mirror, Fu Wei saw that the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion shook hard, their faces pale. They were using energy in their bodies to support the protective light. Dulin's battleships used divine crystals to generate dozens of lightning strikes that struck the barriers. This formidable impact had almost burst off the volcano, sending electric sparks everywhere. Fu Wei looked at Dulin appear above her head. She sighed, her face grim. This Dulin is the hotshot of the Ghost Mark clan's current generation. Great Elder Zwalu favors him a lot. Indeed, he's not an ordinary person. Feng Yin gazed at Dulin, talking darkly. Xia Xian Yin smiled, glancing at Shi Yin next to her, her face nonchalant. Third sky of ethereal god realm. A whole realm higher than yours. Later when they barge in, you shouldn't storm over passionately. Shi Yin was surprised, rubbing his nose, but not retorting. An incipient god realm expert is coming. Feng Yin was startled, knitting her brows. She sensed quietly for a while, talking. Not only one, two. They're heading to two different entrances. They seem to understand the defensive structure of life, star number 9 thoroughly, don't they? Shi Yin looked at Fu Wei. Fu Wei beamed a forced smile. Great Elder knows all the life stars of Potion and Tool Pavilion like the back of his hand. If this is planned by him, it's not a surprise that they know the entrances. Precursor Feng Yin, Shi Yin, let's talk in private. As Xia Xian Yin heard two incipient god realm experts were coming, she became stern, talking immediately. Fu Wei was surprised. She proactively walked to another battleship of the Windstorm War Department. She expressed that she didn't want to eavesdrop. Precursor Feng Yin, if Potion and Tool Pavilion can't resist, you will evacuate us. Xia Xian took a deep breath, talking determinedly. They must be aiming only at Potion and Tool Pavilion. Although our Windstorm War Department has a good relationship with them, we aren't going to sell our lives to them. I think the enemy doesn't know that you're here. The moment we can't resist anymore, we should find a chance to get away. Don't get too involved and end up dying here with Potion and Tool Pavilion's people. Feng Yin chuckled, nodded, and then said, Don't worry, I've spent 1,000 years to reach incipient God realm. I don't think I will get myself deep in this mess. How about you? Xia Xian Yin teased. Would you risk your life fighting with the others for Fu Wei? Shi Yin was bewildered. I initially wanted to take you away. I'm not interested in the internal war of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Pausing for a while, he added, Anyway, I like to watch bloody battles. I'm not hurried to leave. To me, my realm would have a better chance to advance in the most brutal areas. I will check the situation first. He had vaguely disclosed the secret of his devouring power Upanishad to Xia Xian Yin. He didn't say it too clearly, but Xia Xian Yin knew more or less. Listening to him, she said, Then you should behave. Don't kill yourself. I will notify you. With Precursor Feng Yin and our Windstorm, we have a big chance to break the blockade and get away from this battle. She was confident enough. Shi Yin smiled. Don't worry. I actually love my life. Even if you don't want to leave, I will drag you away. Well, since you're weaker than me, tell me if you feel shame getting dragged away like that. Xia Xian Yin grinned. Oh, then I can save my energy, Shi Yin laughed. While the strong enemy was about to attack them, Shi Yin and Xia Xian Yin were both placid. They didn't fluster as they still had the mood to tease each other. Feng Yin observed them quietly and didn't say anything. However, she often checked Shi Yin, her eyes showing a gleam of disdain. She knew Xia Xian Yin's real identity. She knew about the blood bond between Xia Xian Yin's previous life and the hegemon of Fighting Union. Through her time in Fighting League, Xia Xian Yin had won battles all across Shadow, Ghostly Prison. She had proven her wise and prescient talents. Also, her terrific advancement progress had gained her the approval from the senior management level of the Fighting League. Many young, talented, and handsome men in Fighting League had competed for Xia Xianyan's heart. She had so many admirers, and the number of her perfect matches weren't small. However, Feng Yin had never seen Xia Xianyan give her good face to any young man. Besides cultivating and fighting, she had no signal of living together with any male peer. She kept herself pure. Many people rumored maliciously that she didn't like men and that she had problems with her sexual orientation. But today, Feng Yin found Xia Xianyan putting down her intimidation after meeting Shi Yin. Now she looked like a little girl falling in love. This kind of affection, exposed from the heart, had surprised Feng Yin a lot. What did a man at only original God realm have to make the daughter of God of the Fighting League behave strangely like that? Feng Yin looked at Shi Yin discreetly. She was confused, and she couldn't get over it. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion echoed. The Ghost Mar clan's battleships above their heads gushed out fiery lights, striking continually. Through the fantasy mirror Fu Wei had opened, Shi Yin could see dozens of Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors unable to endure for longer. 2 original God Realm experts among that group had already vomited blood. Their bodies cracked, bleeding badly. Their eyes were empty as their lives were taken away. Apparently, they were struck to death. The area projected in the fantasy mirror seemed not far from him. Seconds later, 2 flows of essence chi from the death came to him, entering his acupuncture points. He was baffled, but a discreet joy replaced that surprise shortly. You guys can't resist any longer, Xia Xianyan waved at Fu Wei, talking to her when she approached. I think you should lift up the barriers, or else your soldiers will die in vain. They use divine crystals as the energy to attack you while you use the warriors' flesh bodies to resist. You guys will lose, apparently. Compared to that, it's much better to battle once. Perhaps you can save more lives. Xia Xianyan had been used to planning and making strategies for years. She developed keen eyes, and her plan didn't have a flaw. She had soon seen the consequence. Fu Wei sighed. She knew that they wouldn't get anything from such a sacrifice. She nodded, took out a sound stone, and sent out her new order. Inside the fantasy mirrors, all the sitting warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion stood up quietly. They dodged through a door with pale faces. Shi Yin looked at the sky. He saw doors appeared in the tunnel through the mouth of the volcano. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion he had seen in the mirror walked out of those doors. There were several hundred of them. People who came last guarded the doors before they left. They were all alert, looking at the mouth of the volcano with stern countenances. Layers of barriers in the tunnel slowly disappeared. The obstacles shielded the extinct volcano was clear. Ding, 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 ding. The sound stone in Fu Wei's hand resounded hurriedly. Fu Wei held it close to her ear. She paled, talking. Precursor Feng Yin, please. Please come help the other 2 entrances. Uncle Duo can't take it any longer. The incipient God Realm experts also joined in attacking us. Feng Yin frowned. She didn't agree immediately but looked at Xia Xianyan. Xia Xianyan pondered and then nodded. She muttered, If you can't deal with it, please return. I'm here. This place shouldn't be in much danger. Feng Yin nodded, talking to Fu Wei. Lead me. Fu Wei called a Potion and Tool Pavilion guard from the stone door in the tunnel. He plunged down, landing by her. She advised him in a rush. Take this precursor to the entrance where Elder Jia Duo guards. Quick! The man didn't say anything, flying towards the open stone paved at max speed. Feng Yin floated slowly like a willow catkin. She followed him very quickly. She caught up with that warrior, comfortably as if she could have traveled billions of miles in just a blink. Send one group in. Du Lin hovered above the volcano. His harsh voice wasn't blocked anymore. Fu Wei, Xia Xianyan, and Shi Yin could hear him clearly. Per his order, a group of 100 Ghost Mark clansmen descended. All of them were at original God Realm. They violently plunged into the mouth of the extinct volcano, their momentum like a rainbow. With different powers, Upanishads, the light of energy from secret treasures poured down like waves as if they wanted to blow off the tunnel. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion had waited for them for a long time. They jumped off from the caves in the tunnel, storming towards them and releasing their powers Upanishads. In a canal that wasn't large, the bloodiest battle was about to take place. Chapter 1032. That Blood Shield Again. Chapter 1032. That Blood Shield Again. The battle spread like a red fire with the most brutal methods. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Ghostmark clan became meatballs under Shi Yin and Fu Wei's team after they were killed. Lightning strikes, flames, gusts of wind, sleets, and flowing water weaved with each other in this narrow space above their heads. This kind of specific beauty of the battle had frightened people. Shi Yin quietly looked at the sky, his face reddening unhealthily. Pores all over his body opened while he shuddered from time to time. Within that short moment, more than 20 warriors were killed. Their essence chi gushed like water that poured forcefully into his acupuncture points. At this moment, his acupuncture points were swelling. This was a peculiar magical feeling he had when his energy brimmed. The battle against Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Ghostmark clan was like a bloody feast to Shi Yin. It appeared like a beautiful picture in his sea of consciousness. All of a sudden, his soul altar started to move as his death power Upanishad was expanding uncontrollably. His eyes suddenly brightened like diamonds. He seemed to be able to see the life magnetic fields of those Ghostmark warriors and Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards. He could see it clearly, as if he could see through their skulls and soul altars to take in their life foundation. While fighting, the warriors would have their vitality surge the most. In Shi Yin's eyes, their life magnetic fields were like fantastic fireworks that were constantly changing marvelously. However, when they died, their life magnetic fields ceased like rapidly withering flowers. Shi Yin could see the subtle signs when their life signals disappeared. He was struck. In his eyes, there was no human body. There was only a life magnetic field that was ever changing. Those life magnetic fields changed from vigorous life to death in just a blink of an eye. He felt like he was watching blooming flowers die, which was beautiful and yet strange. He seemed to be in a magical condition where his soul had escaped his body. His mind changed continually as he lifted his head and watched the sky to see the life magnetic fields change from a healthy condition to no longer existing. That glimpse of beauty flashed, giving him some touching emotions. He sank into it. His soul sublimated while his soul altar vibrated magically. His death and life power stirred up, reflecting those beautiful moments of life and death in his heart. He comprehended quietly. Not long after that, his soul altar started to revolve fast. His death and life power Upanishad seemed to sublimate. A kind of cognition related to death and life multiplied, filling his heart's chambers and giving him a deeper understanding of death and life. His sea of consciousness began to seethe and expand. The essence chi ancient tree in his body grew. Its crystal branches extended upward. The vortex in his lower abdomen slowly moved, creating a fierce suction force. It felt like a bucket of water was poured on his head. He shook, waking up from the miraculous intent domain. He was so baffled. He looked up in the sky and couldn't help but shiver. Ethereal God Realm. At this strangely perilous moment, he had used death and life to break through to Ethereal God Realm, entering a whole new realm. Boom! The body of a Potion and Tool Pavilion's guard fell under his feet, which looked terribly bloody. His life was taken, his eyes begrudgingly desperate. His life magnetic field vanished little by little and became nothing. Retreat. At this moment, Du Lin gave a low shout from the volcano's mouth. Warriors of the Dark Shadow clan who were soaked in blood flew up to the mountain's mouth with ferocious faces. Du Lin took a deep breath. A lightning strike appeared in his hand, which started to release thunderbolts. That spear moved like a rainbow, grumblingly descending together with the thunderclaps. The warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion who still stayed in the channel got hit. Their auras vanished instantaneously. Around 10 more warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion had died tragically under the Thunder God Spear by Du Lin. Du Lin looked cold, his face faint and arrogant. The Thunder God Spear weaved divine lightning that was striking the sky. Another pressing attack was made. Fu Wei paled. She hurried to mobilize her mysterious heavenly glacier. However, she was one beat slower. A magical energy wave rose from Xia Xianyin like a water curtain. Her time power Upanishad was urged. The breakneck darting spear slowed down. Time moved slowly. Everybody's attacks were held several times slower. Xia Xianyin frowned, still using her time power Upanishad to resist the Thunder God Spear by Du Lin. She was a little pale, as if it was strenuous for her to parry Du Lin, an expert at Third Sky of Ethereal God Realm, with his original incipient grade divine weapon. It was over her endurance. Du Lin continued to pour more energy into his Thunder God Spear. However, his spear couldn't move faster. It was sluggish like a snail to the point that it could crack up people's nerves. Although it was slow, the Thunder God Spear was still inching forward. As Xia Xianyin was using her time power, her energy was consumed rapidly. She looked paler, which hurt Shi Yan. Frowning, Shi Yan slowly inhaled. He was so surprised to find that Simply Move had become so strenuous at this moment. It seemed like his god body was bound by time, and he couldn't move freely. Sluggishly looking at Xia Xianyin, who was also staring at him, Shi Yan hallucinated that his cognition was also affected. His reflexes had become numerous times slower than in the past. Space Power Upanishad and Time Power Upanishad were indeed marvelously extraordinary powers of this world. Gritting his teeth, Shi Yan shouted. His voices shot away with space power, forcefully tearing the confinement of time. A blood column appeared right in front of Thunder God Spear. It was small at first. Gradually, the blood light expanded, turning into a blood shield with a strangely evil blood mark. A terrifying aura covered the entire channel. Swoosh! Xia Xianyin bent her waist. She sat down all of a sudden, her eyes tired. Boom! The Thunder God Spear landed, but couldn't thrust deep into the channel. It couldn't hurt any warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion in the Windstorm War Department. The blood shield stopped the spear. It acted as the toughest barrier shielding that sharp attack. History was repeating itself. The tip of Thunder God's spear drilled fiercely, but the blood shield stood still. The blood mark glowed, sparkling in the malicious light. It collected the death aura of the surrounding warriors. Blood light expanded like raging flames from the shield. With its sinister aura, it flooded every corner. Du Lin put on a cold face. He perplexedly looked down with fear in his eyes, which was barely recognizable. He pondered for a while, and then took a deep breath. While his thoughts flickered, he wanted to retrieve the spear and carry out his other plan. Break! Shi Yan roared, his terrifying voice shaking and tearing the sky. The mark on the giant blood shield sent out earth-shaking energy waves, which didn't resonate. However, the energy it stored was enough to break the entire world. The Thunder God Spear that Du Lin was controlling couldn't get rid of the constraint. With exploding blood sparks, the spear cried loudly, springing constantly. It seemed to get hit terribly. The Thunder God Spear sounded like it was cracking, which was clear and loud like a human skeleton that forcefully broke. Du Lin reddened unhealthily. He felt a bit of sweetness as he had almost vomited blood. He was so frightened. He gathered the energy in his entire body, sending it to the sea of consciousness. He sent the soul consciousness to guide his energy the second time. The Thunder God's spear trembled. Eventually, it turned into a lightning strike, returning to Du Lin's palm from the blood shield. Du Lin sighed discreetly. He looked down through the volcano's mouth. He didn't dare to act rashly. He had a grimace as he was trying to confirm something. Inside the extinct volcano on the spacious ground, Fu Wei was perplexed, looking at the gigantic blood shield in the sky. After a while, her neck craned as she moved, looking at Shi Yan. Shi Yan's eyes were red, like an enraged, brutal dragon. His murderous aura was so thick that he wanted to tear the sky. That murderous, malicious aura matched with that of the blood shield. When he looked at the shield, his breathing and heartbeat seemed to match that blood shield unconsciously. Fu Wei suddenly understood. She looked at Shi Yin, her face complex. She couldn't help but let out an inaudible sigh. Last time, it was also this blood shield that came to help her resist Du Lin's Thunder God Spear. However, Shi Yin had hidden his deed. He didn't burst out angrily because of her. Today, the blood shield appeared the second time. It wasn't because of her, but the woman standing next to her. This time, he didn't hide and stood upright. He was so angry that his hair even rose. He had even harmed Du Lin's Thunder God Spear. Fu Wei felt so bitter. From 2 times he used the blood shield, she was sensitive enough to see that her position in Shi Yan's heart was much smaller than the woman next to her. For Xia Xian, Shi Yan didn't bother to hide his identity. He wasn't afraid to expose his biggest secret. He had even resisted the force he couldn't compare to. He had endured the backlash to make Du Lin pay a big price. Because Du Lin had hurt the woman standing next to her. Although Xia Xian was pale, she was in high spirits. She was baffled as she looked at the blood shield above her head and Shi Yin, with his ferocious face, standing next to her. She smiled gently. It was a satisfaction that came from the bottom of her soul, making her relax and refreshed. She thought it was enough to have a man who got mad and took risks for her. Shi Yin panted, his eyes garnet. He looked up to see the battleships of the Ghost Mark clan with a clear gleam of wildness in his eyes. He caressed the blood vein ring. A blood-red broadsword appeared. He waved his hand, and the giant blood shield fell in front of him. Holding the shield in one hand while the other hand grabbed the blood sword, Shi Yin had an extremely earth-shaking aura, as if he could kill anybody in this world. He looked like a god of slaughter hovering in the sea of blood. Chapter 1033. I can deal with him. Chapter 1033. I can deal with him. Du Lin's hand tightened around the Thunder God Spear, his green veins bulging. He had a strange white light flash in his eyes as he looked extremely stern. The Thunder God Spear whistled oddly, as if someone was whining and wailing. Electric light dots sparked from the tip of the spear. Looking at it, people didn't know whether that divine weapon was excited or worried. Stooping, Du Lin's eyes pierced through the volcano mouth, gazing at the young man who immersed in the extreme wildness. He had finally identified the master of the blood shield. It was totally different from what he had imagined. After the first time he was defeated and had run away, he had thought a lot to confirm the information. However, he assumed that the master of that giant blood shield should have incipient God Realm cultivation base, or his cultivation base at peak of ethereal God Realm, at least. However, it was evident that the young man down there had just crossed the threshold of incipient God Realm. He hadn't even solved the challenge of having the ethereal extent yet. However, that man had parried his thunder attack twice, and he was just at third sky of original God Realm the first time he defeated him. Du Lin suddenly felt dispirited, a feeling that he shouldn't have at this moment. He was the new hope of the Crocs this generation. He was the captain of the Mad Shark fleet. He was still young, but he had reached peak of ethereal God Realm. With the elite force of the Ghost Mark clan and the Thunder God Spear, Agate Star area was vast, but it didn't have many people who could be his rivals in his eyes. Today, watching the young man down there, Du Lin put on a complicated face. He suddenly knew that his achievement wasn't at the top of this universe when he had encountered a man who had suppressed him twice with a lower realm. The first time, that man had even made him helter-skelter run away. And Du Lin now had an unrecognizable evil barrier in his soul. He suddenly sent power to the hand that was holding the Thunder God Spear. Dazzling lightning strikes projected from his fingers curled around the spear. The spear also had some harsh explosions. Waiting by Du Lin were thousands of Ghost Mark warriors, standing by for his order with fierce countenances. They were accumulating energy, ready to strike. You've broken through to the new realm? Inside the extinct volcano, Xia Xian's eyes sparkled as she was happy. She couldn't help but scream. Xia Xian's gentle scream had awakened Fu Wei, the one who was still confused. She looked at Shi Yin and was shaken. Her charming face revealed her sudden and disbelieving joy. Fu Wei knew before this battle, Shi Yin had had only third sky of original God realm. However, after just 1 hour, right in the battle site of a fierce fight, he had advanced. He had broken through in such a dangerous situation. What kind of talents and foundation did he have? Light in Fu Wei's blue eyes rippled strangely. She couldn't control the vibe in her mind as she was discreetly excited. "Yeah, I've just advanced to the new realm," replied Shi Yin, his garnet eyes showing his eternal fighting will. He didn't look at the two women. His bloody gaze was fixed on Du Lin. "Are you all right?" Xiaoxian Yin smiled, shaking her head. "I'm fine. Although Du Lin has tried to use his sharp divine weapon, he couldn't actually hurt me. Don't worry, if we have to fight to the death, I think I'm not weaker than him." Xiaoxian Yin looked arrogant. She had been fighting for 100 years in Shadow Ghostly Prison. She got used to fighting decisive battles. She had no fear of any kind of challenge. This situation couldn't give her much of a threat. "Du Lin, I can deal with him," Shi Yin suddenly whispered. Xiaoxian Yin and Fu Wei stiffened their faces. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Windstorm War Department looked shocked. They had gleams of unrecognizable joy. Many people were confused. They had doubts. "No kidding." Xiaoxian Yin was baffled. She reacted shortly, frowning and whispering, "Du Lin is at peak of Ethereal God Realm. You just broken through to Ethereal God Realm. Was it strenuous for you to parry his previous attack?" Fu Wei shook her head, her face odd. He had just reached Ethereal God Realm, and he hadn't formed the ethereal extent yet. Now, he dared to talk arrogantly. Even though Fu Wei highly evaluated him, she didn't really believe him. "Kidding," Shi Yin said, his voice calm and husky. "I won't kid in any battle." Shortly after he had finished, a blood-light column soared up. The red light was like viscous blood with a thick, gross smell and death's energy fluctuation. It shot up right into the sky. Boom! A flow of earth-shaking energy erupted from Shi Yan's god body. The tide of energy twirled like a tornado, destroying the world. Nearby Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors were rolling up with that tornado. At the mouth of the extinct volcano, Du Lin held the Thunder God Spear in his hand, his eyes focused and his mouth cold and harsh. The Thunder God Spear in his hand turned into an electric dragon, which looked like it was formed by billions of lightning strikes. It was ready to resist that bloodlight column. Boom, 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 boom. The canal that led to inside the extinct mountain had to bear a formidable attack, as if someone wanted to eliminate it. The greenstone wall sounded like exploding popcorn. Flames sparked as if they were the results of the energy impact. The blood-red light shot up into the sky. At the mountain's mouth, it turned into billions of blood-silky threads, tying the electric dragon. Lightning strikes and red light beams weaved in the sky. The narrow space of the mountain's mouth seemed to turn into a dazzlingly brilliant sea of light. The power of the energy attack had almost exploded the volcano. Shi Yin suddenly rose his hand with the shield. The blood mark on the shield bloomed like a flower, which then stopped all the energy sparks from falling. The sword in his other hand had garnet eyes opened. A brutal, sinister aura filled the whole place. Negative emotions included fear, desperation, bloodthirstiness, and extreme evil expanded like a seething sea, giving the blood threads above his head's more evil power. Shi Yin was standing on the ground inside the volcano, while Du Lin was hovering above the mountain's mouth. The volcano canal had billions of electric beams and sparks of flames. The sprinkle of energy light, dots, and flames was stopped by the massive blood shield. None of the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion or Windstorm was harmed. However, the energy sparks sent up into the sky had attacked many Ghost Mark warriors. They instinctively dodged them. In the dazzling energy attack, they couldn't see Shi Yin and Du Lin anymore, as the light dots had blinded them. Their eyes now reflected a whole world of light that made them unable to recognize the real world. Slowly, the energy fluctuation calmed down. The light dots inside the stone canal all disappeared. The real world emerged again. Yin breathed heavily, his eyes garnet. The clothes on his body were shattered, revealing his lean muscles like rocks. His muscles' robust energy could be compared to the intensity of the great warriors of the monster clan or demon clan. This kind of torrential, flooding energy in his flesh had shaken people's souls. Many female warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm watched him with big admiration and hard eyes. They didn't even blink as their eyes lingered on the hard contours of his body. These kinds of perfect lines and explosive energy could stir up hidden desire from the bottom of those girls' hearts. Such beautiful outlines made them sink in affection. Electric flashes crept over the sky. Du Lin gathered thunderbolts in both of his hands, his face dark and cold. However, he couldn't hold it, shaking lightly. Warriors of the Ghost Mark clan looked fearful as they watched him disbelievingly. In this tough energy encounter, their leader hadn't gained the upper hand. This was beyond their common knowledge. A third sky of Ethereal God Realm expert couldn't suppress a warrior who had just entered Ethereal God Realm in energy fighting. What was going on? The rock canal exploded, creating dense cracks. Flames sparked, drawing lines in the rock wall. Two warriors, one in the sky and one on the ground, were watching each other. They held a deadly silence. After a while, Du Lin took a deep breath, his face strangely stern. Suddenly, he shouted, "Who are you?" "Nobody," Yin grinned, his face bloodthirsty. The blood sword in his hand turned into a blood column, drilling into the sky. The moment the blood sword emerged from the mountain, people saw red eyes on the sword blinking and disappearing. In the next moment, images of ancient demogorgons flew out of the blood broadsword. They started to assault and massacre the Ghost Mark warriors. Those demogorgons represented the negative emotions that included savagery, despair, resentment, fear, and bloodthirstiness. They came to this world like evil spirits. When they cried and began to hunt the Ghost Mark warriors, those warriors had lost their minds, as if they had fallen into a fantasy world of the demogorgons. The negative desires hiding deep in their hearts were driven, sinking them into an extremely negative sea. While resisting the demogorgons, their wills collapsed gradually. The bloody shadows turned to ruthless and evil ancient demogorgons. The negative emotions of the big races in this universe congregated as if an extremely evil creature was about to be born. They didn't have a tangible body. However, their thoughts contained the evil energy. The demogorgon jumped into the bodies and the souls of the Ghost Mark warriors, landing in their sea of consciousnesses and stirring them up. Once the ancient demogorgon got rid of their souls, the Ghost Mark warriors' vitality was cut off, becoming a cold corpse. The ancient demogorgons that came from the broadsword were actually the blood eyes. The broadsword was like the most sinister and sharp weapon in this world, which made of negative emotions. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm faced up at the sky. They felt shockingly amazed when they eyed the young man with the blood shield. They were so excited. Many women gasped and screamed. Their beautiful eyes showed their passionate admiration. They hated they couldn't jump into Yan's lap and offer him their bodies to show their appreciation. There were Ethereal God Realm experts among this group, and they didn't know why their sexual desire was so stirred up that they couldn't resist. Strange light rippled in Fu Wei's blue eyes. She didn't take her eyes away from him, even for a blink of an eye. Her full lips thinned as her emotions surged like turbulent water. She had some vibes, and she couldn't help it. At this moment, Yan's clothes were just rags and his torso was naked. He had an unknown, deadly charisma to members of the opposite sex, making him a black hole that attracting everything. He was swallowing their love and lustful desires like a flame that consumed the moths. Xia Xian Yan's brow stretched. She smiled tenderly as she was naturally proud. That was my man. He belongs with me. Only me. She couldn't help but nod inwardly. Her dimples appeared like flowers. The lake of her inner world now had the deepest carvings that would never fade or vanish. Chapter 1034. A Delighted Fight. Chapter 1034. A Delighted Fight, underscore. The Lake and Life, star number 9. The battleships of the Dark Shadow clan hovered quietly by the horizon. Leader Cocker had an earthy, yellow, ethereal extent above his head, which had continuous ranges of imposing mountains. Cocker frowned. He placed his hand on his forehead, mobilizing his power Upanishad. Rumble, rumble. The mountain ranges on the surface of the planet shook terrifyingly. Under Cocker's earth power Upanishad, mountains started to grow from the ground. Then they flew up. From hundreds of miles away, the imposing mountains fell grumblingly on the crystal-clear lake. The lake bubbled and glistened. The lake turned into a mirror with the subtle power of space. The mountains grumblingly descended, quietly disappearing into the lake. However, they couldn't make a ripple. Cocker knitted his brows tightly. He was pissed off. He cursed, "Those who use space power Upanishad are so annoying." He continued to revolve his soul altar. The mountain ranges in his ethereal extent started to shake. At the same time, the earth ground of life, star number 9, also sounded and shook continually. From a further distance, 3 more 1,000-meter-tall mountains flew over. When they reached the lake, they exploded and turned into a shower of rocks, falling dangerously into the lake. The space power Upanishad changed again. The surface of the lake now had many dim and deep space slits which could have contained anything. The thick rain of rocks was swallowed into the chaotic current of a space basin, leaving no single chip. However, while the space slits twisted and changed, it did have some unrecognizable pauses, and those thick space slits couldn't close as fast as it did previously. Cocker suddenly smiled. He sounded happy. Space power Upanishad is subtly magical, indeed. Too bad you have only peak of ethereal god realm cultivation base. Your excellence allows you to endure for such a long time. Under the water surface, many types of battleship were lining up in the main hall of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Jat Duo, the 10th elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, was standing on a battleship. His face paled, his body shaking. He even had some bleeding cuts on his face. He looked helter-skelter. He had resisted strenuously like this for quite a long time. However, just like what Cocker had said, he had only the peak of ethereal god realm cultivation base. With the space slits that led to outer space, he had resisted several waves of attack by Cocker. Although his space power was mysteriously mighty, he couldn't endure the pounding, imposing mountains forever. His face twitched. A deep cut appeared at his glabella that allowed people to vaguely see his brain through it. It was the sign of his overusing space energy. If it continued this, he couldn't stand for a long time. The space slit would tear his brain. His god body would be killed. The difference between incipient god realm and ethereal god realm was like the distance between the sky and earth. Although his power Upanishad was refined, their power was 100,000 miles different. He couldn't resist Cocker for a long time. This situation was also in his estimation. Jat Duo sighed, lifting his head to watch the fantasy mirror next to him. He used one finger to touch it. The mirror changed. First, it showed Bettina and the commotion there. It was also an extinct volcano canal. Bettina looked grim. Her sharp and bright eyes scanned through the mouth of the mountain to see Feng Yin and Hammer, the current chief of the Ghostmark clan, entangling each other like 2 revolving light balls. Beautifully exquisite light patterns emerged in that twisted area. Feng Yin was also at incipient god realm. Since their realms weren't very different, it wasn't very strenuous for her to fight against Hammer. Jat Duo took in that glimpse. He sighed and touched the mirror fantasy again. This time, it was with a more ponderous mood. He wanted to check Fu Wei. There were only 3 entrances leading to the underground area. He guarded one, Bettina took care of one, and the Windstorm War Department defended the last one. As soon as one of these 3 entrances was broken, their enemies would flood in violently. At that time, the most brutal fight would take place. He knew the force that the enemy had invested in this battle. 2 incipient God Realm experts, dozens of ethereal God Realm experts, more than 300 original God Realm experts, and several thousand King God Realm warriors. Once the enemy barged into this subterranean base, he knew it would be fatal to the force of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm War Department. They couldn't resist the 2 incipient God Realm experts, while the ethereal God Realm experts of the enemy had outnumbered them. Their defeat seemed destined for them right at the beginning of this bloody melody. Jaduo was in a heavy mood. Looking at the fantasy mirror, he was shocked, his eyes disbelieving. Almost at the same time, Bettina seemed to have some premonition. She also checked the fantasy mirror on her side. Shortly after, she was perplexed. She shouted, "Impossible!" The 2 different fantasy mirrors projected the same situation. In the mirror, Shurian looked like a demogorgon had possessed his body. He stood in the stone canal holding the blood shield, his face wild and bloodthirsty. His body shot up the murderous aura into the sky. He was urging his energy. At the entrance to the mountain, the ancient demogorgons were hissing and screaming while slaughtering everywhere. They were killing the Ghost Mark warriors fast and ruthlessly. Dulin's eyes were icy cold. The Thunder God spear in his hand continually released earth-shaking thunderbolts, striking the stone tunnel. Inside the canal, Shurian held the shield, lifting his head and laughing evilly. The blood shield was ever-changing. It seemed to be able to gather all the evil things of this world as it dissolved all of Dulin's attacks. During this process, the Ghost Mark warriors were still being slaughtered by the ancient demogorgons. Their pathetic screeching was unceasing. In Jaduo's and Bettina's eyes was the strange light of disbelief. They were looking at the 2 different fantasy mirrors, but they were watching the same scene. They became terrified. They recognized Dulin, the new generation's outstanding warrior of the Croc family of the Ghostmark clan, who was holding the divine weapon Thunder God Spear, was the elite warrior that was well known in the entire Agate Star area. He was the future chief of the Ghostmark clan. Zwalu favored him very much. However, such an earth-shaking character couldn't suppress Shur Yan using his aura. He even suffered from the Shur Yan's evil deeds. He had hurt his own fellows. Jaduo and Bettina were baffled. All of a sudden, they got themselves together. The blood shield. That blood shield. The 2 of them were utterly shocked. They immediately recalled what Fu Wei had asked them to search. They knew that this shield had saved Fu Wei. It was the thing that had forced Dulin to retreat. That shield was in Shurian's hand now. Jaduo and Bettina suddenly felt bitter. Looking at the demon man who was so fierce in the mirror, they knew for the first time that they were wrong. Completely wrong. They used to disdain Shur Yan as they thought that his realm was too low that it wasn't worth mentioning. They thought that he wasn't a good match for Fu Wei and that he was just a pervert who dared to harass Xia Xi and Yan. He was just a jerk in a good shell. But now, Shur Yan's performance was like a hard slap on their faces, making their cheeks burning hot. It was a shame that they didn't have any guts to see people. Above the lake, Cocker suddenly furrowed his brows. He suddenly had a strange feeling as his eyes seemed to be able to look through the layers to reach Dulin's. Dulin has a strenuous battle. The Ghost Mark warriors were killed by the ancient Demogorgon, as if they were the silkworms devouring mulberry leaves. Everything appeared in his eyes, as if he was actually there, joining the battle. Cocker didn't have any feelings for the Ghostmark clan. Seeing the Ghostmark warriors being slaughtered, he was just a little bit curious. He was curious why Dulin had fallen in such a helter-skelter situation. And more than that, he was curious about who could back Dulin into the corner like that. His line of sight switched to the illusions of the Demogorgons. He frowned, using his soul to feel. After a while, Cocker seemed to remember something. A significant fear arose from deep in his eyes. He couldn't hold it. His body shook, and he couldn't even talk. It looked like he was reacting to something really, really formidable. Something had shocked this first sky of incipient God Realm, one of the leaders of the Dark Shadow clan, very much. Why? Why is it here? How could it be? Cocker looked like his soul had gone. He mumbled as if he had forgotten his mission in this operation. Abruptly, he left this entrance and dashed towards Dulin. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. More electric beams bloomed on a massive blood shield. The electric flames sparked furiously, but the shield remained as if it was the toughest barrier in this world. Shuriyan's spirit, soul, and chi had reached the peak. Demon blood was burning inside him. The muscles of his entire body were like erupting volcanoes, gushing wild and powerful energy. God power rolled torrentially and unceasingly in his body. The acupuncture points of his entire body released negative energy. Energy from his nebula in his abdomen also gathered with the negative energy, the God power in his body, and his star energy. All burst out, bringing up the aura and energy of his when he had broken through to ethereal God realm. At this moment, his power had reached the summit of his life. In this third sky of rampage, he was cold and indifferent. He had only thoughts of brutal and straightforward killing. He would do whatever to release his deadly energy. He had used all of his lurking skill for the first time. It was also the first time he knew to what level of mightiness he could reach when releasing all kinds of energy at once. It was not a challenge of skipping one level. He had actually leaped 2 levels. He had used his power at first sky of ethereal God realm, which he had just entered recently, to resist a third sky of ethereal God realm warrior's attack. However, he hadn't fallen into a lower hand situation yet. This fighting desire filled his body, which was full of energy. If he couldn't release this annoying feeling, he would eventually get very irritated. He hated that he couldn't shout at the sky to compete with earth and heaven. Shuriyan, we shouldn't linger here. They have 2 incipient God realm experts. When the situation is favorable, we should stop. Suddenly, Xia Exen muttered to him. She didn't bother that Fu Wei was grimacing. She said naturally faintly, Dulin's troops have the weakest defense. It shouldn't be a problem for us to force a way out of here. You guys, Fu Wei paled, fumbling and screaming. However, she didn't know which excuse she could use to make them stay. Jia Duo and Bettina weren't close to Shuriyan. He had no relationship with Potion and Tool Pavilion. He didn't have any responsibility that would make him risk his life for Potion and Tool Pavilion. The reason why he had stayed, even though he was aware of danger, wasn't that of Potion and Tool Pavilion. He stayed here for Xia Xian. Fu Wei understood it clearly. Seeing Shuriyan transforming into an incredible demogorgon, as if he was possessed, Fu Wei was joyful, as if she had seen the dawn of hope. However, Xia Xian told him to leave. It was a heavy punch to her heart. She felt a strong pressure that suffocated her. We're not hurried. Shuriyan shook his head when Fu Wei felt so desperate and helpless. His eyes were still blood red. I haven't released my brimming energy yet. To avoid the backfire, I should stay for a while to kill more, which would ease my condition. Shuriyan's madly arrogant statement of killing was like God's words in Fu Wei's ears. It was like a mysterious but powerful fountain that gave a tonic to her soul, calming it down. Chapter 1035, The Perfect Shape. Chapter 1035, The Perfect Shape _ The illusions of the big, ancient demogorgons were still invading the bodies and the souls of the Ghost Mark warriors. Those ancient demogorgons were developed from the eyes of the Bloodsword. They seemed to have an extremely evil power. Once they killed a Ghost Mark warrior, they absorbed all the negative emotions before the warrior died, which boosted up the demogorgons. The extinct volcano's mouth was filled with essence chi of the dead. They rolled into energy streams, congregating in Shuriyan's body. The acupuncture points in his entire body were brimming. He had a feeling that he wouldn't feel comfortable if he couldn't vent this energy out. He seemed to have an endless source of energy. If he didn't release it, his realm would be stuck and he would receive a backlash. A shout reached the sky. Shuriyan, who was hiding underground, couldn't suppress his wild desire of slaughtering anymore. He stormed up into the sky, appearing right where the Ghost Mark warriors were gathered. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm War Department were shocked, but they were more joyful than upset. Fu Wei's soft body shivered. Her maiden heart was filled with excitement. She looked at Shi Yin soaring. Her beautiful eyes were so mesmerizing. Xin Yin frowned. She smiled reluctantly and spoke to her subordinates. Get up there. The battleships sounded deafening. As ordered, they stormed out of the stone-paved road. They didn't hide underground anymore. Each of them soared up into the sky, appearing on the surface of this planet. Fu Wei was baffled for a while. She thought quickly and ordered her warriors, get up there. Apparently, the situation here and the other two entrances were completely different. Du Lin at third sky of ethereal god realm couldn't enter the ground. On the other hand, after Shi Yin had burst off his energy, his side seemed to take the upper hand. Everybody knew what kind of advantage they could get when they pursued a retreating enemy. Fu Wei didn't want to hide anymore. She prepared to create the biggest loss to Du Lin in the shortest time. Warriors of the Windstorm and Potion and Tool Pavilion rocketed to the mouth of the extinct volcano. They immediately joined the battle against the Ghost Mark warriors. Holding the shield, Shi Yin had an imposing aura that he had never had before. He fought Du Lin alone. Slowly, he controlled his marvelous power to draw blood from the corpses floating around to create a viscous blood-soul sea. The beautiful red sea seemed to have its own consciousness as it aimed at the Ghost Mark warriors exclusively. Each of the Ghost Mark warriors dragged into the blood soul sea would lose his mind. Instinctively, they would attack their buddies. His powers Upanishad switched. The shiny space blades curved around Du Lin, dragging a tail of brilliant light. Shi Yin smiled wildly. Tens of thousands of starlight dots congregated, creating starlight chains, which swept across the sky and tied up Du Lin. The more he fought, the stronger Shi Yin became. Du Lin at peak of ethereal god realm became helter-skelter in resisting Shi Yin's changing, powerful attacks. He seemed to be losing. The bloody broadsword had disappeared, leaving only the flying ancient demogorgons, which were slaughtering the Ghost Mark clansmen. Due to Shi Yin, the unidentified factor, the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Windstorm War Department stirred up. They were boosted, which helped them suppress the invaders easily. The more Ghost Mark clansmen were massacred, the more essence chi of the dead gathered. Shi Yin's body enlarged. His huge body looked more imposing and intimidating with the extreme energy twirling around him. As the Ghost Mark warriors died, Shi Yin's fighting competence increased unceasingly after he had absorbed more essence chi of the dead. His energy seemed to not have an upper limit. Gradually, Shi Yin's god body couldn't endure it anymore. His skin and flesh cracked. However, the immortal demon blood wasn't sent out. Each drop of demon blood lingered, sticking on his body like crystal blood. At this moment, he looked like a man made of blood. Vast starry sky, shoreless sea of star, endless star power. Sure, you made some magical hand seals, as if he could connect to the high sky. Dim stars suddenly emerged in the dark sky. Starlight twinkled like fireflies. They slowly enlarged, shining beautifully. Billions of starlight dots fell from the dark, mysterious starry sky. They sprinkled heavily onto the planet, as if Shi Yin could control them all. He seemed to hover in the brilliant galaxy and become the owner of the stars who could refine the starlight into whips that attacked Du Lin. Du Lin's ethereal extent was like a fountain of lightning and thunder. It contained thousands of thunderbolts weaving in the unceasing thunderclaps. Lightning strikes flew out of the ethereal extent like dragons. They engaged, entangling with the starlight in the sky and hitting the space blades. They were facing evil willpower. Du Lin's power was consumed rapidly. His god body slowly got numb and exhausted. Shi Yin was at the opposite state. He was like a perfect war machine that never experienced tiredness. His energy didn't decrease, but instead rocketed steadily to infinity. Du Lin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. To this man who had stormed out all of a sudden, he had a feeling of being defeated. He had no mean or power to smash this man. Talking about divine weapons, Du Lin's Thunder God Spear couldn't break the Blood Shield. Talking about energy, he couldn't oppress the other. But as for the realm difference, his realm was higher than Yan's. However, his enemy had 3 different powers of space, death and life, and star that could make up for his inadequate realm. This combined energy was enough to resist Du Lin. His unique advantages couldn't defeat Yin in any aspects, which gave him a big headache. Seeing that the members that the Crocs had specially trained were dying nearby, Du Lin felt his heart bleeding. He thought it was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his entire life to voluntarily accept this mission. When the Ghostmark clan was at a disadvantage, a figure slowly appeared. It was a ferocious dark shadow man. His eyes were so cold and harsh. He didn't look at the Ghostmark clansmen being killed, or even at Du Lin, Fu Wei, and Xia Exinyan. His eyes switched between the illusions of the ancient demogorgons, as if he wanted to identify something. He was shocked when he saw Yin holding the blood shield. His line of sight didn't move anymore. He mumbled something and then suddenly took action. 10 imposing mountains in the sky flew out, as if someone had forcefully plucked them out with endless intimidation. The mountains were like heavenly drill bits grumblingly pressing on Yan's head. It was the threatening pressure of incipient god realm experts covering the entire sky. People at lower realms couldn't help but gush out blood. They helter-skelter fell from the sky, the power in their bodies disordered, giving them hopeless distress. They even wanted to kneel down to worship. At incipient god realm, the warriors understood the nature of powers and primary rules of powers Upanishads as if they could blend the earth and sky together. Those mountains were sharp weapons in his hands, which were able to break anything. Under such grumbling pressure, the warriors of the Ghostmark clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Windstorm War Department were shaken, trying to get rid of the battle range. Everybody could see that the target of those mountains was only one person, Yin. Xia Exinyan and Fu Wei couldn't help but shout. However, under such an earth-shaking threat, they didn't have the power to resist for even a short moment. Rumble, 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 rumble. The Grand Mountains fell like meteors. All hit Yin. The ground cracked and collapsed inwardly into the ground. Yin was pressed down, and people couldn't see his situation. This attack of an incipient god realm expert wasn't something that Du Lin's attack could compare to. In that glimpse, Yin was pressed, but no one could see him. All the warriors engaging in this battle stopped and held their breath. They were baffled watching the expert of the Dark Shadow clan who had just come out from nowhere, their eyes cold. Xia Exinyan paled. She was so frightened. She stayed perplexed for a while before facing the sky and screaming. She was calling for something. From a place far from them, Feng Yin was battling with Hammer, chief of the Ghostmark clan. She changed her eyes and didn't say anything before leaving Hammer and flying away. Xia Exinyan looked crazy. Her resentful eyes gazed at the Dark Shadow clan expert who had just appeared. Her succulent red lips parted as she panted, her eyes chilled to the bone. Fu Wei's soft body shivered, her blue eyes fixed on the pile of mountains. A bitter and sour pain multiplied in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly recognized that Yin had occupied a spot in her heart when she hadn't known. She couldn't recognize it previously, but now it became crystal clear. Boom! The mountains exploded. The blood shield reappeared. Inside the mist of crushed stones, a blood shadow soared up into the sky. His elbows, shoulders, and knees had savage, sharp spikes. His chest, waist, and arms were covered with scales like armor. It looked harmonious with his god body, as if it was a shell generated by his energy. It was the perfect fighting shape with an explosive power accompanied by the warrior's blood-red eyes and sinister aura. Cocker of the Dark Shadow clan was startled for a while. He observed the feature of another race stinging his eyes. He muttered instinctively, "A clansman of the God clan." He paused for a while and then reacted, "No, it's not true. Not a member of the God clan. It's the immortal demon clan." Yin? Xia Exinyan's beautiful eyes were disbelieving. She was baffled as she looked at the young man in his new skin. Although his body changed, his aura belonged to Shi Yan. As Fu Wei knew Shi Yan's relationship with Blood Devil, at first glance, she could react timely. Her bitter feeling was swept away instantly. Shi Yan stood upright in the sky. He gasped for his breath. Although his god body was bleeding, the ruby demon blood didn't fall off his body. Once a drop oozed out, it would solidify, stick on his skin, and create a hard shell to cover his entire body. Shi Yan's god body was damaged severely. His internal organs seemed displaced. Some vessels were broken together with some of his bones. Evidently, his situation wasn't good. He was hurt badly. However, he was from the Immortal Demon Clan, one of the clans with the toughest bodies in this world. He had just mobilized the peak power of his life, forcefully resisting Cocker's attack. Anyway, he wasn't killed. Standing there, Shi Yan could feel the mysterious energy gushing out of his acupuncture points. His body was healed as the god power boosted him further. He felt like his fighting capacity increased significantly. Looking at Cocker of the Dark Shadow Clan at Incipient God Realm, Shi Yan didn't know why he was calm. And at the same time, he had an endless fighting will. Chapter 1036, The Bloody Massacre. Chapter 1036, The Bloody Massacre, _ Cocker of the Dark Shadow Clan grimaced. His piercing, brutal eyes gazed at Shi Yan with obvious murderous intention. He had never thought that he couldn't kill Shi Yan with his attacks. Yet Shi Yan was able to receive his attack and then reappear with a new form. It was an insult to an incipient god realm warrior. Cocker didn't say anything. He just snorted and changed his ethereal extent. The floating mountains inside his ethereal extent condensed into 3 massive, earthy yellow beasts with the impressive power of earth. Shortly after, they got rid of the constraint of the ethereal extent, storming towards Shi Yan with their inaudible screams. The 3 massive beasts were several thousand meters tall. They looked savage as they belonged to some kind of monster that had never existed in Agate Star area. The 3 earth-shaking forces aimed at Shi Yan's soul, covering his god body instantaneously. Nobody could see Shi Yan anymore. They could only see a turbulent, earthy yellow world. Vaguely, the beasts were moving around like shaking mountains. Shi Yan's valiant roar was unceasing. Suddenly, Shi Yan's roar stopped. He reappeared between the 3 strange beasts in Cocker's ethereal extent. He had wounds all over his body. Bones of his skeleton cracked. His face was covered with blood. As his opponent was at incipient god realm, his total power couldn't resist. However, at the moment when he felt like he was falling into a bottomless abyss, he saw something strange. In the next moment, he felt negative energy in his acupuncture points. His god power, the immortal demon blood, and star power seemed to have a way to all be unleashed. They burst out at the same time, congregating at the illusions of the ancient Demogorgon. In the void, dozens of illusions of the ancient Demogorgons slowly changed. They quickly merged together. An incomparable aura that could extinguish everything generated little by little. The illusions of the ancient Demogorgon merged into one body. In 3 seconds, it absorbed all of Shi Yan's energy and turned into one entity. Then, it changed again and became a several hundred meters tall Demogorgon. The phantom of the ancient Demogorgon was like a reflection in the water. It wasn't so clear, but the pair of red eyes were like 2 bleeding suns, and the blood mark on its forehead was very eye-catching. Right when the phantom of the Demogorgon appeared in life, star number 9, Shi Yan was shocked. He lifted his head and looked at the vast void. Layers of barriers that blocked life, star number 9, became stable in just a blink of an eye. The broken space nodes, which were destroyed before, were restored at that moment. A flow of sinister, cold aura with the willpower of the devil came from an unknown area of this universe, pouring into that mountain-like body of the ancient Demogorgon. At that moment, the ancient Demogorgon had a world-shattering power, as if it was the fountain of everything in earth and heaven. It had even shaken life, star number 9. All the warriors at incipient god realm in the shadow ghostly prison were shaken. Sure, Yin lifted his head to look at the giant ancient Demogorgon. He suddenly had a feeling that the phantom of Demogorgon seemed to have a life. And at this moment, Sure Yin had no bit of energy left in his body. While the ancient Demogorgons were combining, they had drawn all of his energy as if it was to wake up some evil creature from a deep pitch in this universe, which then entered the body of the ancient Demogorgon. At the moment the ancient Demogorgon appeared in the void, a pair of massive hands like an iron anchor suddenly grabbed the void. The three strange beasts flying out of Cocker's ethereal extent were blown off, sending waves of earthy yellow halos and turning into nothingness. The ancient Demogorgon stooped and sucked. The warriors of the Ghostmark clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and Windstorm War Department had their lives taken away. They became dead corpses in just a blink of an eye, without a single beam of life energy left. Besides Xia Xinyin and Fu Wei, who gathered to protect Sure Yin, all creatures' life energy was absorbed in that glimpse of time. They died tragically afterward, including Du Lin of the Croc family and several thousand warriors of the Ghostmark clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Windstorm War Department. In that short moment, thousands of people died. They didn't have any bit of energy left. Cocker, the leader of the Dark Shadow clan, shivered. He had a significant fear in his eyes. He shouted as if he had encountered ghosts. Impossible! You were dead. He screamed as if he had mental problems. His soul altar flew away from his skull immediately as he was trying his best to escape. However, the ancient Demogorgon that looked like a grand mountain extended both of its massive hands, squeezing Crocker's soul altar and ethereal extent respectively. Crack! Crack! Cocker's ethereal extent and soul altar were smashed, becoming countless beams of strange light and vanishing in earth and heaven. Cocker at Incipient God Realm had no way to resist that ancient Demogorgon. He was killed instantly. The ancient Demogorgon floated in the air. His line of sight seemed able to cross layers of distances. He extended one arm, reaching for the place where the battleships of the Dark Shadow clan were anchored. His arm just deliberately swirled, and all the battleships above the lake exploded like the most beautiful fireworks. All the members of the Dark Shadow clan were massacred. After he was done with all of these, the two blood eyes of the ancient Demogorgon observed Sure Yin underneath. He gazed at Sure Yin and opened his mouth to say something inaudible. The incredible aura disappeared shortly after. The ancient Demogorgon faded little by little. The will that came to this phantom from a deep place in the universe left when it vanished. However, that thought arose in Sure Yan's brain as only he could listen to the Demogorgon clearly. The Dark Shadow clan can guess your identity. Before you've reached Incipient God Realm, don't let yourself be exposed. Do your best. I came here through the infinite space. I can't stay for a long time. I can only do that for you. I'm trying to help the ring spirit gather the last piece of its memory. After it has merged all its memories, you can know what mission you have to shoulder. As the ancient Demogorgon's consciousness left, the phantom disappeared. Flash. The blood broadsword reappeared, falling by Sure Yin. Come, come. The blood sword landed by his feet. The garnet eyes were still open on the sword. Corpses were scattered around. Some floated in the void. Some lay on the ground. They had the same death. Their lives were taken away. Suddenly, a flow of dead chi seethed violently, which was much stronger than the raging sea. It poured from the sky and entered Sure Yan's acupuncture points. It was the power of Cocker from the Dark Shadow clan after he was killed. It was the power of an incipient God Realm expert. At this moment, Sure Yan's energy, which had all been used up, was refilled sharply. He couldn't endure such a heavy flow, his body shivering. Standing next to him were the two women who were now looking at him as if they were looking at a ghost or a monster. Several thousand warriors of the Windstorm War Department, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the Ghostmark clan were now just dead bodies. Du Lin was dead. The Thunder God Spear of the Ghostmark clan turned into a lightning strike and flew towards Hammer's general direction. Standing in between the corpses on the ground were 3 living people, 1 man and 2 women. Shiyin sat quietly, his body shivering uncontrollably. He was taking in the essence chi of Kakar. At incipient God realm, the energy of that man was more than the total energy he had absorbed from the others before. His acupuncture points were swelling and his negative feelings were arising. The space nodes were restored. The enemy's blockade to life, star number 9, was lifted at this moment. This battle was strenuous. But after the ancient Demogorgon appeared, everything turned upside down. Incipient God Realm Kakar of Dark Shadow Clan and many of his fellows were killed shortly after. The Mad Shark fleet of the Ghostmar clan and its captain Du Lin were slaughtered. Now, it was only Hammer's force that remained. Bastard! Suddenly, Xia Xian Yin scolded. Looking at the dead bodies of her subordinates on the ground, she was so mad that it seemed like she could storm over and hit Shi Yin hard. My people are all dead. Fu Wei paled, looking at Shi Yin. She didn't know whether she should hit him or not. You also killed all the warriors of our potion and tool pavilion. What just happened? Xia Xian Yin and Fu Wei woke up from their deep fear. They couldn't help but shout as rage flooded their heads, their bodies shivering. Sure, Yin tried to open his eyes. He pondered and then made a cut in the void. A space passage appeared. He looked at Fu Wei and Xia Xian Yin. We should leave first. Don't worry. The danger of life, star number 9, is gone. There's something we should discuss in another place. I don't want the 4th person to know about this. Xia Xian Yin frowned and nodded. She didn't ask for a reason and just got into the space passage directly. Fu Wei gritted her teeth. She pondered for a while before sighing begrudgingly. Following Xia Xian Yin, she jumped into the passage. Sensing a flow of earth-shaking aura flying towards them fast, Shi Yin discolored. He hurried to jump into the space passage and got away. That space passage vanished quickly. After the 3 of them had left and the passage disappeared, Feng Yin descended all of a sudden. Her deep and archaic eyes showed an unbelievable fear. She was baffled as she looked at the terrible mess in front of her. Corpses of the Ghostmark clan, potion and tool pavilion, and the Windstorm War Department were floating in the void and lying on the ground. There was no living aura. No one was alive. Feng Yin gawked. With her knowledge and cognition, she didn't know what had just happened here. She just stood like that for a long time before she remembered to use the Soundstone to contact Xia Xian Yin. However, when she activated the Soundstone, she didn't receive anything. Feng Yin grimaced. Jia Duo lifted his head to look at the lake. He sensed in silence before he became baffled. The dark shadow clansmen filling the sky above their head seemed to have disappeared into thin air and left no aura. Jia Duo thought he might have had some problem. He frowned and tried again, his eyes twinkling strangely. After a while, Jia Duo was hesitant when he made a space slit. Through the slit, he looked and gawked, his face frightened. Countless broken fragments of the battleships and dead bodies of the Dark Shadow clan floated above the lake. The entire area was filled with a heavy death aura. There was no single wave of life, energy, fluctuating. This situation was evilly strange. All the enemies were massacred, and Jia Duo couldn't sense any beam of energy from the beginning to the end. He didn't hear the noise of battle, either. Jia Duo felt the hair on his nape raising. He felt so cold. He was scared as if he saw a ghost in daylight, his scalp tingling. Chapter 1037, A Great Ruckus. Chapter 1037, A Great Ruckus, _ The current chief of the Ghostmar clan was full of metal on the surface of life, star number 9. Seeing Feng Yin disappear, he thought Bettina's defense down there was just an empty shell that he could smash with only one strike. However, the moment he was about to take action, he saw an electric beam zooming over. It was a spear. Hammer was surprised. He couldn't help but frown, raising his hand to grab the Thunder God spear. He closed his eyes to feel. This Thunder God spear was the divine weapon of the Ghostmar clan, which was kept by the Crocs for generations. If its master hadn't died, the Thunder God spear would never be able to escape its master's control. Although the spear was in his hand now, Hammer didn't feel happy at all. Frowning, Hammer sensed and extended his soul consciousness in two different directions of the planet. He grimaced so much that his eyes reflected a restless fear. Besides his place, he couldn't feel vital signals from Du Lin's and the Dark Shadow clan force. Hammer discolored in fright. Fear crept, flooding his heart. He hesitated for seconds before he made up his mind. He shouted, "Retreat!" Elders of the Feng Du family around were surprised, and they looked at him confusedly. Feng Yin had gone. They could break Bettina's defense in any minute to fulfill Zhuolu's order. At the critical moment, when they had finally seen the dawn of victory, Hammer wanted to retreat. They couldn't accept it. Run? Immediately. Hammer growled. His eyes still had a great fear. The elders of the Feng Du family saw his grimace, and they recognized something. Then they spread out his order. Battleships of the Feng Du family that had traveled thousands of miles to get here suddenly soared up into the sky. They left at max speed. Under the extinct volcano, Bettina felt unbelievable, her wrinkles twitching. At the moment Feng Yin left, she thought she had to die here. Without an incipient God Realm expert to support her, while she had no special skills in fighting, she couldn't resist Hammer. All Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors standing with her here would have been killed by Hammer and his Ghostmark warriors. At the tensest, dangerous moment, Hammer and his Ghostmark warriors withdrew. Bettina was stunned. Not long afterward, Zhuolu's voice came from the fantasy mirror hovering by her. He sounded terrified. "The Dark Shadow warriors in my area are all killed. No one is alive, including Leader Cocker." Bettina discolored in fright. "What happened?" I don't know." Zhuolu stammered, his face complicated. "There's no trace or sign of a battle. I didn't feel any energy fluctuating. The clansmen of the Dark Shadow clan seem to have been erased in just a blink of an eye. They are all dead." Bettina was shocked. She contemplated for a while before touching the fantasy mirror to watch Fu Wei's situation. Dead bodies hovered in the sky, lying on the ground. They were warriors from the Ghostmark clan, Potion and Tool Pavilion, and even the Windstorm War Department. Corpses lay everywhere. Mountains were collapsed. Besides Feng Yin, they didn't see anyone else alive. Bettina paled and looked at the images in the fantasy mirror. She kept silent for a while before talking to Zhuolu. Then, she flew at her max speed towards the area that the mirror had just shown. 15 minutes later, Bettina and Zhuolu appeared by Feng Yin. They were petrified as they looked at the bloody scene that was like hell in front of their eyes. Their lips trembled for a while before they were able to say, "What happened after all?" "I don't know." Feng Yin frowned, taking a deep breath. "Cocker, the first sky of incipient God Realm leader, has been buried here." She pointed at a floating corpse not far from them. That corpse was dried up as if it didn't have any drop of fluid remaining. It looked desperately pale, with a deep fear on his face. He must have encountered something really terrible before his death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a horrible look on his face when he died. Bettina and Zhuolu looked at where her finger was pointing. They stared at the bizarre Dark Shadow corpse. They felt a chill rising in their bodies, their scalps tingling. An incipient God Realm expert was killed silently together with thousands of warriors from the Ghostmark clan, the Windstorm War Department, and Potion and Tool Pavilion. In addition to the members of the Dark Shadow clan from another place, the number of deaths would be more than 10,000, including the warriors at Original God Realm, King God Realm, Ethereal God Realm, and even Incipient God Realm. Who was so fiercely strong to do this? Who was as brutally bloodthirsty? Feng Yin, Bettina, and Zhuolu exchanged looks. They could see the fear in each other's face. They kept silent for a while. Long afterward, Bettina reacted and screamed, "Fu Wei's body isn't here." She was shaken, and she hurriedly took out the soundstone. She must know what happened. Wisps of thoughts entered the soundstone fiercely. Bettina's face became more grimaced. The soundstone didn't send any sound. Fu Wei didn't answer her. "Don't waste your efforts." Feng Yin furrowed her brows. "I've checked this place. There are 3 people who went missing. Xiaoxian Yin, Fu Wei, and Shi Yin. After she found the strange situation of this area, her first reaction was to contact Xia Xianyan. However, the same thing happened. Xia Xianyan didn't answer her. Then, she carefully checked the battle site. She found no trace of Xia Xianyan, Fu Wei, and Shi Yan. That kid, too. Bettina and Jia Duo were surprised. Feng Yin didn't bother to look at the two of them. She faced up at the dark sky and the battleships of the Ghost Mark clan turning into black dots disappearing. After a while, she said faintly, an invincible expert had come here recently. He had used his thundering powers to slaughter people here. Then, he captured Xia Xianyan, Fu Wei, and Shi Yan, as he could kill Cocker in just a blink of an eye and create such a bloody scene. I'm afraid he's in existence at third sky of incipient god realm. Only this kind of person could do such a thing. Third sky of incipient god realm? Bettina and Jia Duo trembled. Feng Yin nodded. Yeah, it should have been an expert at that level. Although Agate Star area was incredibly vast, people could count the number of third sky of incipient god realm experts using just one hand. Even though it has been 1,000 years, it didn't guarantee to have a warrior at such a level. And no one knew if that expert had some relationship with Potion and Tool Pavilion or the Windstorm War Department, or the reason why he came to create such a terrible massacre. But if he came for them, why had he also killed the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the Windstorm War Department? And if he didn't come here to help, why did he kill the Dark Shadow Warriors? They had so many doubts. They observed around confused as they couldn't figure out the reasons. We can't explain this commotion, Feng Yin sighed begrudgingly. We can only know after we contact Xia Xianyan and Fu Wei. Through them, we would get the truth. Pausing for a while, Feng Yin said, the Windstorm War Department suffers a big loss this time. The battleships we've sent here accounts for 1/3 of the total number of the Windstorm's force. It's a tremendous loss. I have to return to the Fighting League to report this to the hegemon. Bettina and Jia Duo were stern. They felt embarrassed as they promised to make it up. No, it's not related to you guys. I hope after we have some evidence that we can explain this to each other then. Feng Yin waved her hand, her face tired. She immediately got on a war chariot and flew into the immense sea of stars. Bettina and Jia Duo looked at Feng Yin as she was leaving. Then they began to connect the people who had a close connection to Potion and Tool Pavilion. They wanted to use their wide-range insiders to know what had happened. It was a magical space in Shadow Ghostly Prison that was filled with light. That space seemed to be separated from the mundane world. Although it had no earth and heaven energy, it had many shooting meteors. On a floating asteroid stood groups of palaces in alien architecture. Inside a hazy dark hall were 3 green oil lamps. One of them was extinguished all of a sudden. One of the members of the Dark Shadow clan, sitting cross-legged in a corner of the hall, was startled. He immediately paled and shouted, "Master Cocker is dead. Master Cocker is gone." His voice echoed through the lightning-fast, moving asteroid. The space next to him, where light streamers were flickering, exploded with space slits as countless butterfly war chariots barging in. They gathered quickly and densely like clouds of locusts. Those butterfly war chariots swayed between the space slits as fast as lightning. With various colors, they appeared like beautiful butterflies. Each war chariots carried the clansmen of the Dark Shadow clan with pale faces. A thin old man stood on a large war chariot with an appearance of a wailing ghost. His white, metallic gray hair swayed like sharp needles, releasing sharp energy. He had a chain decorated with skulls of different races on his waist. Those skulls hissed and hooted as if the malicious souls were still inside. The old Dark Shadow man rode the war chariot, landing directly on the asteroid, his face as cold as ice. This special meteorite was like a special battleship, which was still moving. Butterfly war chariots anchored. Many clansmen of the Dark Shadow clan were traveling back and forth. However, after he arrived, the Dark Shadow warriors who were crying quieted down and greeted him with great respect. "Master Kelda, Who said my brother died? The old man looked like a screeching ghost who held a dragon skull in his hand. The ghost flame fumed from the empty sockets of the skull together with the pathetic cry of the resentful souls. The lamp represents Master Cocker's soul in the great hall, which was extinguished, said a dark shadow warrior. He was trembling hard in fear. Kelda's eyes lost their focus. A flow of icy aura diffused from him uncontrollably. He rose one hand and grabbed into the void. A pale, energy hand squeezed off the head of the warrior who had just answered him. The soul altar of that man whined, begging for his mercy. Where did my brother go? What mission has he taken? Kelda had his murderous aura shoot into the sky. His face twisted as if he was a demon from hell entering this mortal world. It was a cooperation with Potion and Tool Pavilion of Agate Star area. They came to kill the people in life, star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion. He contacted Zwolu directly. I don't know the details, cried the Dark Shadow Warrior. Our chief knows this. You can ask him for more details. Notify the chief. Tell him I'm going out for a while. Kelda took a deep breath and stepped into a space slit. Chapter 1038. The Shadow Ghostly Prison is Boiling. Chapter 1038. The Shadow Ghostly Prison is Boiling. What? Xin Yin is missing? The Windstorm War Department lost 1/3 of its members? Fighting League's headquarters in Shadow Ghostly Prison was situated on a blue life star. Inside the God of War temple in the center of the star, a handsome man was screaming angrily, his face pale with rage. Feng Yin wore a forced smile and just stooped her head without talking. What happened? Feng Han took a deep breath. He calmed down, but his eyes were still as sharp as blades. We went to Life Star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion to discuss business. Feng Yin explained what she knew about the situation with her head held low. She didn't dare to miss any detail. Feng Han listened quietly. After a while, he said coldly, You said someone at Third Sky of Incipient God Realm poked his nose in it. If it wasn't a Third Sky of Incipient God Realm expert, Cocker of Dark Shadow Clan wouldn't have been killed instantly, and around 10,000 warriors wouldn't have died without screams, said Feng Yin bitterly. Cocker was truly dead? Frowned Feng Han. I can confirm that. Not good. Cocker was Kelda's brother. In Dark Shadow Clan, Kelda has the second sky of Incipient God Realm cultivation base. He would go crazy for sure. Feng Han pondered for a while and then sent an order. Tell our warriors to be wary of the Dark Shadow members. Once they find something, they must report immediately. Kelda will go out from the hidden base of Dark Shadow Clan. He will raise a bloody storm this time. Feng Yin nodded continually. Announce to the commander of each department of Fighting League to search for Xin Yin, Fu Wei, and that man. What was his name again? Shi Yin. Yeah, and any information about Shi Yin, tell them to rifle through every corner at once. If you meet people of Potion and Tool Pavilion, you must ask them. Keep a close connection with Bettina and Jia Duo of Potion and Tool Pavilion to exchange information. Understood. Anything else? Feng Han frowned as he saw that Feng Yin didn't hurry to spread his order. He asked impatiently. Feng Yin hesitated for a while and then said, There's something. What's that? Lady Xin Yin and the kid called Shi Yin seemed to know each other before. He must have been one of her old friends. Old friend? What do you mean? They've known each other before they came to Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Feng Han was surprised, but he wasn't bothered. Got it. You go and work on your mission. Feng Yin didn't explain the situation clearer because she wasn't sure what the relationship between Xin Yin and Shi Yin was. If she made a wrong guess, she would provoke Feng Han. If that happened, she didn't know what might happen to her. Eventually, she didn't tell him about her assumption. She just nodded and left. On a moving star, the current chief of the Ghost Mark clan Hammer took out the Thunder God Spear, his face bitter and sorrowful. He explained what happened to Great Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Zwolu. Zwolu frowned, listening to him. He didn't intervene even once. After Hammer had finished, Zwolu said sadly, his eyes red. I didn't take care of Du Lin well enough. I had promised his seniors that I would take care of him and nurture him. I had never thought that. Sigh. Cocker was dead too, reminded Hammer in a low voice. Zwalu looked tired. He didn't bother to turn and just pulled his hair. When Du Lin attacked Fu Wei for the first time, a blood shield appeared. I wonder if it is related to that spear. Is it true that the expert who cultivates death and despair powers of Upanishad has come again? Hammer didn't know the situation, so he just lowered his head without talking. Cocker died. His brother Kelda will come soon. We're going to give the Dark Shadow clan an explanation. Also to Du Lin. Zwalu's eyes got colder as he said resolutely, "Send out all the forces of Ghostmark clan to search for those 3 juniors. I will ask the satellite Eye to gather the forces in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. We must know what had happened back there." Hummer nodded, his vision shifting to the Thunder God Spear. "You will keep the God Spear for now." Zwalu couldn't help but snort, waving his hand. "Go. I want to prepare. This time, I'm afraid that the Shadow Ghostly Prison will change greatly." Hammer moved immediately. By the edge of the Dark Shadow Ghostly Prison, a group of almost 1,000 battleships was running. Those battleships with splendid flags and banners belonged to Monster Clan and Demon Clan. On their way, the small forces around felt fearful and anxious like mice looking at big cats. They all tried to avoid this group of battleships. Why did the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan appear in our Shadow Ghostly Prison? These 2 intimidating forces have never been interested in Shadow Ghostly Prison, right? Perhaps it's related to the recent commotion, isn't it? You mean the earth-shaking change of Potion and Tool Pavilion? And how Dark Shadow Clan's Cocker died? Well, besides those things, what else do you think it might be because of? The Fighting League, Potion and Tool Pavilion, Ghostmark Clan, and dozens of forces around are working in Shadow Ghostly Prison to search for 3 people. We also received the request to keep an eye out for strangers around here. After all, what happened in life, star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion? Dunno. Our master doesn't know it, either. We only know that the strongest forces of Shadow Ghostly Prison seem to have cracked it all. From several thousand miles away from the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan, groups of smaller forces in Shadow Ghostly Prison were discussing the buzzing news. I'm afraid that Shadow Ghostly Prison is about to host the most ruthless war. Yeah, it's true. Cocker's dead. When an incipient God Realm expert dies, no one knows how furious the bloody coming storm will be. We have no tools to predict that. Sigh. Shadow Ghostly Prison is a big mess. It's chaotic enough. I don't know how many people will die this time. On a black ink battleship, Blood Devil was sitting like a rock. He frowned, sending a wisp of thought. Not long after that, Bath and Gute, a Monster Clan together with McGee and Gu-Mo and Ghost Hunter, were approaching from the battleships of the Monster Clan. Bath and Gute looked impatient. Right when they arrived, they shouted at Blood Devil, asking us to come to Shadow Ghostly Prison. Aren't you taking this too seriously? You think we have plenty of free time? Blood Devil wore a stern face, talking. Did you know about the commotion in Shadow Ghostly Prison? Bath and Gute nodded. Bath said, even if a third sky of incipient God Realm had slaughtered people, what does it matter to our Monster Clan? Why have you asked us to come here? The only remaining member of my tribe was involved. He's missing, snorted Blood Devil. Is that kid worth our 2 tribes traveling thousands of miles to get here? Blood Devil, you're too bored, aren't you? Yeah, that kid has saved my son. But it's not enough to shake all of our Monster Clan, said Bath agitatedly. The last information I received from him says that life star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion would have an earth-shaking change. It said he would encounter a danger that threatens his life. As of now, his message has come true. Blood Devil took a deep breath and continued. Besides, he sent me another crucial information. He said that Agate Star area will undergo a tremendous transformation. It relates to all clans here. He asked me to take it seriously. Agate Star area has always had earth-shaking transformations. What else could it become? Gute frowned. No matter how Agate Star area changes, Monster Clan and Demon Clan will always remain as the strongest of the strongest clans. What should we be afraid of then? It's not like that. Blood Devil shook his head. He meant, our Agate Star area will be invaded by a mighty force. Finally, Bath and Gute discolored. Bath contemplated for a while before talking severely. Could that kid make it up because he was afraid that you wouldn't come to rescue him? Blood Devil glared at him, talking in a low tone. I believe him. If he's the only remaining fella of your tribe, shouldn't you be able to locate him using immortal demon blood? Said Gute, frowning. I've tried. I can't locate him at this moment. I'm sure he's still alive, but his condition should be somehow special. I can't contact him. I can only lock his direction. Blood Devil frowned. We are heading towards his general direction, but it's a large scale. I'm afraid it will not be easy to find him. Never mind. We're here anyway. We will go and rock it with you. Bath shrugged. Throwing a glance to McGee, standing next to him, he thundered. If you don't owe him a favor, why did your father need to travel thousands of miles without a clue like this? You're my father. You should take responsibility for me. McGee smiled, his smile provoking people to throw him a punch. Standing next to McGee, Ghost Hunter looked like a savage sharpsword. His aura was cold and calm. He hadn't said anything from the beginning. Gute glanced at him, sighing inwardly. He wasn't here because of Blood Devil or Bath. He was here for Ghost Hunter. After he had heard that the only member of Blood Devil's race was in danger, he hesitated. However, right at that moment, Ghost Hunter suddenly talked that if Gute didn't want to join this, he would hand over the Brutal Dragon token and officially leave the Brutal Dragon tribe. Gute didn't know about the real relationship between Ghost Hunter and Shi Yin. However, after this, he understood it. To Ghost Hunter, Shi Yin was much more important than his Brutal Dragon tribe. In a dark area of shadow, ghostly prison, dead stars hovered in that area like sand grains. Dead stars were rare. They didn't have earth and heaven energy or any valuable natural resources. They were desolate and belonged to a group of uninterested planets in the sea of stars. They could only be a temporary wharf for war chariots or battleships. That area had dozens of dead stars in various sizes. The small ones were just larger than an asteroid. The big ones were as large as a city of Devil Blood Star. Inside a cold, bleak dead star came the roar of wild beasts. This kind of noise was harsh and brutal, as if someone was under an utterly indescribable pain. Two beautiful shadows stood in a corner of the dead star, sighing worriedly. It has almost been 3 months. He has locked himself inside the dead star and screamed painfully like that. What kind of torture does he have to stand? Fu Wei's eyes were gloomy. She felt bitter inwardly. 3 months ago, Shi Yin built a space passage and brought Xia Xian and Fu Wei by crossing the space nodes. They landed on this group of desolate dead stars. He asked them not to contact the Fighting League and Potion and Tool Pavilion before getting inside the planet. Since then, he had to endure some kind of painful torture. He had stayed inside the planet for 3 whole months. From time to time, he screamed and roared wildly as if he had fallen into bedevilment. The previous battle must generate a powerful backlash against him. He's using his unique method to recover. Xia Xian looked calm. She sighed, but she actually had a deep regret. When they first arrived in the Endless Sea, when she and Shi Yin fought with warriors of Yin Yang Holy Land, she knew this secret of his. After each battle, he would receive terrible recoil. One time, Shi Yin had asked her to lock herself while he was rolling on the floor to resist some kind of tremendous backlash. It has been more than 100 years, and this lousy feature of Shi Yan's power hadn't changed. After he used the power that was much more beyond his real realm, he received such pain. While Fu Wei and Xia Xian were talking in a soft tone, the painful screeching that had been echoed for 3 months eventually calmed down. A brutal, evil energy started to fluctuate inside the dead star. Chapter 1039, Accumulating Energy. Chapter 1039, Accumulating Energy, _ Fu Wei and Xia Xian approached the deep hole immediately. They craned their necks to look. After a while, the fluctuating energy from the hole ceased. A figure soared up into the sky. He looked high-spirited as his blood chi was abundant. In his black fighting suit, his lean, muscular body was exposed. His eyes were like diamonds with earth-shaking power. Xia Xan exhaled in relief, parting her lips into a smile. Are you all right? Fu Wei also looked at him. Best condition ever, Shi Yin laughed brightly. The battle on life, star number 9, had taken all the energy in his body to drive a wisp of soul consciousness coming from a deep place in the mysterious galaxy, which had killed Cocker and the Dark Shadow Warriors and overturned the situation. After that, Shi Yin was hurt while immortal demon blood in his body was used up. However, the essence chi of Cocker after he was killed had filled Shi Yin's acupuncture points, making up for the loss that he had suffered. The energy of an incipient God realm expert was extreme indeed. If Shi Yin hadn't been about to reach ethereal God realm, it wouldn't have been just that simple backlash. Perhaps his acupuncture points would have exploded, leading to a body eruption. After 3 months of strenuous digestion, he had absorbed all the energy generated from Cocker's death, which had expanded his essence chi ancient tree to the upper limit of first sky of ethereal God realm, and also helped him condense almost 1,000 drops of immortal demon blood. Compared to himself 3 months ago, he didn't lose a bit of energy. Quite the contrary, his energy had rocketed to new heights. Unfortunately, he hadn't deciphered the mysteries of the ethereal extent yet. Otherwise, when his realm was more stable, he could have broken through directly to second sky of ethereal God realm. Can you tell us about the ancient Demogorgon phantom that had appeared out of nowhere? What happened after all? Fu Wei hesitated for a while before she decided to probe. It has been 3 months, and this doubt was still lingering in her mind. She could not know why. She had made a lot of assumptions, but none of them could approach the truth. Xia Xanyan understood Shi Yan's situation more than Fu Wei, but still, she didn't know about the phantom of the ancient Demogorgon. She didn't know what kind of god it was. The inheritance I got has been battling with the god clan for tens of thousands of years. The ancient Demogorgon that appeared in life, star number 9, was controlled by the soul of a precursor of mine. That's how it got such invincible power. Shi Yin pondered for a while, his face stern. Once the Dark Shadow clan knows about my existence, I will become the must-kill target that the God clan won't hesitate to eradicate at any cost. My precursor worried that I would be exposed before I'm strong enough. Thus, he killed Cocker and all of the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan. And he didn't spare your fellows. Xia Xanyan and Fu Wei exchanged looks, their faces bitter. To prevent Shi Yan's identity from being exposed, that man didn't hesitate to kill almost 10,000 warriors. He didn't spare their subordinates, either. Which level of ruthlessness this expert has. However, they couldn't blame Shi Yan. At the moment Cocker came, he had used his power at incipient God realm to take the upper hand. Without the help of that precursor, these 2 women could have been killed too. They were still alive. They had to thank that mysterious expert, but they couldn't be happy. Precursor phone, Yin has been trying to contact me. Jacques Duo also sends Fu Wei messages after several days. We cut them off deliberately. But now, what do you want us to tell them? Xia Xan Yin rubbed her porcelain forehead as if she had a headache. The commotion your precursor had caused in life, star number 9, was too big. Forces around Shadow Ghostly Prison do have concerns. We have to give them an explanation anyway. Just tell them that it was a third sky of incipient God realm precursor who has a deep grudge against the Dark Shadow clan. This person suddenly came and massacred people. Shi Yin had a plan, so he told them without any hesitation. Tell them that precursor found out that Dark Shadow clan and God clan have conspiracy. They will invade Agate Star area. After he killed Dark Shadow clansmen, he captured us and took us away. He told us the evil plan of Dark Shadow clan and God clan. All right, don't forget about Great Elders Walu of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Tell them that Precursor wanted us to inform every force in Agate Star area about this. How about the dead warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion and Windstorm War Department? Sighed Fu Wei. Simple. Cocker of Dark Shadow clan and Du Lin of Ghostmark clan had killed them all, Shi Yin said deliberately. Yeah, only that way. Xia Xen Yin wore a reluctant complexion. Suddenly, she glared at him angrily. My Windstorm War Department has lost 1/3 of its members. You irritate me. Hearing her mentioning this, Fu Wei felt sorrowful, looking at him with bitterness and regret. Shi Yin felt awkward. He just smiled and said nothing more. Can we contact the others now? Asked Xia Xianyan irritatedly. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Shi Yin forced a smile. Xia Xianyan and Fu Wei immediately took out their sound stones. Shi Yin pondered, then furrowed his brows. He also sat down like the two women, closing his eyes. A scarlet drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. Dash. Fighting League. Feng Yin was shouting at the warriors of her Windstorm War Department with a cold face. She was startled all of a sudden, waving her hand to signal the others to stop talking. She took the sound stone from her sleeve, listening attentively. After a while, Feng Yan's eyes brightened. She hurried to go to the God of War temple to meet He Jim and Feng Han. In Life Star number 9, Bettina and Jia Duo were talking to an expert from the Wood Clan. Great Elder Zhuolu had his hysteria, which made Bettina and Jia Duo increase their powers. 3 months ago, they contacted the Wood Clan, the force that was close to them, and asked them to send over experts. At this moment, Life Star number 9 wasn't weak anymore, as it had more experts. Jia Duo was shaken as he said, "We got the news. In the dark galaxy by a group of dead stars of Shadow Ghostly Prison, battleships of Demon Clan and Monster Clan were scattering, searching through the dead stars. Atop a battleship sat Blood Devil. His mind flickered when his eyes radiated strange light. He smiled, yelling, 'Found him!' Battleships of Monster Clan and Demon Clan gathered quickly, heading in a fixed generation. On a meteorite by Shadow Ghostly Prison, Fei Lan, Leona, Kata, Benny, Zhuashur, and Xianming were sitting cross-legged, their eyes gloomy. It has been 3 months since the earth-shaking commotion in Life Star number 9 had happened. Even the wandering visitors like them got the news. They were so worried about Shi Yin. They didn't know whether Shi Yin had survived or not. Kata suddenly got up, looking here and there. He screamed happily, 'Senior calls for us.' 7 days later, the Dead Star where Shi Yin, Xia Xianyan, and Fu Wei were staying welcomed the first wave of guests, which was a fleet of almost 1,000 battleships of Monster Clan and Demon Clan. Chuckling, Shi Yin relaxed his tense mind. Looking at the battleships approaching, he suddenly said, 'Precursors, thanks for your trouble.' The Monster Clan and Demon Clan gathering made Shi Yin feel warm. When he was in danger previously, he had trusted Blood Devil enough to send him a rescue request. He wasn't even sure if Blood Devil could receive his message or not. Shi Yin thought that even if Blood Devil had received his message, he wouldn't have mobilized a lot of people. At most, he would send some demon experts to check his situation. When he could confirm Shi Yin's situation, he would send his big army. However, it was beyond his imagination. Not only Blood Devil coming personally, but he also brought Bath and Gute of the Monster Clan. He had brought the strongest forces of Monster Clan and Demon Clan, combining them into one. It was because Blood Devil trusted him, or he did care about Shi Yin's death or life much. Shi Yin could see the biggest favor was that lonely member of the Immortal Demon Clan had for him. Looking at the coming battleships and Blood Devil storming and landing, Shi Yin was touched as he said, "I couldn't believe you came here yourself. And you, bring your experts together with the Monster Clan." Blood Devil laughed heroically. "Bath and Gute were quite discontented with me on our way here. Boy, help me explain to them. Or else, they would think I'm just acting unreasonably." In a loud laughter, Bath and Gute appeared. Following them were McGee, Guimo, and Ghost Hunter. Their energy rolled powerfully, showing off the Monster Clan's might. What happened after all that? Bath frowned. He was wearing a complexion that wasn't so friendly. "Kid, you sent a message and Blood Devil wanted war. He had almost disordered the Monster Clan and Demon Clan. He forced us to send out our troops. We came to Shadow Ghostly Prison from our place. This route isn't short. Did you tell the truth about the danger coming to Agate Star area? Do you know about the God Clan?" Shi Yan's face was stern, hissing. Blood Devil, Bath, and Gu Te exchanged looks. They nodded with a heavy visage. Recently, the number of members of the other clans who have come to Agate Star area have reached the figure of several hundred. It was no exception that those people have come to Agate Star area because their homelands have been invaded. Gu Te nodded and continued. From what they told us, the God Clan is an extremely intimidating force in this universe. Their fighting competence is said to be the strongest in this vast space. They are too invasive. They have always been working on expanding their territory. This clan has invaded many galaxies. Shurian took a deep breath and said simply, "They've laid their eyes on Agate Star area." Everybody was shocked. The God Clan is about to invade us. Bath changed his visage, his voice low and harsh. "Almost," Shurian nodded, explaining seriously. "The shadow, ghostly prison here will be the entrance. Dark Shadow Clan is the watchdog of the God Clan. It's in charge of pioneering and cleaning the space barrier that stands between the two star areas. I'm sure that Great Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Zwalu, has sealed a treaty with God Clan. He will use the internal competition of Potion and Tool Pavilion to put Agate Star area into chaos, which will be the pavement for God Clan to come here later." After he finished, the experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan couldn't stay calm anymore. They all knew about the power of the God Clan through the refugees from different galaxies who came to find shelter in Agate Star area. At the same time, Potion and Tool Pavilion was a super powerful force in Agate Star area. Great Elder Zwalu controlled 1/3 of the power of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Being an ally with God Clan and Dark Shadow Clan would bring Agate Star area a destructive transformation. God Clan is much stronger than what you think, Shurian sighed. They have more than 100 incipient God Realm experts. Each of the 12 great families of the God Clan is able to rule an entire star area. In this vast sea of stars, God Clan has claimed almost half of the stars. If they lay their eyes on Agate Star area, they would stir up this sea of stars severely. Great but deadly commotion would happen. Listening to his description of the God Clan's might, people took in a cold breath, their eyes frightened. Chapter 1040, Allied Forces. Chapter 1040, Allied Forces, __. On the Dead Star, Shurian talked to Blood Devil, Bath, Gu Te, and the experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan about the powerful forces of the God Clan. Several days later, Fei Lon, Ka Ta, and the others arrived on the Dead Star. After a while, Feng Yin of Windstorm War Department came with dozens of battleships. She wanted to bring Xia Xian Yin back to the Fighting League, but she denied. They met up on the Dead Star, discussing something discreetly while looking stern. This Dead Star wasn't significant. It merely bore the number of the Monster Clans and Demon Clans battleships. When the Windstorm War Department arrived, they could only stay on a Dead Star nearby. Several days later, Jia Duo of the Potion and Tool Pavilion brought hundreds of guards. They wanted to take Fu Wei back to the life, star number 9. When Jia Duo arrived, he looked at the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan with a different complexion. Fu Wei and Shi Yin came to greet him. As Jia Duo met Shi Yin this time, he couldn't be natural. Anyway, he didn't wear his previously arrogant face. Through the fantasy mirror, he could see some clues, more or less. He knew that Shi Yin wasn't ordinary. Although his realm wasn't profound, when he used all of his force, the destructive power he could generate was earth-shaking. Before Shi Yin had reached the peak of original God Realm, he had taken action in rage, which had almost killed Jia Duo. If Xia Xian Yin hadn't interfered, he would have been killed. With that experience, Jia Duo didn't dare to look down on Shi Yin anymore. This time, he was more cautious, as he was afraid of provoking Shi Yin. "Third Elder wants you to come back." Jia Duo looked at the battleships parking from a distance, lowering his voice. "Third Elder minds that thing a lot. She wants to ask you directly. Currently, Shadow Ghostly Prison has a lot of rumors. The other parties in our Potion and Tool Pavilion have also noticed this area. I can't return to the life, star number 9. Fu Wei shook her head determinedly. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Shi Yin next to her, talking. You're here in time. We can go and confirm together. What do you mean? Jia Duo was surprised. The God Clan's invasion. Fu Wei said slowly but sternly. We're done discussing. I will go with the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League to the space canal that connects to the God Star area. I heard that the Dark Shadow Clan is working in there. We will check the situation first. Then we will decide the internal matters of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. Jia Duo was shaken, talking earnestly. Is it true? It's your Potion and Tool Pavilion's responsibility. Standing by them, Shiyan's face was cold. If it weren't because of your great elders Walu, the Dark Shadow Clan wouldn't have been facilitated to clear the passage that fast. If we can't do anything, your great elder will be safe when the great army of the God Clan comes. But you guys don't have a good relationship, so you wouldn't be able to dodge this culpa. Dark Shadow Clan and God Clan will definitely help Zhuolu claim the power of the Potion and Tool Pavilion. They will kill all of the opposing parties. Jia Duo's eyes were dark, gazing at Shiyan. However, he didn't say anything. If it were in the past, when Shiyan bluntly talked to him like that, he would redden in rage. However, at this moment, he didn't have such guts. After a long moment, Jia Duo nodded. It's good to check it out, Shiyan said calmly. As you Potion and Tool Pavilion people are here, we've gathered enough forces. We could depart now. Fu Wei smiled tenderly. People of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League have had an agreement in advance. Once we find out that the Dark Shadow Clan is actually doing such things, we will join hands and deliver a fatal strike. We must destroy that canal as soon as possible. Jia Duo was shocked. He looked at Shiyan with strange eyes, sighing. He had just recognized that he had always underestimated Shiyan. This anonymous kid could promote such a big commotion, which got the Demon Clan, Monster Clan, and even the Fighting League involved. Jia Duo knew that it was impossible for the Potion and Tool Pavilion to stay aside and watch. Potion and Tool Pavilion had to join this operation. Once it was proven, it would affect all forces in this Agate Star area. Although Jia Duo knew this would give Shiyan fame and a high profile, he had to follow the man. He wasn't able to pursue his other thoughts. As Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin were incipient God Realm experts, the famous characters of Agate Star area. Although Jia Duo was the 10th elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, they didn't really appreciate his presence here. They didn't join the meeting between Jia Duo, Fu Wei, and Shiyan. After they were done, Feng Yin appeared to talk to Jia Duo. However, Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute had never shown themselves. They just sent Gumo and McGee to visit him. Apparently, the three incipient God Realm experts didn't consider Jia Duo in existence with an equal status. Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Thousands of imposing battleships in different shapes divided into 4 fleets that were more like 4 sharp daggers, moving at breakneck speed in the dark space. The battleships of the 4 forces had different flags and banners representing different forces. Sometimes they passed some small troops of Shadow, Ghostly Prison, and others would instinctively move away. They didn't dare to linger in the 4 forces' way to provoke them. Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion were famous for their might in Agate Star area. Today, these 4 intimidating forces gathered and moved in the same direction, which made the others recognize that something big would happen soon. Has the internal war of the Potion and Tool Pavilion started? The Monster Clan and Demon Clan have never operated in Shadow, Ghostly Prison. They all come here today for what besides the Potion and Tool Pavilion's competition, you say? Who knows? That commotion has stirred up people everywhere. I heard it's because of a mysterious third sky of incipient God Realm. Will they come for him? It's possible. The Dark Shadow Clan's about to change. We don't know how bad it could be. Perhaps you don't know, but the forces of other races in Agate Star area have noticed this area. Oh, yeah, I've seen experts of the Wood Clan. So, they are here as well. I saw Hammer of the Ghost Mark Clan half a month ago. He's in our Shadow, Ghostly Prison as well. Holy **T. What's happened? Why are so many strong forces coming to our Shadow, Ghostly Prison? God knows. The same conversation spread through different areas of Shadow, Ghostly Prison. People knew something big would happen in this area, but no one knew what it could be. They asked their friends around, but they still had no clue. On a moving planet, great elders Walu of the Potion and Tool Pavilion looked worried. The fantasy mirror hovering in front of him showed the image of Kelda from the Dark Shadow clan. Kelda looked even worse than him, with the ignis fatuous-like eyes. The gloomy skulls on his waist whined and hissed scarily. "We have found them, but you better not act rashly." Zwalu's face was cold as he advised the other. "Those 3 juniors have gathered with a monster clan, demon clan, and fighting league. Although you are at a high realm, you're not the match of this force. I'm still investigating to know what happened back then. You should wait for the result." Kelda looked like he was about to send fire through his eyes as he said through his gritted teeth, "It's been 5 years. You're too slow. How long more do you want me to wait for? Give me 2 months more. I must know what had happened there." Zwalu had a headache. "Our pavilion isn't quite peaceful these days. The dying pavilion master has heard about my strange commotion. He's summoning the 3 incipient God Realm experts. It's strenuous for me to settle these things. During this time, I'm begging you to leave me alone. Don't cause more troubles." "My brother's dead. My blood brother," Kelda said with a murderous intent on his face. "Don't worry. I will investigate to see who did that." Zwalu was agitated. "It's not those 3 juniors. Their highest realm is just the 2nd sky of Ethereal God Realm. I've heard there was a 3rd sky of Ethereal God Realm expert. We don't know about that expert yet. I still need more evidence. In Agate Star area, we can count the experts at the 3rd sky of Ethereal God Realm with the fingers of our hands. We just need to confirm those experts' whereabouts at that time. If some of them weren't at their place at that time, we would know who did that." "I'll give you 2 more months," Kelda said with a dark face. "The chief has also given you a deadline. The space passage is about to be cleared. The force that our Dark Shadow clan depends on is about to lose its patience. If the Agate Star area isn't as chaotic as they want when they arrive, things they've promised to you will be nulled. You know how strong they are, right?" Listening to him, Zwalu was frightened. He nodded, his face paling. "I understand. I'll do my best on it. I'm waiting for your good news." Kelda cut off the communication and disappeared from the fantasy mirror. On a battleship made of beast bones, Shurien, Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute were gathered, their faces grave. "We've created a big commotion. In the next phase, we must conceal ourselves. Otherwise, if other forces see us, they will alarm the Dark Shadow clan as well." Feng Yin frowned. "We're heading to an area where Dark Shadow clansmen often visit. It's the key area of their operation. Also, the small forces do have guards staying around. If they spot us, it will be troublesome." Feng Yin was the expert of the Fighting League. As the Fighting League had been fighting against the Dark Shadow clan for years, they understood about this clan situation better. Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute nodded, showing that they had no different ideas. They continued to listen to Feng Yin. "I know a route that leads to that area directly." Feng Yin pondered for a while, her strange eyes fixing on Xia Xinyan as she explained. Xia Xinyan came to Shadow, Ghostly Prison through that route. Listening to her, Xia Xinyan changed her face as she had fear in her eyes. She spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. "Precursor Feng Yin, it's not easy to get through that route." She looked frightened, as if what she had experienced there was still haunting her. "That year, I departed with hundreds of people. However, not more than 10 made it through. Everyone standing there discolored." "It's all right." Feng Yin waved her hand as if she wasn't bothered with that idea. "We have 4 incipient God Realm experts this time. We have more experts. Getting through that area won't be a problem." As she said that, Xia Xinyan gathered herself together. Looking at Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Shurien, she said calmly, "I had forgotten how strong we are now. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem." Chapter 1041, Ethereal Extent. Chapter 1041, Ethereal Extent, __. Ethereal Extent is derived from the power Upanishad. It's a miniature version of a soul. Ethereal extent is a fantasy world that the warrior creates with his power, Upanishad, and energy. The ethereal extent can change unlimitedly under the control of the soul altar. It's not much similar to the soul altar, but it's connected to the soul directly. Ethereal extent can extend forever without any rupture. It can enlarge unceasingly. The experts with the ethereal extent, including Blood Devil, Fei Lan, Xia Xian Yin, and Fu Wei, showed Shi Yin their ethereal extent. They told him their own definition of the ethereal extent which they had experienced. When warriors broke through to the ethereal god realm, the first thing they did was to create the ethereal extent. Without an ethereal extent, their first sky of ethereal god realm wouldn't be complete. And if only the ethereal extent appeared, the warrior could break through furthermore. If the warrior could create the ethereal extent when he battled against the other, he could use both the ethereal extent and his power Upanishad to increase his overall competence. Since the warrior could change his ethereal extent as flexibly as he pleased, it provided him with many new ways to use his power. It could be said that warriors of the ethereal god realm must depend on the ethereal extent in fighting. Their god body, energy, and power Upanishad had to connect to the ethereal extent to bring out their best abilities. At this moment, Shi Yin had reached the ethereal god realm, so his priority now was to create his ethereal extent. Inside a secret room with an open ceiling and a battleship, Shi Yin lifted his face to watch the dark sky. He frowned in irritation as he got a feeling that he couldn't walk through the door. To any warrior breaking to the ethereal god realm, creating the ethereal extent was a troublesome issue that he must fulfill. Many warriors had to linger for a long time at this threshold. It could take several years or even a dozen years. Perhaps they suddenly get a flash of recognition one day, understanding something and breaking this door. Blood Devil and the others gave him different descriptions of the ethereal extent. At the same time, their powers Upanishads weren't similar to his, so they couldn't give him much of a reference. Depending on the different power Upanishads and the races, the ways to create the ethereal extent varied. Usually, even if they cultivated the same power Upanishad, their ethereal extents might not be similar. And there were so many methods to create the ethereal extent. Only if he could find the way that was suitable for him to evolve his power Upanishad could he build his ethereal extent. Shi Yin cultivated mixed power Upanishads. He had space, life and death, star, and the devouring power Upanishad, the last of which he hadn't understood thoroughly yet. Having many power Upanishads caused a lot of trouble when he wanted to create the ethereal extent. He didn't have a clue where to start. Lifting his head to watch the dark void up there and seeing not even a single beam of starlight, Shi Yin felt a little upset. After an unknown time, he temporarily forgot the trouble of generating an ethereal extent. He calmed down his soul, trying not to think too much as he now focused on the soul altar. His soul altar had 3 tiers, including the sea of consciousness, the tier of power Upanishads, and the host soul. However, today, as his consciousness was wandering, he found something new. There was something with the host soul above the tier of power Upanishads. Holding his breath and concentrating, Shi Yin erased the worries and confusion in his mind. His soul gradually became empty, without any mess of thoughts, as he just sauntered around that area. Consciousness, emotions, a borderless, hazy area, a chaotic place which looked like a miniature universe before it was developed. It was like a sheet of white paper that had colors added from the ever-changing power Upanishads, thoughts, and energies to sketch the animated lines and shapes. That area could have different things based on Shi Yin's swift imagination. His consciousness floated, moving around that hazy and chaotic area. He didn't investigate, merely enjoying the magical mysteries in his soul. He felt relaxed and at peace like he had never been. The sea of stars was vastly immense with countless galaxies. Different stars looked like grains of sand in the desert, which could be counted in the billions. He didn't know how vast this universe was. He didn't know how many races had been born, evolved, and gone extinct. He didn't know how many warriors had fallen, returning to nothingness and leaving no trace behind. The borderless sea of stars concealed the most mysterious miracles in this world. There were so many imposing existences from the ancient time, and too many specialties that he could never imagine. Sure, Yin sank into the world of his soul and opened his mind to see his little self that was like a tiny dust particle in the outer space. Gradually, his soul flashed as the tier of power Upanishads was changing silently in his soul consciousness view. At first, he sank into his star power Upanishad to carve the knowledge he had. He imagined himself as a tiny dust particle in this endless sea of stars. He was like a rock, a small, ordinary star which had bobbed for billions of years in this sea of stars from the ancient time. Even though it was small, it had its own way of showing the meaning of its existence. Gradually, he felt a marvelous feeling. He had become part of the immense void, an originally small light that in the sea of stars, which would then develop into a real star. At the moment this feeling arose, Shurien didn't recognize anything. He was still immersed in his soul and star power. He wasn't aware of the change of the vortex in his lower abdomen, which was the fountain of energy of the small star he had. It slowly floated and moved towards his soul altar. It was the star power Upanishad he had cultivated, which was also the source of energy in his body, an immense nebula where a lot of starlight dots were scattered. It had a rigid orb, which was a star nucleus glowing magnificently in the vast galaxy. While his consciousness bobbed, using his soul to explore the universe, the nebula that should be inside the vortex in his lower abdomen had flown out, entering his sea of consciousness, storming into the unknown, chaotic space in his soul. It was like a white sheet of paper being dyed and drawn to make a beautiful yet magical picture. That hazy area suddenly changed, as if someone had used a miraculous brush to illustrate a whole new world. The area of primal chaos was empty at first. Gradually, it slowly generated something as if it had a big explosion that unceasingly sent light dots everywhere. That magnificent explosion happened in every corner and lasted for a long, unknown time. Slowly, changes occurred. Starlight appeared like dots at first. Then, a brilliant star enlarged as many smaller pieces of broken stars moved around it. It looked as beautiful as a big diamond moving in a natural trajectory. Everything was working in accordance with the true meaning of the sea of stars and some unknown rules. The hazy, immense area became marvelous with a newly formed galaxy. Gradually, when his soul consciousness moved between the glowing broken stars that looked like fireflies, he saw the space nodes. The biggest stars seemed to enlarge in his view, and he could vaguely see things in that area of primal chaos. Slowly, the concept of space was introduced. The miniature version of the immense sea of stars with all the space nodes and the definition of an extending space appeared, which looked more like a small model of the real universe. Sure, Yin didn't realize the changes in his soul alter. He also forgot his initial purpose, just immersing and witnessing the birth of a miracle. He felt touched. He was touched on seeing the glamour of space and its changes. Observing the magical energy fluctuation of that gorgeous star, he felt emotional. It seemed he had become the owner of this small universe. He understood the eternal loneliness of the sea of stars, and could feel the reluctance of having not even a single soul in the star. He now could understand the truth that people in this mundane world could never touch. Being half-conscious, Shurien suddenly felt that this world lacked something. It didn't have any creatures. It didn't have the evolution of life. It lacked the typical life cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. When this thought appeared, his tier of power Upanishads changed again. Life and Death Power Upanishad was activated automatically, and it merged with his soul consciousness, becoming an air current that poured into the magical world inside that small sea of stars. Although it was small, it did exist. Slowly, wisps of Shurian's soul consciousness were empowered by the stars. He felt like he was the grand angel observing that biggest star. He felt that it was finally alive now. After that, as his thought changed, the power of his blood started to give birth to creatures. A viscous sea that looked like a small sea of consciousness was changing. It took in his soul consciousness to generate lives in an animated world. Those creatures didn't have clear facial features. They all had his aura, as if they were generated by his energy only. They gave him a feeling of seeing flowers in a mirror or the bright moon in water. They were unreal, but their existence couldn't be denied. They existed in his fantasy, but they were so tangible that he couldn't distinguish. Those vague creatures that looked like illusions were born, thriving, and then dying. They seemed to be made of pure energy, which gathered when they were born and scattered when they died, returning to the heaven and earth. Life and death could be seen in that star. He could see things happen at any minute, which would never cease. The sea of stars appeared, space opened, and the illusions of life and death were happening in another universe, which looked like a miniature universe that he had created. In Shurian, he had become the sole god of this world. When his thought changed, the star, space, and life cycle would be adjusted accordingly. He could move the star, expand space, and give birth to lives. He could even make lives return to nothingness in just a blink of an eye. In that space, there was nothing he couldn't do. He could turn his imagination into reality as fast as he pleased. However, that reality wasn't real. It was still a fantasy. Everything depended on his consciousness, energy, soul, and power Upanishads. It was just his subjective thought, so it would never possibly manifest in the real world. When he died, all the things he had made up with his thoughts would cease to exist. All the things in that world were real to him, as he could sense and recognize them. He could do anything in that world, as it brought him a borderless space to promote his imagination. It couldn't get rid of his control. It was the ethereal world, which they called the ethereal extent. When Shurian got this point, his floating soul consciousness understood something. He woke up, returning to the real world. He felt as if he had just moved back and forth like a shuttle in some world. He was baffled when he found a whole new world had appeared in his tier of power, Upanishads, and his soul. It looked like a miniature universe, with countless stars and an immense space. It was also an ethereal extent, but it was utterly different from the ethereal extents he had seen. Others' ethereal extents were just a space generated by their main power Upanishad, and the mountains, seas, or thunderstorm in there were just the smaller projections of the real objects in the real world. But his ethereal extent seemed to include the whole world. It looked like a brand new world indeed. Chapter 1042, Going Out. Chapter 1042, Going Out, _. Did you meet the battleships of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan? No. They seem to disappear into thin air. Where are they going? Dunno. Leaders of many small forces in Shadow Ghostly Prison still kept an eye on the commotion of Monster Clan and Demon Clan. However, all of a sudden on one day, this mighty force disappeared. Potion and Tool Pavilion and Fighting League remained silent. They didn't give any comment on this event or contact those small forces to ask them to do chores. Leaders of many small forces were afraid of Demon Clan and Monster Clan, as the two powerful clans were making a big commotion, which most leaders had no information about prior to their arrival. Those small forces were afraid of getting involved in this mess. They had to try all means to collect information. However, they got nothing. Today, Life Star number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion received a bony, senile old human with murky eyes. However, when he arrived, the senior managers of Potion and Tool Pavilion, including Bettina, were shocked. They all came out to greet him. It was an incipient God Realm expert of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Being the super powerful force of Agate Star area, of course, the Potion and Tool Pavilion had its own incipient God Realm experts. They had been secluding to cultivate for entire years. They didn't care about business or any matter of the pavilion. Only when earth-shaking incidents happened to the pavilion would they appear to handle the situation. The three incipient God Realm experts only listened to the Pavilion Master's orders. The other elders had no authority to assign them tasks or ask them for help. The expert who came here today had second sky of incipient God Realm cultivation base. He was called Timlin, one of the consecrators of Potion and Tool Pavilion. The three incipient God Realm experts were all consecrators of Potion and Tool Pavilion. With the massive storages of earth and heaven natural resources that Potion and Tool Pavilion had collected, the consecrators had the privilege to use them first. The consecrators were also full-time hatchet men, the three sharpest sabers of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Bettina and the other experts of Potion and Tool Pavilion bent their bodies, slightly waiting for Timlin to talk. "I'm here, as ordered by the Pavilion Master." Timlin squinted, his voice calm and steady. Although Master doesn't have the energy to handle the business of the Pavilion, he's still the Master before he falls. He knows what you've done. He asked me to come and clarify what had happened. Great Elder has plotted for the cannon. He sent the Ghost Mark clan and Dark Shadow clan to attack us. We were almost killed. Bettina briefed the situation. "Where's the cannon?" hissed Timlin. Bettina hesitated for a while before talking. "Fu Wei keeps it." "Where's Fu Wei?" asked Timlin. Bettina kept silent. Timlin's eyes got colder. "They're heading to the Dark Shadow clan's territory." Considering her words, Bettina explained. "They're suspicious of Great Elder and Dark Shadow clan's cooperation. They thought that Great Elder and Dark Shadow clan wanted to contact the God clan to invade Agate Star area. That's why they are trying to find the truth." "What happened in life, star number 9? Which force does that third sky of incipient God Realm expert belong to?" Timlin continued. "I'm not sure." Bettina forced a smile. "His realm is profound. According to Fu Wei, he had always stayed in a gray mist that made her unable to see his shape." "You can't identify him? What were you doing at that time?" Timlin said, a little bit irritated. "Hammer was attacking him at that time. I didn't have a free hand to take care of the other area." "The God clan is about to invade us?" "Who said that?" "A junior called Shuriyen. He's the first one to spread this possibility. And now, the Monster Clan and Demon Clan are here. The Fighting League is also watching. We will have the conclusion of the truth soon. If it's true, Agate Star area will receive an earth-destroying disaster. Once you receive any information, inform me immediately." "Understood." In a mysterious area of Shadow Ghostly Prison, many battleships were trembling hard as the experts on the ships were urging their energy to set up the barriers covering the battleships. Fast meteors shot over like bunches of light beams with a terrifying impacting power. They were wreaking havoc in this area. Those meteors were harsh and brutal. While moving at breakneck speed, they barged into space and sent dazzling beams of light into the void. Countless meteors were moving and crossing each other in that area, which created a thick mesh light net. Each of the big meteors was much bigger than the battleships and moving faster in accordance to some unknown rules. The hissing sounds it made when passing by the battleships made people shiver. But the strange thing was that even though there were so many meteors shooting across the place, they had never made an impact with each other. The battleships moving through this place encountered a lot of trouble. Those meteors were like imposing mountains with frightening power. Once it crashed into a battleship, that battleship would be smashed instantly, and the warriors on the battleship couldn't avoid the fatal consequence. No one could understand the trajectory of the meteors. They could only use energy to defend themselves. The warriors who were able to deviate those meteors were just some incipient God Realm experts. Warriors at Ethereal God Realm weren't strong enough to do that. The battleships of Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Windstorm War Department, and Potion and Tool Pavilion were moving in that dangerous area. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin, the four incipient God Realm experts, were guarding the four directions. They were using their powers, Upanishads, to protect the battleships from those destructive meteors. Whenever the meteors approached at fast speed, they would run like firefighters and use their supernatural powers to forcefully deviate from it. However, This place had countless meteors weaving into a thick mesh light net. The total number of the battleships of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Windstorm War Department, Monster Clan, and Demon Clan was more than 1,000. Each battleship had the possibility to make contact with the meteor. The 4 incipient God Realm experts couldn't cover them all. There were more than 10 battleships that got smashed because they were late to rescue them. However, as the warriors on those battleships could see the coming lousy situation, they all jumped off the battleships and landed on the other battleships before their ships exploded. "It's not a good solution," Jaduo frowned, his face grimaced. Most of the 10 broken battleships belonged to Potion and Tool Pavilion. Of course, he couldn't stay calm. In this journey, among the 4 forces, only Potion and Tool Pavilion didn't have an incipient God Realm expert. When the battleships faced danger, Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin would naturally rescue their battleships first. When they weren't free to help, Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleships would be smashed as they became the exposed targets. It was natural. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin had their own ideas. They wouldn't ignore their forces' battleships to rescue Potion and Tool Pavilions. After waves of attack, 10 of Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleships had gone. Jaduo couldn't be happy indeed. That year, you came to Shadow, ghostly prison from a chaotic space basin, through this route. Fu Wei admired her secretly. She looked at Xia Xian Yin, asking, "Which realm were you, and what kind of vehicle did you use to get here?" Elegant Xia Xian Yin was calm. Hearing her questions, she had a pain that she couldn't conceal on her face. She looked as if she didn't want to recall that memory. However, she just sighed and said nothing. That year, they got through a strange space inside the ice and fire secret domain to come here. The difficulties they had undergone were something ordinary people didn't dare to think or imagine. The warriors of the Pure Land and of the other forces following her to this place had all died one after another. There weren't more than 10 survivors. During her whole life, there wasn't any time more dangerous and terrifying than that journey. Today, when she saw Blood Devil and the others effortlessly dealing with the meteors, which had smashed their souls and bodies that year, she felt something else. She had become stronger. Her current status and position were higher. This time, when she returned to that old, horrible place, her battleships of the Windstorm War Departments hadn't broken one. Now she knew that she wasn't that hopeless Xia Xian Yin from that year, who was filled with despair and fear as she knew she would be killed in any minute. Swoosh! An electric beam crossed by. Feng Yin of Fighting League descended. She looked at the area ahead of them and exhaled. "Ahead of us is an area with less trouble. We should take a rest there. Is it okay?" She looked at Xia Xian Yin because she knew how Xia Xian Yin had come to Shadow ghostly prison that year. She knew Xia Xian Yin had a clear impression of this place more than anyone else. Xia Xian Yin nodded gently. "We should have 3 days to rest. After crossing the most dangerous area, we will reach the space canal where the Dark Shadow clan base is. Seems like we're about to get over it." Feng Yin looked tired. 3 days later, it will be more strenuous. At that time, we will lose many battleships. Along the way, Xia Xian Yin had kept a close observation of the 4 incipient God Realm experts. She understood their reflexes. As she used to travel through that area, she knew how dangerous it was. Jaduo's face became more grimaced. Every time the battleships of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Fighting League were in trouble, the 4 incipient God Realm experts would instinctively rescue and support each other. However, they had abandoned Potion and Tool Pavilion. After several waves of attack, Potion and Tool Pavilion had always borne loss. If it would be more perilous after 3 days, how could Potion and Tool Pavilion survive it? Jaduo regretted and thought that he shouldn't have come here. While they were talking, Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute also arrived. This was the battleship of the Fighting League, which stayed in the middle of the formation. They used this battleship as their temporary meeting room. This evil place gives people a headache. Bath was foul-mouthed. It still has another wave of trouble ahead. We must recover quickly. Hey, Does Potion and Tool Pavilion have any pellets suitable for incipient God Realm experts to recover their energy? Don't be stinky. Give me some bottles. I will take care of Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleships later, so you can save some. Jaduo's face was grimaced already. Listening to him, he looked as if his parents had all left him. He didn't reply. Blood Devil laughed loudly. He was about to tease him before he saw something all of a sudden. He was shocked to see a battleship of his demon clan. Seeing him surprised, the others also looked at that place. They were all shaken. A muscular figure was standing atop that battleship. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking forward. His eyes seemed to react to the meteors around, while his body generated an unknown energy fluctuation. Gradually, starlight glowed radiantly on his body as if he had formed a subtle connection with the meteors around. He seemed to become part of this chaotic shooting meteor area. Some surrounding meteors even had his aura. That man was Shurian. Chapter 1043, Shoulder the Responsibility. Chapter 1043, Shoulder the Responsibility. Underscore. Meteors moved around Shurian like flaming diamonds, changing constantly. They flew around while drawing beautiful lights with explosive power. Shurian clasped his hands, standing atop the battleships and looking here and there. His soul was empty, but he seemed to know the directions of those meteors. As soon as his ethereal extent was formed, he had a tremendous change. His power Upanishads had combined perfectly with the ethereal extent. When he urged different energies, the ethereal extent would change accordingly. It cooperated closely with the soul to perform the best subtle ability of one power Upanishad. His ethereal extent looked like a new galaxy, with shining broken stars and a big star that used to be hidden in the nebula in his lower abdomen. That star had the vague energy of life and death. The stars and space were the essential elements of the universe. Today, his ethereal extent seemed to perfectly resize the universe with the eternal life and death energy, magically and continually changing inside. Being the owner of the ethereal extent, he was the sole god of that world who could control everything. His power Upanishads could change endlessly in his ethereal extent, and they could flash in the real world as well. The only thing he regretted was that his devouring power Upanishad didn't merge with the ethereal extent. He vaguely felt that the ability of his devouring power Upanishad didn't need the ethereal extent to become effective. His ethereal extent connected to 720 acupuncture points in his entire body. His acupuncture points were like a bunch of small spaces. If the ethereal extent was a sea, the acupuncture points were 720 small lakes. As long as he could solve the mysteries in there, those lakes could stream into the sea. Perhaps, at that moment, he could finally understand the magical abilities of the devouring power Upanishad. Shurian had a good vibe he had never had before. Looking at the rocketing meteors, he relaxed his mind to connect his soul consciousness to them. At this moment, he could see something inexplicable. The complex, disorderly trajectories of the stars reflected in his sea of consciousness. Shurian was now able to grasp a good knowledge of their flying rules and courses. It was a new and exciting experience. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silhouettes gathered from the other battleships. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, Feng Yin, Fu Wei, Xia Xingyin, and Jia Duo appeared, looking at him in awe. You've built the ethereal extent. Blood Devil laughed, his face happy. Fu Wei and Xia Xingyin had a strange light ripple through their pretty eyes. Yeah, I've successfully built the ethereal extent, Shurian smiled modestly. Not as difficult as I thought. The people there were frightened, having a brilliant light flashing in their eyes as they admired and sighed. He had used several months to create the ethereal extent. Compared to the majority of warriors, his speed was incredible. They couldn't have even imagined this kind of speedy breakthrough. Jia Duo sighed inwardly, frightened of Shurian's outstanding talent. He realized his narrow-minded vision, which couldn't recognize Shurian's powerful potential. This place is a little strange. While people were still baffled, Shi Yin frowned, looking ahead of them as he said, "Those meteors are so powerful. They move really fast with an endless power. As we're flying this place, we've met a lot of trouble, I assume." Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin, the four incipient God Realm experts, exchanged four smiles. Jia Duo's face was grimaced. He lowered his voice, whispering, "Our potion and tool pavilion has lost 10 battleships." Shi Yin didn't mind him. He looked at Xia Xian Yin, sighing. "You had to endure a lot of trouble that year." He knew of Xia Xian Yin's realm 100 years ago. He also knew that they had to jump into the chaotic space basin from the ice and fire secret domain. On the way to Shadow, Ghostly Prison, they had to experience so many adversities. Shi Yin could feel for her, thinking about what dangerous and hopeless situation she had to overcome that year. "I'm living happily now, aren't I?" Xia Xian Yin smiled warmly and tenderly. Her beautiful face only had joy, as the gloomy thoughts were all washed away. Fu Wei looked at Shi Yin and Xia Xian Yin whispering to each other, and had a rare lost expression. She could only sigh weakly inwardly. "We will enter the most dangerous area in 3 days. At that time, there'll be more shooting stars. The battleships would have to face impacts on a large scale. It's good that you woke up. Otherwise, if the battleship shook, it could have affected your condition." Blood Devil grinned, patting Shi Yin's shoulder. "Good. You're doing well. I think your future attainment would surpass mine." As Bath and Gute saw Blood Devil being so excited, they frowned and then turned around to scold McGee and Guillemot, saying that they didn't put much effort and were just playing and messing around. If they didn't set their mind on cultivating, they would never turn into the new stars. McGee didn't bother with it, as he grinned strangely. "My brother Shi Yin has extraordinary talents. Of course, normal people can't compare with him." Guillemot just glared at Shi Yin, saying nothing. 3 days later, the meteors in front of them could be seen moving like flaming balls. More than 1,000 fireballs were moving, weaving with each other to create a thick mesh light net. They traveled really fast, giving people an impressive visual shock. Xia Xian Yin discolored, talking all of a sudden. "It doesn't look quite right." Feng Yin also knitted her brows. "It's much dangerous than the past. It's not what I've seen." Blood Devil, Gute, and Bath looked at the area ahead of them, their faces stern. They all raised one hand to signal their sauntering battleships to stop moving. Feng Yin and Jia Duo immediately signaled to their battleships as well. The battleships of Fighting League and Potion and Tool Pavilion also halted. Many warriors gingerly looked forward, knitting their brows. Electric beams sparked in the void due to those interlaced meteors, creating an explosive energy. The collisions due to the shooting stars were extremely horrifying. No need to mention the battleships. Even the incipient God Realm experts couldn't relax while dealing with them. "What awaits behind that area?" Shi Yin suddenly asked, looking at Feng Yin and Xia Xian Yin. "It's a space hub with passages leading to other star areas. It's the most magical area of the Shadow, Ghostly Prison, with countless space slits. However, most of those space slits aren't clear. The Fighting League isn't sure what kind of dangers await in those space slits and which star areas they connect to." Feng Yin contemplated for a while. She couldn't help but look at Jia Duo and Fu Wei. "Your Potion and Tool Pavilion understands the general picture of Agate Star Area much better. Do you have any information about this place?" Jia Duo and Fu Wei exchanged looks, forcing a smile. Fu Wei explained, "This area has the surveillance light mirrors of the satellite eye, which is a magical tool of Potion and Tool Pavilion. However, Great Elders Will Lu controls this system. Someone is using supernatural powers to block the area ahead. They want to prevent people from entering the area easily." Shi Yin pondered for a while, closing his eyes to sense. Many shooting stars over there don't belong to the area. Someone has mobilized them and changed their trajectories, so they are wreaking havoc here. Pausing for a while, he took a deep breath, opening his arms. "Don't be upset if I attack your confidence. Even if we have 4 incipient God Realm experts to protect us, we will lose at least half of the battleships we have here. It's just a modest estimation. I think that the losses would be bigger. As soon as he said that, everyone couldn't help but grimace. It had been several months since they had chosen the quiet route to enter the space canal controlled by the Dark Shadow clan. They had to do that to prevent disclosing their whereabouts. If they used the regular route, the Dark Shadow clan would spot them instantly, and it would be hard to carry out a sudden operation. However, if they returned now, not only they would waste their time, but the Dark Shadow clan would also have a chance to bust them. The Dark Shadow clan had been operating in this area for so many years, and their understanding was much deeper than the Potion and Tool Pavilion or the Fighting Leagues. If they knew this force's whereabouts and purpose, they could set up preparations and ambush. Blood Devil's team would be the ones with bad luck at that point. As we're here, we can only move forward or retreat and quit entering the Dark Shadow clan space passage. When we change our route, this big commotion will cause us to fall into the Dark Shadow clan's trap. Feng Yin pondered and then said seriously, I suggest returning to Dark Shadow clan and quitting this operation. If we have to pay with the loss of our force, I assume what we may obtain won't make up for our losses. It will be a big blow for us. Jia Duo nodded immediately. I agree. Blood Devil, Bath, and Gu Te frowned, hesitating. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. It's not impossible to get over it. While they were still discussing, Shi Yin intervened, causing everybody to focus on him. While frowning, Shi Yin closed his eyes in front of many people. A wave of magical energy fluctuation expanded from him quietly, extending towards the chaotic area of madly shooting stars. After Shi Yin had generated his ethereal extent, his understanding of star power Upanishad had advanced by one more step. He could vaguely create a contact with many kinds of star. The meteors were also stars, so Shi Yin used his soul consciousness as his eyes. He urged the star power Upanishad, with his sea of consciousness surging. As a result, a dazzling, beautiful picture appeared in his soul. It was the dangerous, ever-changing area in front of them. Each of the ever-shifting flaming meteors with the terrifying, explosive energy seemed to be reflected in his mind. Their trajectories that ordinary people could never know now had a wisp of Shi Yan's soul consciousness, which helped him understand the exact moving pattern of each meteor. He concentrated, understanding them in silence. He stood still while having a good grasp of the flying rules of more than 1,000 meteors. Everybody watched him, not disturbing him with even a single word. They all had a miraculous feeling that they could trust Shi Yin. He was the one with the wonderful abilities to overturn this situation. They could vaguely recognize that Shi Yin could use his soul consciousness to contact those meteors. With this thought, they knew that the ones who could lead them through that matrix of perilous meteors weren't the 4 incipient God Realm experts. Rather, it would be Shi Yin. This feeling was hard to describe with words, but it was there in their hearts. They all looked at him with hope. After a long time, Shi Yin took in a deep breath, his eyes as bright as diamonds. He smiled. We will hover for now. Then, we will move forward in my direction. That's how we can get through that area without any harm. I've scattered my soul consciousness, sending wisps to each shooting star. I know their flying trajectories. Everybody had their eyes brightening. Sigma_. Hey guys, if you see any chapter with a missing part, please send me a message in my Discord. I'll translate missing part and add it in later. Support me at patreon.com/sigma_sama. Donate at PayPal me/sigmasama. Vote. Let's make top 10 again. Mass release if GOS reach top 10 at the end of the month. Chapter 1044, The Remains of the Holy Beast. Chapter 1044, The Remains of the Holy Beast. __. Move forward faster. Stop. Move at max speed. Slow down. Slow down now. Shi Yin stood on the leading battleship. He squinted as if he was becoming one with the meteors and continually gave directions. Around them were the thickly moving meteors. They fell like the heavy rain, moving along with the surging, powerful energy. Around 1,000 battleships of Demon Clan, Monster Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion were moving forward like the sharp lance. Sometimes they ran fast, while they had to slow down at the other times. Still, they were moving steadily through the shower of meteors. Each direction of Shi Yin was passed to all the battleships. This massive group of battleships followed his instruction to change its speed. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin, the four incipient God Realm experts, guarded the front and the back of the battleships. They were ready if something terrible happened. Shi Yin would often make them enter the area with the thickest meteors. In the beginning, everybody was suspicious. They thought he was just making things up and guiding them around. And those meteors weren't still. They were moving at breakneck speed. In front of their eyes, it was a chaotic area of shooting stars. But when their battleships arrived, the meteors scattered, revealing a long, narrow canal, which could reluctantly allow them to keep moving through. After several times, people could eventually calm their nerves. They all followed Shi Yin's direction without any objection. Shi Yin became the Ruji Jingu Bang of this group. Under his direction, this group of battleships had to bob a lot. However, they were all safe, as they didn't have any deadly collision with the meteors anymore. Jia Duo and Fu Wei looked at Shi Yin in the front of the battleship from a distance, their faces complicated. They understood that without Shi Yin, when this group of 1,000 battleships moved forward, their Potion and Tool Pavilion would have had to bear a significant loss. They didn't have an incipient God Realm expert to watch over them. Whenever they encountered danger, the Potion and Tool Pavilion would receive the harshest consequence. 10 smashed battleships were enough to prove this. At this moment, they were struggling while moving forward through a more dangerous area. However, the battleships of Potion and Tool Pavilion were safe, and they didn't have to bear losses anymore. Although Jia Duo kept his prejudice toward Shi Yin, he couldn't deny that the Potion and Tool Pavilion owed Shi Yin this time. This man's really mysterious and unpredictable, Jia Duo sighed. After this event, he would receive more favors from the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and the Fighting League. His future in Agate Star area would be clear and bright. Fu Wei nodded. He can break through to a new realm pretty quickly. At his current speed, he could reach the incipient God Realm within 100 years. At that time, he would have a position in Agate Star area and would become the new dazzling star and even a new legend. Jia Duo forced a smile. I've underestimated him. Fortunately, he has a fair relationship with our party. If he were with great elders Walu, he would be our nightmare. Fu Wei said weakly. Yeah, you have keen eyes. I'm not as good as you. Jia Duo admitted reluctantly. It's good that you've already established a friendship with him. Without him in the Life Star number 9, the Ghostmark Clan and Dark Shadow Clan would have killed us all. Jia Duo looked at Fu Wei with his torch-like eyes. Yes, it's true, muttered Fu Wei. That time, there's something we don't know, right? Did that third sky of incipient God Realm expert come for him? Asked Jia Duo. Fu Wei pondered for a while before giving a slight nod. Jia Duo's eyes radiated faint light. He gazed at Fu Wei for a while and then said, It's unfortunate that the Pavilion Master can't get married. Otherwise, if you could be with him, it would be something everybody would feel happy about. Fu Wei blushed and sighed. I don't have that fortune. Xiaoxian Yin is much better than me in all aspects. You don't need to think much. Jia Duo sighed, shaking his head. He didn't talk more. What's the relationship between you and him? In another corner of the battleship, Feng Yin frowned while asking. Xiaoxian Yin was perplexed. She turned around, looking at Feng Yin. Then, she nodded and asked with surprise. What do you mean? I'm saying that. Have you and Shi Yin reached that step yet? Asked Feng Yin seriously. While smiling, Xiaoxian Yin didn't answer but cried. Why does Precursor Feng Yin care about my personal matter? Your personal matter is very important in our hegemon's eyes. Feng Yin hissed. Pondering for a while, she said, I support you too. Xiaoxian Yin's eyes brightened as she smiled. I think you always want me to save effort for my cultivation. don't you? In Fighting League, you've helped me stop many suitors. In front of the hegemon, you've always opposed anything that may distract me. Why do you say so today? That boy is a good kid. Feng Yin looked at Shi Yin standing far from them, smiling lovingly. And only he could be a perfect match for you. I was young once, and I've experienced the knot of love. It's regrettable that a woman does not have even a single romantic relationship to recall when she gets older. I don't want you to become an old, senile maid. He won't agree, Xiaoxian contemplated, smiling begrudgingly. He is really conservative and stubborn. Feng Yan's face was also severe. He treats you like you're his blood younger sister. He always does. He thinks all the factors that can affect your cultivation should be squeezed off. It's not easy to convince him. Anyway, if that boy can be stronger to the point he gets the hegemon's approval and the hegemon can't smash him with his tricks, perhaps your relationship would be successful. So, do you think he can reach such a peak? Xiaoxian Yan's face was happy. Feng Yin pondered for a while and then nodded smilingly. I think he can. Xiaoxian Yin was so happy she couldn't hide it. She stooped and smiled joyfully. Hey, old dog, your fortune isn't bad. You got a strong fellow like him. No wonder why you didn't regret anything when you wanted to storm into Shadow Ghostly Prison to find him. Bath looked at Blood Devil, talking. I didn't get why you did that at that time. I didn't know why you suddenly went crazy, either. But now I know that you've done the right things this time. Gute added, Shi Yin isn't ordinary indeed. Our Agatstar area hasn't had any outstanding juniors like him. As you and him are from the same tribe, Blood Devil, you have made a huge fortune this time. Blood Devil laughed cheerily until his eyes squinted and said excitedly, Sure I did. In Devil Bloodstar, Shi Yin had given him the inheritance of Death Power Upanishad, which had triggered his realm to the point of another breakthrough. From that moment, he knew Shi Yin wasn't an ordinary warrior. He appreciated and took care of this fellow carefully. Thus, when Shi Yin sent him the message saying that he was in a trouble that could take his life, Blood Devil immediately went to Shadow Ghostly Prison to save Shi Yin. He wanted Shi Yin to be safe and sound. What had happened had proven his premonition. Shi Yin knew of the earth-shaking conspiracy of the Dark Shadow Clan and God Clan. With his charisma and the endless potential, Shi Yin had gained the approval from Gute and Bath of the Monster Clan. Blood Devil knew that from now on, Bath and Gute would consider Shi Yin as the #1 character, no longer looking down on him. Through this trip to the Space Canal of the Dark Shadow Clan, Shi Yin's reputation would reach another height. He would become a key person, such that the forces everywhere in Agatstar area would have to keep their eyes on him. Soaring was the word to describe Shi Yin's situation. Blood Devil felt so happy. His smile became happier and broader. Shi Yin didn't know how Feng Yin of Fighting League, Jia Duo, and Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion, and the 3 experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan had assessed him. He didn't know that after this time, he had stepped into the divine eyes of those famous characters for the first time. He had officially entered the great arena of Shadow Ghostly Prison. His soul consciousness was still flying ahead as he was trying to capture the rules and trajectories of those meteors. After all, he had to give the directions continually. After an unknown time, Shi Yin felt tired. He then sensed the directions of the surrounding meteors before he could exhale in relief. He could sense they had passed the toughest section. The road ahead would be much easier. Taking a deep breath, he didn't release more energy. He retrieved a part of his soul consciousness, sitting down quietly. 15 minutes later, 2 silhouettes approached him, looking thrilled. Opening his eyes, Shi Yin was surprised. What's happened? They were Zhuo Shi and Xian Ming, who should be staying inside the battleship at this moment. They looked so excited, pointing in a direction with their eyes brightened. I felt it. I did feel it. It's the aura of the remains of our holy ancestor. Zhuo Shi flung her arms, jumping up and down. Her small, white hand pointed at a meteor, which was moving neither slow nor fast ahead of them. It's inside that star. Over there. Xian Ming's eyes were watery as he screamed continually. We've finally found the remains of our holy ancestor. It's right in Shadow Ghostly Prison. Shi Yin was touched. He knew why Zhuoshi and Xian Ming entered Shadow, ghostly prison. It was because of the body of the black tortoise, one of the four holy beasts in the Grace mainland. He was an ancient beast in the immemorial epic. He had left the Grace mainland to enter the vast universe a long, long time ago. Creatures that belonged to the black tortoise family knew how to swim. When they were born, they would have already understood the power of water, which made them incredibly strong. Their ancestors lived in the immemorial epic, which was much before the time the seeds of the God Clan landed. The four holy beasts had passed down the inheritance through their bloodlines. Zhuoshi's blood had the inheritance seal of the black tortoise. However, the seal was just a seal. It didn't carry the essence knowledge of black tortoise's realm advancement accumulated over tens of thousands of years. According to Zhuoshi and Xian Ming, the remains of black tortoise had the water essence of their ancestor. Once Zhuoshi got it, she could transform immediately. No one could have expected that Zhuoshi could really sense the aura of the holy beast black tortoise in this area. Looking in the direction her finger pointing at, Shi Yin sent a flow of his soul consciousness to check that shooting star. He found that the star seemed to have an ocean with thick moisture. His soul consciousness was blocked by the foam and water bubbles, such that it couldn't reflect the situation inside that meteor. Shi Yin immediately knew that it should be something magical in the core of that shooting star. If Zhuoshi weren't wrong, the remains of the holy beast black tortoise should be there. Shi Yin, GG, you must help me. Zhuoshi looked at him with begging eyes. Yeah, don't worry. I'll help you get it. Chapter 1045, The Change of the Co-Soul. Chapter 1045, The Change of the Co-Soul, __. Shi Yin didn't hurry to help Zhuoshi take the remains of the holy beast black tortoise. Although this area was relatively safe, the meteors were still moving. It wasn't a good idea for almost 1,000 battleships to anchor here. Informing Zhuoshi, Shi Yin closed his eyes, giving directions to guide 1,000 battleships into the safe route. Half a day later, when the meteors around them gradually disappeared, Shi Yin exhaled in relief. Blood Devil's team gathered, their faces happy and full of smiles. Everybody knew that without Shi Yin, they couldn't have crossed that savagely disordered area. Even Jia Duo, the one with a bad prejudice against Shi Yin, also came to express his sincere thanks. After all, without Shi Yin, the Potion and Tool Pavilion might have no battleship left after they forcefully crossed that area. Feng Yin and the others could finally relax. They immediately turned to excited mode as they wanted to get into the passage which the Dark Shadow clan guarded immediately. Wait for me. I need to get back there for several days, blurted Shi Yin. People didn't know what he wanted. Why do you want to get back there? Asked Blood Devil with surprise. In that chaotic shooting stars area, I found something very important to me. Shi Yin didn't want to say it clearly. Give me a war chariot. It won't take long. After I'm done with it, I will come and find you guys. Do you want me to go with you? Blood Devil wanted to shoulder the responsibility with him. Oh, no need. Blood Devil nodded. He didn't even ask him to be careful, because in his eyes, the dangerous place to other people couldn't trouble Shi Yin. He then immediately arranged a war chariot for Shi Yin. Shi Yin floated, jumping on the war chariot. He waved at Zhuoshi. Then, under everyone's gaze, he returned to the perilous area they had just got rid of. Shortly after, the war chariot brought them back to the area of the chaotic shooting stars. Shi Yin released his soul consciousness to navigate. He used his soul to drive the war chariot, moving slowly. Sometimes, it swayed to dodge the meteors, which seemed like flaming diamonds. Not long afterward, Shi Yin's face changed, smiling. I found it. Zhuoshi smiled excitedly. The war chariot turned into a beam of light, zooming over that massive meteor which had the flaming fluid on its surface. The star looked as red as a burning iron. While it was moving unceasingly, the meteor seemed like boiling, fiery lava. Their war chariot couldn't stand the high temperature of that meteor and was about to melt. Shi Yin was frightened. He left the war chariot and hurried to use his energy, creating a light cage to cover himself and Zwashur. Floating inside the beautiful light cage, Yin and Zwashur slowly landed on the surface of the meteor. The surface of this star looked as if it had rivers made of flaming fluid, which released waves of fiery light. It was so hot that even his starlight cage was a little twisted. "It's too hot." Zwashur stuck her tongue out, which also made her look cute. She took off her white coat, revealing her moon-bright arms. Her innocent face reddened like a ripe apple. Yin chuckled while his mind flickered as he said, "We need something." Touching his glabella, Yin urged the energy of his co-soul to mobilize the extremely cold aura of the ice-cold flame. Shortly, the icy cold air diffused from his body, which strengthened the starlight cage, giving it a layer of crystal ice. The hot temperature was blocked outside. The different energies of the ambience and the ice cage collided, causing steam to rise up as the burning feeling was swept away. Zwashur suddenly felt so cool and comfortable that she couldn't utter a word for a while. She then smiled like a blooming flower while talking to Yin. "Thank you, Yin Gigi." Yin didn't say anything. His brows twitched as he observed the meteors underneath. A strange light shot out of his eyes. After reaching the ethereal god realm, he had checked his co-soul. It seemed to have had some magical changes, but they were so subtle that he couldn't describe them. His co-soul seemed to have had changes in its structure. The aura of the heaven flames and origin had merged perfectly with his soul. Vaguely, he knew that his co-soul was transformed, but he didn't know the details. However, after landing on this meteor, his co-soul released some marvelous vibes which resonated with some energy fluctuation in this place. He felt that it could give him a chance to understand something new. It looked like something inside this meteor had attracted Yin's co-soul, something that should be fused with the co-soul, as if it used to be a part which had gone missing somehow. Zwashur didn't understand, as she looked at him with surprise while asking, "What happened?" Shaking his head, Yin didn't answer immediately. He drove the light cage, taking Zwashur to sway through a crack on the ground, which could have been caused by a volcano eruption. They slowly descended to the core of the star. Shortly after, a layer of viscous energy stood in front of Yin and Zwashur like water, which the light cage made of starlight and cold energy couldn't get through. Furrowing his brows, Yin released a wisp of soul consciousness, trying to drill through the barrier. Puff! It felt like he was barging into a rubber ball as his wisp of soul consciousness bounced backward. He couldn't get through the water-like barrier at all. Seeing this, Yin became interested. His bright eyes studied the barrier condensed by some special energy, trying to use his soul to understand it. After several breaths, his eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but shout, "It's the aura of the origin." Each ancient continent had one origin. Yin hadn't figured out what the origin was, but he understood one thing. The origin of an ancient continent had the power to gather the energy of the immense universe. The universe was immensely vast. Space, even a speck of dust in a galaxy, where the secret areas all had energy. Those kinds of energy floated and appeared everywhere in the universe. Ordinary warriors couldn't collect this kind of energy, and it was of no use to them. Only the ancient continents could gather the magical energies, storing them in the core of the planet to convert them into heaven and earth energy. A part of this energy could form the divine crystals or even evolve into living beings. It could be said that the heaven and earth energy of a life star, the energy from divine crystals, spiritual chi, demon chi, dark chi, corpse chi, and yin chi that the warriors could absorb, as well as the energy of the sun and the moon, could be converted from this kind of energy that existed everywhere. Although it existed in every corner of the vast universe, it was like an invisible ocean. Different kinds of energies one could use in this world were the results of such energy being converted into them. The ancient continents with an origin could gather those kinds of energies and convert them to allow the planet to have magical abilities. Inside the water-like barrier under the surface of the meteor was the aura of the origin from the Grace mainland. It was weak and diluted, which was far behind the origin his co-soul had. However, in combination with the water power Upanishad, it gave the water barrier a subtle defense that was hard to resolve. Of course, it was hard for ordinary people. Shi Yan's co-soul was the origin of the Grace mainland, and that wisp of origin underneath came from the same source as his. Shi Yan calmed down, trying to establish a connection as his co-soul moved slowly. However, it could create a magical suction force, drawing the weak wisp of origin that had merged into the water barrier. Then, that wisp of origin entered Shi Yan's co-soul. Without that feeble support from the origin, the marvelous defense of the water barrier was resolved. Zhuoshi screamed happily as she tore the water barrier without waiting for Shi Yan to react. The two of them got inside the meteor. Behind the barrier was a world of brilliantly colored gemstones. The remains of an immemorial creature lied there. It was several thousand meters long, with a snake head and a turtle body. However, it didn't have skin or flesh, but the crystalline, gem-like bones. Inside the bones, they could hear the water murmuring with a magical aura. Shi Yan floated in the void, looking at the remains of the holy beast black tortoise lying on the ground full of sparkling gemstones. He felt a natural respect. The body of the black tortoise was several thousand meters long, which was much more imposing than the biggest battleship he had ever seen. And that was in the condition that there was no flesh remaining. Shi Yan could imagine how terrifying this immemorial creature would have been when it moved in the air. While he was admiring, Zhuoshi was crying. Her crystal-clear tears rolled down her face as she sobbed. Her diamond-like tears dropped like precious gemstones, falling on the remains of the holy beast black tortoise. An unclear energy wave fluctuated from Zhuoshi and the holy beast black tortoise. In the next moment, the remains of the holy beast turned into countless shining spots. They became so dazzling while the solid body suddenly turned into an illusion. It flew up little by little until it hovered above Zhuoshi's head. Zhuoshi was dumbstruck. She immediately sat down cross-legged, mobilizing her subtle energy to guide the illusion of the holy beast black tortoise. Gradually, the illusion disappeared into her body. The incomparable several thousand-meter-long illusion was slowly disappearing into Zhuoshi's soft, petite body. Shi Yan was so surprised that he couldn't move his eyes from Zhuoshi, his face baffled. He saw some tattoo appear on Zhuoshi's exposed arms and shoulders. That mysterious tattoo was the trace of the illusion of the black tortoise. In the beginning, it was pretty clear, but after a while, it faded and completely disappeared, as if it had dissolved into Zhuoshi's flesh and blood. Zhuoshi's body echoed the murmuring sounds of water. It was gentle to the ears and could soothe people. As Shi Yan listened to the relaxing, flowing water sound, his heart calmed down. His soul started to change as his soul consciousness bobbed. It seemed like some magical abilities of his co-soul had been triggered. He was shaken while a beautiful light sparkled in his eyes, and he felt thrilled. His co-soul was slowly gathering the scattered energy in the vast sea of stars, which were the remnants of different kinds of energies that only the ancient continents could have. The bits of such energies were guided by the co-soul, moving towards the ethereal extent he had just formed. At this moment, his co-soul seemed to become a magical core of the ancient continent that could drag and absorb the energy scattered everywhere in this universe. Although it was slow and little, it did exist. Shi Yan was sensitive enough to spot it. He knew that those remnants of energy were the primal form of the heaven and earth energy. Although they weren't pure, they could be converted to the magical essence Qi, dark Qi, demon Qi, yin Qi, and the other pure energies. However, Shi Yan didn't know the true value of those kinds of energies. Those remnants of outer space energy flowed into his ethereal extent torrentially, making it closer to the real universe. The radiant star in that world seemed to be developed into an ancient continent, which was gathering energy from the real world to create a mysterious domain. Chapter 1046, Cutting Space. Chapter 1046, Cutting Space, __. Shurian woke up feeling better than ever, his face joyful. Although he didn't know what the energy remnant in outer space flooding his ethereal extent could do, he was sure it wasn't harmful to him, because he could feel his ethereal extent was changing magically in silence. Inside, the meteor lied so many colored gemstones which were so precious in the world of ordinary people. However, to Shurian, a warrior cultivating the heaven and earth energy, they were nothing. Those gemstones didn't contain the heaven and earth energy. They weren't divine crystals. On the other side, the remains of the holy beast black tortoise had wholly disappeared into Zhuo Shi's body. She sat cross-legged on the ground filled with magnificent gemstones, looking calm while smiling naturally. Shurian studied her, and his eyes smilingly brightened. Zhuo Shi had broken through to the original god realm. The remains of the holy beast black tortoise should have given many supernatural powers to Zhuo Shi, the one carrying the black tortoise's bloodline. Otherwise, she couldn't have reached the original god realm that fast. Zhuo Shi's progress was incredible in Shurian's eyes. When he met her in this galaxy, Zhuo Shi was only at the second sky of King God Realm. With the pellets Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion gave her, she had reached the third sky of King God Realm easily. Yet today, she made another big step forward. Shurian wasn't hurried, as he stayed and watched Zhuo Shi in silence. Zhuo Shi wore a pure long white dress, and her posture was so cute. Her delicate face was decorated with long eyelashes. Even when she was sitting, her long-limbed figure made people feel for her. Shurian always had good feelings for Zhuo Shi. When he was still in the quiet Cloudland or the Sky Meteor City, he had been close to Zhuo Shi. With the relationship between the Shi family and the Zhuo family, Shurian and Zhuo Shi were engaged. However, since the other Shurian didn't want to cultivate his martial path, but put his whole life effort on studying ancient books and relics, the Zhuo family was utterly disappointed. Thus, they renounced the engagement unilaterally. When Shurian's soul got into that body, he had exposed his talent shortly after. Zhuo Su regretted his past decision and had mentioned this engagement one more time to Shijian. At that time, Shurian had already left for the Endless Sea, so they couldn't do anything about this engagement anymore. Even after hundreds of years, he had always been fighting, not having even a moment of peace. And he didn't stay in the quiet Cloudland anymore. Gradually, Zhuo Su erased that reluctant thought from his mind. Sometimes Shurian thought that if he hadn't entered the Endless Sea, he would have had a marriage with Zhuo Shi that everybody would have to admire. However, their plan couldn't have followed the changes of wind. His character would have given him troubles and wouldn't let him live in a place for the rest of his life. He thought and chuckled after a while. Zhuo Shi opened her eyes, showing her clear eyes, which didn't have any conspiracies hidden in them. She looked at Shurian while smiling gently. I've reached the original God Realm. Perhaps because Zhuo Shi was so happy, she stood up, moving agilely toward Shurian. She threw her arms around his neck, talking happily. I'm so happy I've broken through another realm. This time, I'm sure my grandpa would be thrilled. Zhuo Shi's body was soft, with a refreshing and sweet fragrance. She was like a good wine that seeped into people's hearts. Her small face wore an excited expression, which was so attractive. As she was hugging his neck, Shurian couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Taking in the sweet aroma on her body, Shurian's breathing became heavy. This sweet maiden made him unable to hold it in. Shurian Gidge, you're bad. Zhuo Shi could feel something. Her beautiful eyes rolled, pretending to throw a glance at Shurian's lower abdomen. She immediately let him off and swayed at her spot, covering her pink lips with both hands. You're bad. So bad. Shurian was embarrassed. He smiled shyly before he could talk again. As said in the agreement between the Shi family and the Zhuo family, you and I were engaged even before we were born. Haha, you could be my wife. PTSSS. Zwasher stuck her tongue. I don't want to be your wife. You're flirty. I'm sure I couldn't be happy being your wife. I should be your little sister. Haha. I like the feeling when you protect me. I don't like your dissolute face. Scratching his head, Yin didn't want to tease her further. He said, if you're done, we should go. He was worried that Blood Devil's team would be worried for them and come back here to search. Since it was related to the invasion of the God Clan, Yin didn't dare to act recklessly. He must get the answer as soon as possible. All right, Zwasher smiled like a blooming flower. I've reached the original God Realm, but I think I can continue to break through. What happened to the remains of the holy beast Black Tortoise? Asked Yin. He was a little surprised. They merged into my soul. They have become an illusion of Black Tortoise in the form of a seal as a part of my soul. Zwasher didn't have any caution when talking to Yin, so she explained to him clearly. But I don't know how to use it yet. I think I need time to adapt to it and understand it further. Yin was amazed. He stayed baffled for a while before he could talk again. Congrats. I think you've received the genuine inheritance of Black Tortoise. Your future will be immeasurable. Of course, Zwasher thrust out her ample bosom, talking confidently like an arrogant swan. The two chatted for a while and then flew out of the meteor, landing on the war chariot anchored in the void. They immediately rode the war chariot back to the place. After a while, Yin knitted his brows, his face darkening. Zwasher was also surprised. Something's wrong. I can't feel their life energy fluctuation. Before Zwasher had reached the original God Realm and her soul had transformed, she could sense the warriors at the lower realm within a specific scale. However, as Zwasher had just released her soul consciousness, she couldn't feel anything. She looked at Yin with surprise. Can you feel them? Within our sensing range, they shouldn't be far from us. Perhaps they left without us. Is it possible? Yin darkened his face. It's impossible. He had earned the trust of Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Fengyan. It was just several days, and he did explain the situation to them. Blood Devil's team weren't some sort of impatient people. Yin's realm was higher than Zwasher's. After he had reached the ethereal God Realm, with a deeper understanding of life power Upanishad, his sensing power towards life should be much more powerful. However, it was the same when he sensed. He couldn't feel any commotion from Blood Devil's group. It was just several days. Blood Devil wouldn't ditch him here and leave first. What had happened? The war chariot roared, moving like a light arrow while heading towards the area where 1,000 battleships were anchored. Yin's face changed. Looking at the area where space had collapsed, his face was extremely stern. Space in that area collapsed deeply. They could see the fine space slits by the edge of that area with brilliant outer space streamers. Since Yin had cultivated space power Upanishad, he was struck at first glance. He knew what happened to that area. That piece of space was cut off and moved away directly. Yin couldn't do such tricks. Although Jaduo had also cultivated space power Upanishad, even he didn't have such ability. Unless that warrior who used the space ability had reached the incipient God Realm. Observing that collapsed space, Yin released his soul consciousness to sense, and his face became even more severe while a strange light sparkled in his eyes. After a while, he took a deep breath. Some expert cultivating space power Upanishad came here. That warrior used his supernatural ability to cut the space with a monster clan, demon clan, potion, and tool pavilion, and fighting league were gathering, and moved it away. Zwasher was frightened, asking, "That dangerous?" Beaming a forced smile, Yin said, "Yeah, the warriors who have cultivated space power Upanishad to incipient God Realm can be that strong. They can cut and move spaces. It's unimaginable to ordinary people, but they do have such powers. So what should we do?" Zwasher looked upset. Old Xian Ming's still with them. Although he's strict with me, he just wants me to be better. I don't want anything bad happening to him. I don't want to see them encounter bad things, either. Yin frowned. He also cultivated space, power, Upanishad. Especially after he had stepped into ethereal God Realm. He knew how terrifying the warriors with space power Upanishad could be. People with space power Upanishad had many tricks to deal with the enemies. They didn't need to use much energy to attack anyway. For example, if he fought with a warrior at the same level, he could tear a piece of space to drag the enemy in there. He could use the chaotic space basin to wear out the enemy's energy to death. The chaotic space basin hiding in the space slits was extremely dangerous. Unless the enemy also cultivated space power Upanishad, which would help him find the exit, it would be impossible to get out. An expert who could cut the space should be able to apply such magical abilities. If the enemy brought the space where Blood Devil's team was staying to some death traps, even if Blood Devil and the others had reached incipient God Realm, they wouldn't be able to break out of there. Xia Exayin, Blood Devil, Fei Lan, Leona, Ka, Benny, and so many people he was concerned about were in that group. Shi Yin knew that with his current realm and power, he couldn't help them much even if he could find them. Anyhow, he must find them. So, what should we do to find them? Zhuoshi was so worried that her petite face had reddened. Why did some expert with space power suddenly attack them? Shi Yin fell into silence. After a while, he said, "Should be the Dark Shadow Clan." Why? The Dark Shadow Clan is clearing the space canal, preparing the way for the God Clan's invasion. If they want to drill through the space passage, they must have some experts cultivating space power Upanishad. I had thought about it earlier, but I didn't expect the others to be so strong. They even have incipient God Realm experts. If I had known it earlier, I wouldn't have taken risks. The Agate Star area didn't have any expert cultivating space power Upanishad at the incipient God Realm. Jia Duo was the strongest here, but he had only reached the third sky of ethereal God Realm. Shi Yin knew how strenuous it was to break through to the new realm for such warriors. Thus, he instinctively assumed that the experts of their enemy had only reached the ethereal God Realm. He made such a presumption, and the Dark Shadow expert who cultivated space power Upanishad had given him a slap on his face today with his actual ability. Sigh. I calculated wrongly. I forgot that the Dark Shadow Clan isn't a race from the Agate Star area. They have been dependent on the strongest clan in this universe, and have operated in other galaxies as well. It has been countless years, perhaps. It's not impossible if this clan has incipient God Realm experts who cultivate the space power Upanishad. So, can you find them? Zhuoshi was quite worried. I should be able to do that. Chapter 1047. Poisonous Sea. Chapter 1047. Poisonous Sea. _ A drop of scarlet immortal demon blood boiled, evaporating into red mist, which flashed and then disappeared into thin air. Zhuoshi frowned and looked at Shi Yin curiously. Her eyes brightened. Shi Yin squinted and used the mysterious power of the demon blood to search. The demon blood was indeed magical. When he was still in Raging Flame Star area, he could use it to sense life energy fluctuations of his family's members in Grace Mainland. Today, as his realm had reached ethereal God Realm, his understanding of demon blood also advanced. No matter where Blood Devil had gone to, he could sense and locate him. After a while, his eyes sparkled and he lowered his voice. I found them. Driving the war chariot, he brought Zhuoshi flying forward at a very quick speed. After 1 hour, they reached the most incredible area of Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Staying between the radiant outer space streamers were the space slits that were torn apart. This place was the entrance where Agate Star area was connected to the other star areas. Many of those space slits could lead to other worlds out there. Of course, most of the space passages here were stuck. Some passages hid the extreme dangers. Getting in without a thorough investigation could lead to a death, which happened even faster than when facing a higher realm enemy. Inside the space passages were different, mysterious, and yet fatal traps that the warriors who didn't have space power shouldn't enter. That was how they could save their souls from vanishing. So many space slits, Zhuoshi was curious. It looked similar to the Border Sea in Grace Mainland. Shi Yin nodded. There's so many magical things in the world. Many star areas connect to each other. To the experts, if they're strong enough, they could use those space passages to reach many different galaxies. I heard that a long, long time ago, the big star areas did have a close relationship. They would trade goods of their areas to receive cultivating materials from other star areas. It's not like that anymore. Zwisher was surprised. Shurian beamed a forced smile, shaking his head. No, it isn't. Why? Because creatures couldn't escape greed. Why do you say that? A long, long time ago, the big races have considered cultivating themselves as their top priority. Many clans loved peace. They wouldn't trespass. However, some clans started to become stronger and stronger. Gradually, they became less content with their lot. They began to invade other star areas. After pausing for a while, Shurian continued. Different star areas have different races and different forces. For example, the high-level star areas could have stronger warriors in general. If they find a new star area whose level is lower than theirs with a general weak competence, they won't be kind enough to help the others grow. Quite the contrary, they will slaughter to rob their resources. Zwisher wasn't dumb. Listening to Shurian, she understood immediately. It's like when the experts of Agate Star area come through the space passage to invade our Grace mainland. What do you think Grace mainland would have faced? Shurian sighed. In the best situation, we would be captured to become slaves, or more likely, we would have all been massacred. He continued his explanation. That's why different star areas slowly cut off relationships with each other. Some star areas have unilaterally blocked the entrance or the space passage leading to other areas. They don't want the stronger forces from the higher-level star area come to invade their land, especially when the God Clan is getting stronger and stronger. It becomes a nightmare of the big star areas. Is it true that most of the space canals in this area were broken purposely? Asked Zwisher. Shurian nodded. Yeah, it's true. Although Agate Star area is a high-level star area, it's weaker than the God Clan. As they don't want the other strong clans to invade them, they will initially block or break those space passages. Xia Xianyan was able to come here that year because Grace Mainland is a low-level star area. Perhaps in the Agate Star area's experts' opinions, our star area could never be a threat to them. They may even have thought that Grace Mainland could be a potential target. Thus, they didn't destroy that passage. Since Shurian had experienced many unfortunate events, he wasn't innocent anymore. His understanding of people's behaviors had become more thorough. He understood how evil and cruel people could be. Where are they? Asked Zwisher. Shurian pointed at a torn space slit. Inside that space slit, do we need to get in there? Of course, yes. The war chariot hissed, moving like a lightning strike and swaying through the space slit in just a blink of an eye. They had crossed many brilliantly colorful streamers as if they were moving in a space-time tunnel. After a long time traveling, the war chariot halted. It's so cold. Zwisher shivered. She looked ahead of them, becoming very surprised. Ah, there's a sea. How could a sea exist inside the space tunnel? Ahead of them was a sea with murmuring waves. Snowflakes were falling above the sea. It was strange that this sea had colorful steam and mist hovering, which decorated with the ribbon-like outer space streamers. There was no earth and heaven energy, no sun, moon, or any star. In this closed world, Shurian and Zwisher couldn't sense any commotion of living beings. However, the magical sea was surging as if it was changing somehow. As their war chariot was hovering above the sea, Shurian, at his ethereal god realm, also felt chilled. He couldn't help but shudder. The icy aura came from the sea, but that sea only had snowflakes. The water wasn't frozen. Gusts of cold wind blew from a far distance, which was so severe that they could freeze people's bones and crack them. Zwisher had reached original god realm for not a long time. Her small face was pale, which showed how tremendous the cold air emitted from this sea was. Blocks of green, purple, blue, and red smokes hovered above the sea as if they were the rising sea water. A cluster of misty green clouds slowly approached their war chariot. The rigid war chariot melted as the green smoke covered it. The iron was dissolved, oozing. Shurian changed his visage and shouted, It's poisonous. An extreme poison. He was so frightened, pulling Zwasher's hand to take her to another area. He sternly looked at the green misty clouds. He took a deep breath. That smoke contains extreme poison that can erode even metals. We can't stand it. So dangerous. Zwasher discolored. Shurian didn't reply and just frowned. He released his soul consciousness, wandering around the different colored clusters of cloud above the sea. After a while, his face became more grimaced. Those colorful clusters of clouds were extremely poisonous, and among them, the purple one was the most dangerous. Shurian's soul consciousness couldn't even stand it. The poison of that cloud could stick on the wisps of soul consciousness to enter his soul altar. It seemed to be able to attack the soul altar. He hurried to urge the co-soul, using the heaven flame to create a flaming barrier to prevent the poison from entering his soul altar. Those colorful clusters of smoke came from the evaporating mist of the sea. It was like something extremely noxious was hiding under the sea and releasing the toxins. The location of Blood Devil he had sensed was also under the sea, which made Shurian more anxious and down. He was sure that Blood Devil's group was under the sea. Although he didn't know what they were dealing with, he knew that their situation wasn't favorable. "Don't use your soul consciousness," shouted Shurian. Zwasher shivered like a bird perching on a curved branch of a tree. Her small face paled as she spoke with fear. "The soul consciousness can't bear it, either." Shurian darkened his face, looking at the sea underneath. His brows knitted tightly. There's a sea inside the space tunnel. It was a new experience for him, though. He didn't know if the sea was formed naturally or if someone had set it up with a particular purpose. However, he could confirm that something really perilous was hiding under the sea. Otherwise, Blood Devil's group wouldn't be restrained down there. "What should we do now?" asked Zwasher. Shurian kept silent, releasing his soul consciousness one more time. This time, he didn't dare to investigate those toxic clusters of smoke, but sneaked into the sea. SSSSSS. Shurian took a breath of cold air. He was pale. He couldn't help but scream. "The sea water's freezing. My soul consciousness can't stand it. F*CK. What the heck is this F*King place?" Hearing him cursing in fear, Zwasher's small face wore a grimace. She didn't dare to release her soul consciousness. She looked at him uneasily. "Why do I feel everything is wrong here?" "Yeah, you're right," Shurian sighed. "Before we figure out how, we shouldn't do anything rashly. Don't use your soul consciousness, either. Stay away from any unusual things. The sea water, the colorful smokes. Stay away from them. Those things can kill you." Our enemies must have absolute confidence, as they had brought Blood Devil's group here. They must think that Blood Devil's group couldn't wiggle out of this place, and that they will die eventually. His mind was clear now. Blood Devil and the others were at incipient God Realm. If they were moved here, the one who did that apparently thought that this area could confine even incipient God Realm experts, preventing them from using their supernatural powers. Even the mighty Blood Devil was confined undersea. If Shurian could investigate it easily, it would be unusual, though. Even the soul consciousness couldn't get through that sea water. No doubt we would die immediately if we dip our god body into the sea. Zwasher stuck her tongue out, her innocent face fearful. "Did my old man die?" "I don't know." Shurian was also confused and anxious. He frowned deeply. "For the time being, don't act recklessly. Let me check the situation first. We should walk around here to see if we can find an entrance." While talking, he held Zwasher's small and soft hand, gingerly moving above the sea and avoiding the colorful smokes. Moving around the sea, he found that it was enormous. After 1 hour, he hadn't gotten out of the sea's area yet. He couldn't find any entrance. Shurian felt his hands were tied. Thinking strenuously for a while, he found that he had no solution. Eventually, he made up his mind. He would need help from the ring spirit of the blood vein ring. He needed to know if it knew anything about this poisonous sea. He contacted the ring spirit immediately, telling it the situation in the hope of receiving some guidance. The ring spirit sent him a frightened soul message. Why did it appear here? Why does it still exist? Chapter 1048, Departed Spirit Jellyfish. Chapter 1048, Departed Spirit Jellyfish, underscore. From what Yin experienced, the ring spirit was rarely surprised. As it acted differently this time, Yin felt his heart sinking. He knew that the situation wasn't right. This enemy is hard to deal with. Its entire body contains extremely toxins. It eats other venomous or poisonous things to grow. It's the most dangerous creature in the universe. The ring spirit sounded pretty serious. You shouldn't mess with it. At your realm, you're not its opponent. Right at the beginning, the ring spirit told Yin to give up on it. What is it? Yin changed his face, but he was still persistent. It's called Departed Spirit Jellyfish. It's a unique living form from outer space. It doesn't have a skeleton. It's huge with viscous skin and flesh. This kind of space jellyfish has many holes in its body where it fumes smoke, which contains deadly toxins. The ring spirit explained slowly. When the departed spirit jellyfish appears in a star area, that star area will eventually fall into a deadly disaster. All the creatures will be poisoned to death. It used to appear before. It had finished 2 star areas and turned them into desolate, dead areas. Nothing survived. It usually lives in extremely cold seas. It won't leave the sea, but it will continuously release the toxic smokes. If any creature contacts those toxic smokes, it will be poisoned to death. Doesn't it have any weakness? Yin was frightened. The incipient God realm experts can't resist it either. You need to know what the power Upanishad that incipient God realm expert cultivates. The ring spirit sighed. If you've reached incipient God realm, you would have had a chance to finish it, and you may receive a surprising benefit. Anyway, the other incipient God realm experts couldn't do anything to it. Why do you say so? It should be an expert who has fused with the origin, which is also the heaven flames. After he's reached incipient God realm, he can burn and refine it. If you want to refine it, you must burn the cold sea it's dwelling in. After that, you can attack its body directly. Besides the flames, we don't have any other option. The body of a departed spirit jellyfish is both liquid and solid. Even if it's torn apart, it can close the cut almost immediately. Its body is undying somehow. Physical attacks are not effective on it. Its toxins could enter the soul altar. Moreover, its soul is very odd. It's the combination of different souls and consciousness. When one soul is smashed, it can replicate another. Only an incipient God realm individual who cultivates firepower Upanishad can refine it directly. Only the ancient continents have the origin. However, in this vast universe, the ancient continents are extremely rare. Also, it's even rarer to see the warriors who could fuse the soul with the heaven flames of the origin. Almost none of them can reach incipient God realm, though. If you can find this kind of character, you shouldn't think about attacking departed spirit jellyfish. It's just tying yourself to trouble. You will be finished completely. Can the warrior cultivating space power at incipient God realm deal with it? Yin, try to make it clearer. Someone cut space and threw your friends into the sea? The ring spirit was surprised. Although the expert who cultivates space power Upanishad at incipient God realm can't burn the jellyfish, he has the ability to protect himself. If you can find someone with space power Upanishad at incipient God realm, perhaps you can use the same method to rescue your friend from the space undersea. But you can't kill the departed spirit jellyfish. However, the warriors who cultivate space power Upanishad to incipient God realm are even rarer than incipient God realm experts with the flames of the origin. Pausing for a while, the ring spirit added, "Your enemy is this kind of expert. So, the existence at the same level may not be able to move the space he had cut off. This option is much more difficult. I think you can't do it." Yin was worried. He couldn't stand listening to the ring spirit crossing off all the options anymore. You don't have any solution, do you? A solution. I have one, but it seems difficult. It depends on your effort. The ring spirit pondered. After a while, it gave Yin a shaking solution. How do I do it? You still need to find an expert at Incipient God Realm who has fused with the origin. It's almost impossible for ordinary people. But if it's you, you will have a chance. What's that searching method? Come to the fountainhead of powers, Upanishads. The ones who have fused with the flames of the origin can visit the fountainhead of powers, Upanishads too. If you have good fortune, you can meet the incipient God realm experts from other star areas. If the other knows about the departed spirit jellyfish, he or she will cross the star area to get here. I told you, even to those kinds of existences, the departed spirit jellyfish is enough to make their hearts beat faster. Is it good for him? Big benefits. They will move, knowing the precondition that they know about the magical effects of the departed spirit jellyfish. All right, let me try. Go to the fountainhead of Power Upanishad and search in the area where the Fire Power Upanishad is the most turbulent. You don't need to mind the other areas. Got it. After he was done talking with the ring spirit, he lingered for a while above the cold sea. Suddenly, he pulled Zhuo Shi's hand and took her out of this place, returning through the space tunnel. What are you doing? Giving up? Zhuo Shi was so surprised that she couldn't explain his deed. Her small hand struggled, trying to get rid of his grip. She told him bravely, I want to save them. This place isn't good to linger in. Perhaps there's some trap around that the enemy has set up before. If we are exposed, we don't even have a chance to think about the solution. Sure, Ian didn't mind Zhuo Shi wiggling. He just tightened his grip and pulled her away. We will find a solution after we get out of here. Of course, I won't just stand and stare. Listening to him, Zhuo Shi calmed down. The two of them returned to the meteor where they had found the remains of the holy beast black tortoise. They got inside the meteor where Yin took a deep breath and spoke to Zhuo Shi. I need to cultivate for a while right here. You shouldn't disturb me. Zhuo Shi looked at him with surprise. Do you have any plan? Yeah, I have a plan. We have a tiny chance, but we must try anyway. Yin nodded. Zhuo Shi didn't say more. She sat down in front of him tenderly and obediently. In the next moment, she found Yan's body shake a little bit. Her beautiful eyes brightened up and didn't stop looking Yan even for just a blink. She suddenly covered her mouth to not let herself scream in fear. She found that after Yan had shaken for a while, his soul seemed to leave his body. Yan sitting in front of her now was just a body without any soul energy fluctuations. This finding filled Zhuo Shi with fear as she didn't know the reason. Her eyes became dull. Zhuo Shi remembered his advice. She didn't dare to bother him or create any commotion. She just sat and watched him cautiously. Although she didn't know why Yan was doing this strange course of action, she knew Yan was defenseless at this moment. If someone attacked him, he couldn't do anything to resist. Zhuo Shi understood that he trusted her utterly. That was why he had deliberately entered such a vulnerable state. Zhuo Shi was touched and frightened at the same time. She made up her mind to protect Yan in his strange condition with her best efforts. She must not let anyone disturb him. In a magical fountainhead of Power Upanishad, two souls like the ignis fatuus were bobbing. They were Yan's host soul and co-soul. Every time he had entered this magical space, he appeared in this same particular area, not missed by even an inch. When he was at original God realm, the area that his two souls could access was limited. After he had reached ethereal God realm, his soul energy was increased massively, so he could move to a larger area. He started to explore the strange territory. He thought about the departed spirit jellyfish. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. From what the ring spirit told him and the current location of the departed spirit jellyfish, Yin vaguely knew the conspiracy of the Dark Shadow clan and the God clan. The departed spirit jellyfish stayed inside the space passage, which connected Agate Star area and God Star area of the God clan. With its special features, once the departed spirit jellyfish came to any star area, it always became the biggest nightmare of the entire place. The God clan and the Dark Shadow clan had set up the jellyfish here. Yin now knew their purpose. From her point of view, if Yin was a member of the God clan or the Dark Shadow clan, it would be much easier to invade Agate Star area and capture the warriors and forces of the entire star area with the jellyfish there. It would be the best scenario. However, if they met a stiff resistance or even failure, the price would be the significant loss of the God Clan and Dark Shadow Clan. Would it be much worse when the things they could claim couldn't make up the loss? Could it be a better solution? If their operation didn't go well, God Clan and Dark Shadow Clan would send the departed spirit jellyfish to Agate Star area with their brutal and cruel deeds. What could it do? Yin felt the hair on his nape rising. Releasing the departed spirit jellyfish to Agate Star area would make the toxic creature release poisonous smoke that would poison the forces in Agate Star area to death. Later on, the entire Agate Star area would have no survivors. After that, they would move the departed spirit jellyfish in Agate Star area would become a territory of the God Clan and Dark Shadow Clan. From then on, they would be free to exploit any materials without facing any stubborn resistance. They would be able to claim everything in this star area. As Yin understood the conspiracy of the God Clan and Dark Shadow Clan, his heart sank to the bottom. Too evil. To invade a star area, they didn't hesitate to kill all the races and creatures of the entire star area. Billions of lives were going to be extinguished. This was too cruel and heartless, which was much more malicious than the most malevolent character. Finally, Yin knew the reason why the other creatures in the universe always hated and went against the God Clan. He understood that he must defeat the departed spirit jellyfish. Otherwise, creatures in Agate Star area would receive a deadly catastrophe. No one would be able to save them. Yin rushed. He had moved around the fountainhead of power Upanishad for a long time, but he hadn't found any soul like him in this place. The vast universe had so many star areas with countless experts. However, just a few of them could enter this special place. He knew that it would depend on his fortune, but he was rushing now. He had to find an incipient God Realm expert who cultivated fire power Upanishad and had fused with the origin. Yin began to fly as fast as he could. The two souls moved like two shooting stars, trying to locate the area of the fire's power Upanishads. After an unknown time, his soul shook and sent out a vibe when he saw the gathering point of the fire's power Upanishad. He hurried to approach that area. Chapter 1049, The Fountainhead of Powers Upanishad. Chapter 1049, The Fountainhead of Powers Upanishad, _ Fire's power Upanishads had many forms, and each form had its own distinctive features. Relatively, there were many areas of fire's power Upanishads in the fountainhead of power Upanishads. The different areas would have different fire's power Upanishad, which could also depend on the realm of the warriors. For example, warriors at original God Realm, ethereal God Realm, and incipient God Realm had big differences between the fire's power Upanishad they had obtained. When they cultivated in the fountainhead of power Upanishad, the areas suitable to them were different. Low realm warriors found the area that suited their realms, while the high realm warriors could visit the area of more powerful and exquisite fire's power Upanishads. The area where different fire's power Upanishads were weaving around that Yin had just found was suitable for ethereal God Realm experts to study. The two clusters of fire that looked like weak ghost flames crossed the areas of the thunder and windstorm power Upanishads to gather at an area of the fire's power Upanishads. That area was a sea of fire with clusters of fires flying around like red ribbons. Each bunch of fire seemed to have subtle changes all the time, which expressed their wild, brutal, and hot features. The warriors who had fused with heaven flames could send their souls into those fireballs. As the fires were changing, they slowly tasted and studied the mysterious meanings of this class of power, which strengthened and advanced their realms. Although Yin's co-soul had fused with heaven flames, he didn't cultivate fire power Upanishad. When he reached this area, his host's soul couldn't adapt well to the environment, which made him uncomfortable. Anyway, his co-soul felt relaxed and safe in this area. Yin exhaled, and his two souls turned into the shape of his body, looking in the same direction. There were two souls moving in that area. They flew swiftly like flaming meteors. Yin could distinguish between the two souls. One was a man and the other was a woman. They both looked elegant and beautiful. However, those two souls weren't harmonious. They seemed to be arguing over something. Apparently, the graceful woman was in the lower hand. She circled, trying to get rid of the sea of fire. She looked flustered and hurried. Meanwhile, that man was laughing evilly. Neither slow nor fast, he released his soul magnetic field, blocking the area and preventing the woman from running away. It was not the first time Yin had entered the fountainhead of power Upanishads. He knew that if a soul wanted to leave this place, it had to stay away from the areas where the powers Upanishads were gathering. Then it could leave this magical place immediately. The female soul wanted to leave the fire power Upanishads gathering point first, and then leave this space. The fountainhead of power Upanishad was the most mysterious place in this universe. Warriors who had fused with the Origin's heaven flames could send their souls here to study. Those warriors could come from every corner of the universe. However, they all came to this place. When their souls came back to their bodies, they would return to a different area. The woman just needed to fly away from the area of the fire's power Upanishads so that she could return to her body. No matter how strong her enemy was, he couldn't cross the entire star area to chase after her. But if she couldn't escape the gathering point of the fire's power Upanishad, her soul couldn't return to her body. It would be really difficult. Yin stayed by the edge of that area and observed. His soul tried to sense. He could hear the male soul teasing the woman. In this place, they didn't use verbal language to communicate. They used the soul to contact each other, which was much more convenient than talking. Only the souls could listen to such a conversation. Running at? Stay here, girl. Let's have soul intercourse. Shall we have fun together? If you can please me, I won't smash your soul and take your wisp of origin. We can stay in this magical area like a happy couple and enjoy those indescribable happy moments. Want to be all about pleasure and joy. The sounds of the male soul expanded like a sound wave that was sent to every corner. He looked so excited and aroused, his handsome face filled with smiles. Get lost. The woman didn't agree. She appeared to be frightened and agitated. I will cultivate my way, and you should cultivate your way. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Yin was surprised. He continued to sense quietly. After a while, he knew that they weren't the one he wanted to find. Those people were from the different star areas. Since they had fused with the flame of the Origin, they met each other by chance in this area. They were likely the outstanding characters in their areas. The souls could do magical sexual intercourse, which was rumored to be mysterious and even better than physical intercourse. The man had an evil thought, obviously, and his realm was higher. He wanted to stay in this special area and have some soul intimacy, which was considered the most magical pleasure with that woman. Meanwhile, the woman didn't want it. She wanted to get rid of him and leave. Unfortunately, the man's realm was higher than hers, and he had set up a soul barrier, which prevented the woman from flying away. That man should be at second sky of ethereal god realm, while the woman was at first sky of ethereal god realm. Although they could be famous in their areas, they weren't the ones Yin wanted. Observing for a while, as Yin was hurried to find an incipient god realm expert, he didn't want to poke his nose into other people's business. He just wanted to defeat the departed spirit jellyfish as soon as possible, so he prepared to leave already. Where are you from? Haha, I don't care what King star area you're from. It's your honor to do soul intercourse with me. If I feel good, I will go to your star area to find you. I'm from the Ascot family of the God Clan. Our God Clan rules the whole universe. Receiving favor from me is your honor. Behave. The God Clansman called himself Spot. He smiled arrogantly. God Clan? You universe robbers. Who likes you? Hearing Spot reveal his identity, the woman didn't get happy. She got enraged. You God Clan is a malignant tumor of the vast universe. You should be eradicated. Spot darkened his face. How dare you wish my clan's demise? My clan has invaded half of this vast universe. My clan will rule the whole universe. It's your fortune that I like you. If you don't behave, don't blame me. I'm not going to obey, even if I have to die, shouted the woman. Yin heard the man saying he was from the God clan while he was hurrying to go. He halted. Bro, you shouldn't poke your nose into the other's business. There are some things you can't participate in. Spot seemed to find him earlier, sending over a soul message. Well, you should take the chance to flee when I'm still busy. Or else, I wouldn't be afraid of smashing your soul first, and then taking in your flaming origin. Help me. The woman struggled. She wasn't free to look around, so she didn't recognize Yin. Hearing Spot, she reacted, shouted, and called for help. Yin's thoughts flickered. His two ghostly flames slowly turned into miniatures of his real body. They swayed, flying towards the gathering point of fires. You're from the Ascot family of the God clan? Yin sent his soul message. You know my title, but still dare to approach. You have guts. Spot swayed, his figure naturally handsome. He arched his long eyebrows, showing his arrogant face. Oh, you made the flaming origin your co-soul. Good though. You just have first sky of ethereal god realm, but you dare interfere with me? Wanna die? Yin wore a faint face, didn't answer him, and just looked at the two of them. The figure that the woman turned into was just as big as a hand. However, she had delicate facial features accompanied by a sexy body. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. She looked like a fairy in people's dreams. No wonder why Spot of the God clan had unleashed his animal instincts and forced her to do soul intercourse with him. You have only first sky of ethereal god realm. Hearing Spot, the woman felt disappointed. She sighed, talking begrudgingly. You should go. You can't help me. Don't get yourself involved. The heaven flames could absorb each other. This rule was also applicable to the creatures that had fused with the flaming origin in this magical space. As long as he could smash the other soul, he could take the flaming origin that the other had absorbed and merge it with his own soul. So if Yin met any creature in this marvelous fountainhead of power Upanishads, it wasn't always something good to celebrate. If the realms weren't too far from each other, he could be safe relatively. But if their realms had a big gap, the stronger would have malicious thoughts. He would destroy the soul of the weaker warrior to take the flaming origin, which would strengthen his own soul. Of course, it wasn't really good that the warrior should absorb more flaming origin. He had to find a suitable aura to take in. Otherwise, it would bring him the counter effect. When the woman heard that Yin had only first sky of ethereal god realm, she assumed that he wasn't an equal opponent of Spot. If he got involved, Spot would kill him and take his origin. Let me check whether your flaming origin is suitable for me or not. Spot smiled. A wave of subtle soul energy, like a net, extended from him towards Yin's co-soul. Get lost. Yin's soul flickered. An icy cold aura arose from his co-soul, which was chilled to the bone. It had a faint blue color of falling snowflakes. Spot was chilled. He frowned, contemplating for seconds. Suddenly, he screamed in fear, looking at Yin. He couldn't hide his fright, though. Yin's co-soul contained 10 different auras of flaming origin. It wasn't pure at all. Although Yin was trying his best to hide it, Spot could still sense something. He was struck hard. You? How many people have you killed here? Spot's eyes showed his fright. His soul shivered as he wanted to retreat. Forget it. I'm having a bad day seeing you here. I'll leave that woman to you. He thought that the 10 auras of flaming origin in Yin's soul were the result of Yin killing and robbing warriors with the flaming origin in this magical place. He had done that himself, though. After many years wandering around in this place, he had just killed 2 souls to take 2 different flames. As Yin's soul had 10 different flames, Spot thought that he was incomparably evil. Despite Yin's low realm, Spot was still frightened. He knew he'd encountered a bad guy. The woman was aghast. She looked at Yin disbelievingly as she felt so chilled. She knew how dangerous and fearful Spot was, and such a character had to retreat seeing Yin, a warrior with a lower realm. To leave her to him, it was... The woman instinctively assumed that Yin was even countless more times brutal than Spot. She felt despair crawling on her body. In her eyes, if Spot were a wolf, Yin was the existence at the level of a brutal dragon. Chapter 1050, Reverse in Just a Flash. Chapter 1050, Reverse in Just a Flash, underscore. After Spot said that, he immediately left. The woman felt helplessly disappointed. She thought she had just escaped the wolf den, and now she fell into a tiger's mouth. Looking at Yin, she felt her scalp tingling. She had the same thought with Spot. She assumed that the 10 heaven flames in Yin's origin were the results of his hunt of experts. She wasn't sure how malicious Yin was. Even Spot had to run away despite having a higher realm. How could she escape this disaster with her terrible luck? If you're a member of the Ascot family from God Clan, you shouldn't leave. Yin's soul suddenly changed. Layers of blue flame with the icy aura dashed toward Spot. Spot was about to run. His face changed as his soul turned into a flame dashing toward the edge of the fire's power Upanishad's area. Yin's ruthlessness terrified Spot. With one level different between their realms, he was haughty enough to attack Spot. In Spot's mind, Yin was that sort of skilled assassin. Spot didn't have the thought of engaging in a fight. He just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. The icy cold flame glowed in blue halo. In the beginning, it was just like a small flame. In just a blink, it expanded massively. The dim blue flame burned ahead of Spot. The fire suddenly burst out radiantly with the chilly to the bone aura that filled the area and froze it. Spot's soul was frozen. He discolored, talking with rage. "Dude, don't be too harsh. I've left that girl to you. What else do you want?" While talking, he urged his flaming energy. 2 flames shot out from the pupils of his soul. The flames twisted like dragons patrolling around him to wash away the cold energy Yin that had released. A Spot was surprised. He figured out that the flame he had condensed could burn down Yin's barrier easily. He stopped and thought. Yin's main power wasn't fire. He didn't cultivate the heaven flames, which were fused, making his co-soul. Moreover, he wasn't good at soul fighting. So, when he released the extremely cold energy, he couldn't harm Spot. Frowning, he continued to gather more energy. Another dark blue flame shot out with his soul consciousness, covering Spot. This time, Spot hovered at his spot, opened his mouth to spurt out an orange-red fireball. That fireball turned into a flaming phoenix shortly, which then extinguished Yin's blue flame directly. Spot grinned fiendishly. "Oh well, empty vessels make the most sound. You mother asterisk cur, you startled me." He was able to simply dissolve Yin's 2 attacks. Spot didn't want to leave anymore. He laughed evilly. "No wonder why you've made the flaming origin your co-soul. Your 10 heaven flames aren't harmonious, though. Well, such a scum. I did think that you were really tough." The woman was dumbstruck, looking at Yin oddly. She also thought that Yin was powerful. Otherwise, Spot wouldn't have to leave that fast. However, she could never imagine that Yin's attacks were dissolved easily. At this moment, as Spot didn't want to leave anymore, she vaguely understood something. Looking at Yin, the woman had a contempt look. "You're not strong enough, and your realm isn't too profound. You dare to make a mess. Oh, you brought yourself into deadly trouble." The woman was enraged, glaring at Yin. "You scared Spot. You just needed to stand there and pose your hotshot's appearance. Spot would run away. You and I would have been able to escape this. Why do you want to show off like that? Now your weak competence is exposed. You've dragged me into bad luck with you. You moron." The woman cursed Yin under her breath. "Wow, 10 different heaven flames of the origin. Haha, I'm lucky this time. Not only have I found a beautiful girl to do soul intercourse with, but I also get the flames. Haha, I'm so happy." Spot laughed excitedly, approaching Yin. The flaming phoenix he had spurted out spread the wings and made beautiful curves in the air, releasing waves of fire and burning heat. The fire phoenix came close. It enlarged. The bird wings with a dazzling halo now turned into fire snakes, which looked indeed beautiful and scary. They were the attacks that could burn down the soul. Yin's co-soul changed again, summoning another heaven flame. With the power of the world extinguishing thunder flame, the energy released was a thunderbolt. The flame was now the key to unlock scorching thunder and lightning. All were aimed at that flaming phoenix. The blinding halo of the impact expanded in this magical place. The flaming phoenix meandered. Its feathers shot out brutal fires. It wasn't afraid of the energy of the world extinguishing thunder flame as the bird crossed the layers of lightning to approach Shurian. This flaming aura has thunderbolts. Awesome. Really awesome. Spot was so excited, and he screamed. If the warrior who cultivate thunderbolt power, Upanishad, got this kind of heaven flame to fuse with it, he would achieve big things. What a pity you morons can't promote its supernatural abilities. Spot laughed. His soul changed when the flames flew out of his eyes, which were really sharp like metal with the terrifying fire energy. Sure, Yin changed his attacks continually. He had used all 10 kinds of heaven flames. However, he was still in the lower hand. He had to move continually to avoid Spot's vehement attacks. The 10 heaven flames, with the aura of the origin, had entirely merged with his co-soul. Anyway, Shurian had never put any effort to cultivate the co-soul. His understanding of the origin wasn't deep enough, so his attacks were limited. He couldn't promote the true power of the 10 heaven flames to the upper limit. The weakness of having blended impure powers was revealed at this moment. Meanwhile, Spot's flaming origin was honest and terrifyingly pure. Despite Shurian's different flames, he had to continually back off. It was the first time Yin used the co-soul to fight. However, he couldn't really use the abilities of different flames. He knew his mistake now. He was sitting on a pile of treasures, but he didn't know how to use them. The woman saw him struggling hard, her face more disdain. She hesitated for a while, looking around. She was startled realizing that she should take this chance when Spot was concentrating on Yin. She sneakily flew backward, approaching the edge of the gathering point of fire's power, Upanishad. She didn't mind whether Yin could survive or not. In her eyes, Yin was a moron. It was obvious that his competence was just trash, and he dared to provoke Spot with it. Eventually, he had to take such a result. She knew Yin wasn't Spot's equal opponent, so she had to save her life first. At first, she moved slowly and then accelerated, turning into a tinder shooting fire to escape. Haha. Well, I've always laid my eye on you. Don't think about running away. Spot smiled contentedly. Origin and the beauty, I want to have both. Stay here and watch. After I'm done with this stupid boy, I'll have fun with you. 10 flames shot out from Spot's pupils, which had triggered some magical powers of this area. Each of the flames started to set up the fire barrier added with Spot's soul. When the woman barged into a barrier, she felt like she was hitting a cotton cluster, which prevented her from getting away. She turned around, glaring at Spot with rage. Pondering for a while, she made up her mind and shouted, "Hey, dumbass, you and I should attack him. We will join hands. Even if we have to die, we must skin him." The woman was indignant. She didn't think about leaving anymore. She turned around, her succulent lips trembling. She opened her mouth and spurted out a dazzling fireball. This fireball was light purple with marvelous fire. It revolved in the sky, making a beautiful purple curve and aiming at Spot's back. Yin looked at her and felt things were getting more interesting. Using the co-soul as the source of energy to fight wasn't familiar to him, and he couldn't use the stronger ability of the flaming origin. As he had used the co-soul to fight, he had recognized his mistakes. So, even if he wasted more time, he couldn't gain anything. Thus, he decided to end this fight. He began to use the host's soul. Thoughts changed. While the co-soul was still engaging in the battle with Spot, Yan's host soul took action. A thought with the power of the desolate death intention grumblingly gushed out from his host soul like a disastrous flood. The will of death that could disorder the soul overflew everywhere from him as the core. It swarmed towards Spot in just a blink of an eye. While fighting with Yan's co-soul, Spot suddenly felt fear. He was struck, his soul twisting and shivering. Abruptly, He got a desperate feeling that he would die here. Instantaneously, he knew what had just happened. He discolored in fright. You? Your host soul is much stronger than your co-soul. Spot deeply regretted. He finally knew that Yin hadn't used his real competence to fight with him yet. The co-soul was apparently Yin's worst ability, and Spot now knew the reason why Yin didn't consider the flaming origin his main power Upanishad. It wasn't that Yin was stupid. He just had a better option. He regretted that he would have a big trouble this time. He shouted, "I'm a member of the Ascot family in the God clan. My soul is recorded in the clan. If I die, my clan will know it immediately. They will hunt you down. No matter where you are, you can't escape our Ascot family's pursuit." Spot looked strong, but he was weak as he started to use his strong background to threaten other people. Yin didn't change his visage, talking calmly. "I'm going to kill the member of your Ascot family. If I didn't know you were from this family, I wouldn't interfere with someone else's business." Yin's power Upanishad changed the second time. Swoosh! A space blade condensed, slashing towards Spot's soul. Being invaded by the death power Upanishad, his power Upanishad was disordered. At this moment, he didn't have any means to resist. As he had concentrated on the battle with Yin's co-soul, his soul was defenseless. Swish! Spot's soul was halved by the space blade. The space blade continued to cut him. After several seconds, Spot's soul was minced into many pieces. Spot died at his spot. The woman was turning around to assist little more on Yin, seeing that she was discolored in fright with a deep, fearful impression. Chapter 1051, The Talkative Woman. Chapter 1051, The Talkative Woman, _ Spot was dead. His soul was minced. Traces of his existence in this world gradually vanished. The woman was scared. She dully looked at Yin as fear rose higher in her heart. Yin was in a lower realm, but he could burst out and kill Spot in just a blink of an eye. Now, she thought that Spot wasn't wrong. Yin was actually that sort of brutal and heartless character. He wasn't the little dumbass that she'd imagined. He was actually a bad murderous star. The woman regretted so much. She shivered as she didn't know how to deal with him. While she was so frightened, a red-orange flame flew out from the remnant of Spot's soul. That flame was palm-sized, bouncing continually. It had life, energy fluctuation. Yin was surprised. He looked at that small flame, astounded. He knew that the flame was also a wisp of the origin, which had fused with Spot's soul. After Spot was killed, it had escaped his confinement. Now, it was an available flame with intelligence that he could absorb. However, Yin hadn't reacted timely. The magical red-orange flame bounced for a while, as if it was very afraid of Yin. Shortly after, the flame flew out, entering the woman's soul. Yin was dumbstruck, his face angry. He was about to take in that flaming origin. However, that flame had life, so that it could choose its master. Apparently, the flame had chosen the woman, who was watching aside. She was also startled. She was dull as she received the big, sudden fortune. She immediately became restlessly fearful. Her face changed dramatically. She instinctively assumed that Yin was harsh and ruthless. As he could gather 10 wisps of flaming origin in this area, he must have killed a lot of experts. This sort of character would have an intense, obsessive desire for the spoils. She was petrified. She had taken in the spoils that belonged to Yin. How could she not be frightened? I don't want to take it. It came to me. The woman was frightened. She instinctively moved backward. I just know how to take the flaming origin. I don't know how to extract it. I can't return it to you. Please, don't hurt me. She was so frightened as she worried that Yin would kill her. Witnessing Spot's tragic death, she knew that she wasn't Yin's equal opponent. Even if she told him her strong background, she couldn't stop him anyway. Spot was a member of the Ascot family from the God clan. However, he was killed after he had revealed his identity. Could she dodge this culpa? The woman was so scared. She didn't dare to move. She was so hurried and anxious that it looked like she was about to cry. Please don't do that. Even if I die, I won't do soul intercourse with you. I have a lover already. Yin was surprised. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He looked at her, talking impatiently. I killed Spot not to claim you. I don't have time and effort to waste here with you. Do what you need to do. The woman was startled. She carefully assessed him to see if he was serious or not. She looked at Yin, hurried to back off. As soon as Yin made a move, she was going to parry with her max force. However, Yin didn't do anything or release any strange energy. The woman slowly moved backward until she reached the edge of the place. Seeing Yin hovering idle, she leaped out of the area of fire's power Upanishads. Her face was filled with happy smiles. She knew she was safe. Outside the area of fire's power Upanishads, as soon as she wanted, she could return to her body and escape the fountainhead of power Upanishad. This time, she thought she had to endure a big culpa. She hadn't expected to be safe. But now, in the end, she even got a flame that suited her power, which was an immense benefit to her realm and life form. She was so happy. Leaving the area of power Upanishad, she knew she was safe now. The stress and fear she had were washed away. She gathered her guts and shouted at Yin, who was still in the area of the fire's power Upanishad. Hey, you're dumb. You know that. Now, she wasn't afraid that Yin could threaten her. Her mischievous character burst out. Her beautiful and witted eyes rolled and teased. You're dumb, really. The 10 wisps of flaming origin you have collected can't mingle with each other. And if you have taken that flame one step earlier, it wouldn't have escaped. I wonder how you have collected those 10 flames. You're too dumb. Yin was surprised listening to the woman teasing. He gave a reluctant smile, waving his hand impatiently. Don't be wordy. Go away. The woman kept smiling. You can't do anything to me now. Why should I be hurried? I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. The Ascot family of the God clan is very strong. Each member of the main lineage will save one wisp of their soul in some hidden place. Once one of them dies, they will know who the murderer is. The God clan in the vast universe is the overlord. No matter where you're from, they can track you down. So, you've got bad luck this time. Thank you for reminding me, but I don't want to waste my saliva talking to you. Yin furrowed his brows, flying out of the area of fire's power Upanishads. He released his soul consciousness to find another place of more profound powers Upanishads. He was trying to find incipient God realm existences he needed. Aren't you here to cultivate? Asked the woman, seeing him flying away. You haven't surpassed ethereal God realm yet. This area keeps the subtle fire's power Upanishads, which are much suitable for you. What makes you get out of there? For your information, there aren't any more suitable fire's power Upanishads for you to cultivate besides this place. If you want to cultivate, you should stay here. Listening to her, Yin was touched. Are you familiar with this area? The woman nodded arrogantly. Of course. I often cultivate here, so I know it well. So, do you know any area of fire's power Upanishads that is suitable for incipient God realm experts to cultivate? Yin hastened to ask her. Since I have saved you once and gave you that wisp of flaming origin, tell me what you know. The flaming origin came to me. You didn't give it to me. I don't owe you anything. The woman pouted as if she didn't appreciate his deed. Pausing for a while, she said relaxedly, Anyway, you aren't like Spot. You didn't want to harass me because of my beauty. For this point, I can tell you a place. Please. But your realm isn't high. You can't cultivate in that area. Why do you need to go there? I want to find an expert who has fused with the flaming origin and is an incipient God realm in any star area. I'm in a hurry. What do you want? Do you want to die? Your soul has 10 wisps of different flaming origin. If you meet such a character, you will be killed even before you have a chance to talk. They would kill you to take the origin. Are you really stupid? The woman was astounded. As Yin was so worried, he was enraged. You're too talkative. Can you stop talking nonsense? Just show me the way. You don't need to mind anything else. I won't tell you. She snorted as if she was also angry. She talked to him arrogantly. There are so many men chasing after me in my star area. I didn't give them a glance. You bastard dare to say I'm talkative. Show me a grim face. You don't have a bit of the manner of a gentleman. I'm not going to help you. Shi Yin was bewildered, cursing under his breath. Obviously, this woman was indulged since she was a little girl. Although she was young, she had reached first sky of ethereal god realm and fused with the flaming origin. In any star area, she could be an outstanding character. Moreover, she was really pretty, and her background force was also influential, perhaps. Naturally, she had developed her classy personality. As she felt sure Yin couldn't intimidate her, she exposed her real self. The manner of a haughty lady appeared. Shi Yin felt reluctant, as he knew it was impossible to suppress this woman when he had left the area of Fire's power Upanishads. She could leave this area at any minute. That was why she wasn't afraid of him anymore. Talking reasonably to women was something that gives people a headache. Shi Yin sighed, speaking curtly. All right, please. May I ask the beautiful lady over there the direction to the area of Fire's power Upanishads that is suitable for the incipient God realm experts? Now you talk. The lady grinned contentedly. But I'm kind enough to remind you this. You will die if you go there. Yeah, right. I don't want to live anymore. Please show me the way so I can get myself killed there. Shi Yin felt so annoyed. This woman was too talkative. She had said many things, but it wasn't what he wanted to know. He hated that he couldn't scold her directly. Oh hey, why do you need to find an incipient God realm expert? To give him a chance as big as the sky. Sure, Yin said through his gritted teeth. What kind of chance is that? Can you tell me more? I'm interested. It has nothing to do with you. No. I can help you find an incipient God realm expert who has fused with heaven flame of the origin. The place I told you hasn't received an incipient God realm expert for dozens or hundreds of years. If you want to go there, you have to wait for many years to see one. But if I agree to help you, it will be so fast. The woman stopped for a while and then said arrogantly, My teacher is an incipient God realm expert who has fused with the heaven flame. If the thing you say could help her, I can ask her to meet you. Shi Yin was shaken. He pondered for a while and then said, Inside a space tunnel in our star area has the departed spirit jellyfish. If your teacher knows about this creature, she would be interested in it. Departed spirit jellyfish? The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled. She hurried to scream. I know it. I've heard about it from my teacher. Your place has a jellyfish? Are you sure? Nonsense. That thing could invade my star area. If I can't find an incipient God realm expert with the heaven flame of the origin, our star area will receive an apocalypse that leaves no survivor. Otherwise, why would I hurry to enter this place? Wait for me. I'll come back shortly. Wait for me. I'm going to bring my teacher here. It will take half a month back. I will come back. Wait for me. Listening to him, the woman looked hurried, but she was still talkative. After that, her soul faded as she disappeared little by little. Chapter 1052, A Whole Entity. Chapter 1052, A Whole Entity, _ Shi Yin was happy immediately. It was like he was lost in a jungle that he couldn't find a way out of, but by the end of the day, he saw a village. The talkative girl became excited from hearing about the departed spirit jellyfish. She looked thrilled even more than Shi Yin. She left the fountainhead of power, Upanishads, shortly after. Shi Yin knew that he had to wait here for a while. He contemplated for a while before returning to the area of the Fire's power Upanishads, hovering in there. After a fight with Spot, Shi Yin knew that he hadn't invested in the Co-Soul yet. Thus, he couldn't promote the abilities of the Co-Soul. His Co-Soul was formed by his soul and the origin of Grace Mainland. Grace Mainland was a rare ancient continent in a vast sea of stars. Of course, its origin was compelling and magical. If ordinary people got it, they would invest their whole life effort to study it. Anyway, Shi Yin knew that he couldn't do that. His host soul had more mysterious and mighty abilities. Space, death, and life, and star power Upanishads were the rare and peak powers Upanishads in this universe. Shi Yin didn't feel anything wrong with investing in these powers. However, he was wrong that he hadn't done anything with his Co-Soul. As he had to wait here for a while, he decided to sink into the fire's power Upanishads area and use his co-soul as the foundation to learn the mysteries of the flames. The co-soul had 10 different heaven flames. While hovering in this magical area, Yin slowly understood. The co-soul contained 10 different heaven flames. Although they stayed together, their auras were identifiable. 10 heaven flames circling the co-soul released different energy fluctuations. Some of them were similar, as if they could fuse with each other one more time. Yin calmed his mind, sending his consciousness on the flames to study. Among the 10 heaven flames of the origin, the vermilion bird true flame, the earth flame, and the purgatory true flame all had scorching auras, which had a similar frequency of energy fluctuations. They seemed to be able to blend with each other one more time. Yin made up his mind, sending his soul consciousness to the 3 heaven flames with the same characteristics. He tried to concentrate his mind to begin studying them. Gradually, Yin found that the 3 heaven flames' fluctuations happened as if they were connecting the flames inside the fire's power Upanishads area. His soul felt something suddenly reflect in his heart. The auras of the 3 heaven flames were now, like 3 threads, slowly approaching. Today, 2 halos flashed outside the area of the fire's power Upanishads. The lights slowly transformed, creating the shapes of 2 women. A mischievous girl that looked like a little nymph with a small, elegant face had her body covered in a blurry dark red halo. She was agile but tender. The other was a beautiful woman in her 30s. She had a high, updo hairstyle with a noble and refined makings. Her voluptuous body was covered by a blue halo, which exposed only her porcelain arms and a pair of mysterious deep eyes that showed her different, indescribable emotions. "Master, he's over there," said the girl. "He's dumb, and his verbal language is vulgar. I don't know if he told me the truth. The departed spirit jellyfish is an ancient being in legends. Even you haven't seen it before. We don't have such fate to meet it. That man has 10 auras of the flaming origin. His flames aren't harmonious, though. I don't know what he thinks. He's shallow, I suppose. Little Faye, you said that when the soul of the god-man called Spot vanished, the wisp of flaming origin proactively flew towards you. Is it true?" The noble, beautiful woman pondered for a while before asking. "Yes, of course it's true. I didn't even move. That flame flew to me. I'm outstanding. It's normal that that flame likes me. What's strange here? Heaven flames have intellect. They know they should stay with strong warriors. From what you told me, that young man is much stronger than you. That heaven flame should have gone to him. It's strange, you see. Nah, he isn't strong. If he was strong enough, would he collect heaven flames with different features? I think he's just a dumbass. He knows nothing. Perhaps he comes from a low-level star area. If he came from a low-level star area, he wouldn't be able to cultivate to this level, and he wouldn't dare to kill Spot after knowing his identity. This man is extraordinary." The 2 women with different markings were whispering to each other while entering the area of fire's power Upanishads. The elegant, beautiful woman glanced at Yin from a far distance. She was shocked. Her face changed immediately. "Oh, that's how it is. What?" The girl didn't understand anything. The beautiful woman sighed weakly, looking at Yin and her face admiring. "That kid is so lucky." "What kind of luck? If he was lucky, why did that heaven flame leave him to enter my soul proactively?" The girl muttered in disagreement. "That heaven flame has intellect. It knows it would never have a chance to fuse with that man's soul. That's why it chose you." The woman shook her head, explaining. "It's because that young man's soul is a whole entity." "I don't get it." The girl was bewildered. Wisps of flaming origin in this world come from ancient continents. Each ancient continent could give birth to different heaven flames. Warriors who have fused with the heaven flames like us have 2 shortcuts to make our living form perfect and increase our realms. The beautiful woman said softly, "The first way is to use the heaven flames with the same aura. It's similar to what you and I are doing. We can search for the heaven flames in different star areas as long as they have the same features as our flames. When we fuse with them, our realms will be increased subtly and magically. Our souls will also evolve. You said that when you taught me. You said it's our best opportunity. The girl was still baffled. And now you're telling me we still have another method. The reason why I didn't tell you that, because that method isn't suitable for you and me. So, I didn't teach you. The woman sighed and then continued. The ancient continent in our star area had disappeared for a long time. We don't know where the heaven flames it had created had gone. We are so lucky we have 2 of them. It's impossible to gather them all. She continued to explain. The second method is to gather all the heaven flames that the origin of an ancient continent had created. Although the auras and characteristics of the heaven flames from the same origin aren't harmonious, they can fuse with each other eventually, even though it would take a lot of time. This kind of cultivating method is 1 level higher than our current method. Well, let's say it like this. Warriors like us would have to spend a lot of time and effort to gather the heaven flames with the same aura and features. Anyway, we will never reach the perfect state. Meanwhile, the warriors who could gather all the heaven flames that are from the same origin of an ancient continent could make their soul perfectly complete. They could have many incredible abilities. Pausing for a while, the beautiful woman sighed. That young man is the second type of warrior. The 10 different heaven flames in his body come from the same ancient continent. They have similar auras of the origin. Once he fuses with them completely, his soul will be perfect. His level was higher than ours right from the start. The heaven flame that came to you knows that the heaven flames in his body are a whole entity now. It wouldn't have room to grow. That was why it chose your soul to stay in. So he won't need any other flames of the origin? The girl vaguely got it. Of course. The route he has chosen is the second method I've told you, which is more reasonable and stable. He has successfully gathered all the heaven flames of an ancient continent. If he continues to gather the heaven flames of the other ancient continents, it's stupid. The dummy you say is much smarter and luckier than you. He knew his direction. It's not what you can imagine. Sigh, that kid is really lucky that he could gather all the heaven flame of the same ancient continent. He makes us envy him, indeed. The girl didn't talk more, her face dispirited. He's trying to fuse the flaming origin. He's heading to the utmost step by step. When he reaches incipient God realm, his attainment will surpass mine. The woman paused and then forced a smile. I do want to curse this guy. He's so lucky, but he has just wasted his fortune by making the heaven flames of the origin his co-soul. Does he know that for warriors with the heaven flames, gathering all 10 heaven flames from the same ancient continent is just a chance that we can't even dream of? God is unfair. The girl gritted her teeth. The 2 of them were talking to each other by the edge of the fire's power Upanishads with odd complexions. They didn't use intense soul energy, which would disturb Shuryen. Long time afterward, Shuryen suddenly woke up. His soul flickered when he saw that the 3 auras of the earth flame, the vermilion bird true flame, and the purgatory true flame were twisting with each other like a rope. Their auras seemed to gradually combine into one. He knew that it would take time for the 3 heaven flames to fuse into one entity. Anyway, he found someone coming, and he remembered his purpose being here. He stopped his process and said, "You are here." The beautiful woman and the girl immediately flew over. When they looked at him, their faces were a little odd, as if they hated that they couldn't refine iron into steel. Shuryen hadn't recognized it, and he just said simply, "Precursor, I stay in Agate Star area. There's a space passage in Shadow Ghostly Prison leading to Ancient God Star area. A departed spirit jellyfish stays there. I'm sure that the Dark Shadow clan, a watchdog of the God clan, has brought that jellyfish there. They want to destroy Agate Star area. At this moment, my friends are confined to the cold sea where the departed spirit jellyfish stays. They are in an emergency situation. Please, I'm begging you to go there and refine the departed spirit jellyfish. You can take all the products from refining the jellyfish. Agate Star area? I've heard about it. But the space passage from our star area to that area is blocked. I want to go there, but I'm not sure if I can." The beautiful woman looked bitter. "I cultivate space power Upanishad. I will try to open that space passage," Shuryen said hurriedly. If you can open it, I'm sure I can go. I will tell you the current situation of the space passage. You find it and make a slit. I can go through directly. The woman sounded excited. No problem. Chapter 1053. Able to break any unyielding thing. Chapter 1053. Able to break any unyielding thing. Underscore. After Shi Yan's soul returned to his body, he stood up. Then he saw Zhuo, who looked terribly exhausted. Zhuo was disheveled. She had dust all over her body and even her face. However, her big eyes were still fixated on him. She looked startled. How long have you not rested for? Why do you look even more tired than I do? Shi Yan was surprised. Since you've begun cultivating, I haven't rested. Zhuo smiled begrudgingly. She exhaled in relief. It's good that you're all right. I can ease my mind now, and I can start to recover. Looking at her, Shi Yan felt warm. He muttered, Silly girl, it's safe here. Why were you so tense? The meteors are running at breakneck speed here. No battleships dare to enter, so there would have been no one else in this area. But when you were cultivating, your soul had left your body. If someone came, he could have killed you quickly, Zhuo said seriously. You should rest well. I'm going out to handle something. Shi Yan was touched. He didn't know long this girl had been protecting him. She was afraid that something unexpected would happen to him while he was cultivating. I'm going with you. Zhuo opened her big eyes, urging her energy to pretend that she was in high spirits. I'm all right. Stay here. Shi Yan glared at her, talking persistently. You can't help me even if you go with me. You should recover your energy first. Usually, High Realm warriors didn't need to sleep to recover. However, they still needed meditation to adjust their conditions. Zhuo's nerves had been tense for a long time without a break. It affected her realm and energy. Shi Yan knew how harmful it was to stay focused for a long time. He wouldn't let her consume her mind energy furthermore. Okay then. Zhuo was always obedient. She wasn't stubborn at all. She took out the divine crystals and sat down in front of Shi Yan to recover her power. Shi Yan eased his mind. He told her, you should be more cautious. He immediately flew away from the core of the meteor, heading to the most spectacular area of Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Looking at the space slits there, he released wisps of soul consciousness and sent them to those space slits. While staying in the fountainhead of power Upanishads, Shi Yan had talked thoroughly to that beautiful woman and her disciple. He had some information about their identities. The beautiful woman was called Yu Shan, an expert at second sky of incipient god realm. The young girl's name was Xian Fei. She was at first sky of ethereal god realm. The two of them came from fiery rain star area. They seemed to belong to a mighty force. The fiery rain star area was like agate star area. It was also a high-level star area. This star area was one of the rare star areas that the God Clan hadn't touched. It had fought against the God Clan year-round. Of course, the forces there didn't have any good impression of the God Clan. The reason why the God Clan didn't bring the departed spirit jellyfish to fiery rain star area was that the experts in fiery rain star area cultivated fire power Upanishad, the nemesis to the jellyfish, and many of them had reached profound levels. As the God Clan knew that the departed spirit jellyfish couldn't do anything to fiery rain star area, they didn't plot anything with it. If fiery rain star area didn't have the experts who had fused with the flaming origin at incipient god realm like Yushan, perhaps it would have been treated like agate star area. Fiery rain star area and agate star area weren't far from each other. In the early epoch, the two star areas used to have a good relationship with clear space passages. However, later on, the two star areas turned their back against each other. Wars burst out. Within a short period, both sides had borne significant loss. No one could take the upper hand. They were equally strong. To prevent the further useless war, the two had agreed to block the space passage. For tens of thousands of years, the two star areas hadn't had any relationship. During that time, the God Clan had been already infamous. However, they hadn't had the power to invade agate star area and fiery rain star area. And the two star areas didn't have the same enemy to join hands and resist. After tens of thousands of years, Fiery Rainstar area had officially engaged in the war against the God Clan, and the Ascot family had laid their eyes on Agate Star area, and the two-star areas now had the same enemy. If the space passage was torn, they didn't have any reason to fight anymore. Now, they had a big opportunity to unite as one force. Thus, when Yushan knew the situation of Agate Star area, she frankly agreed to come over and help Yin deal with the departed spirit jellyfish. She could also receive something good too. According to Yushan, the space passage connecting Agate Star area and Fiery Rainstar area had fire raindrops, which was the unique feature of Fiery Rainstar area. The border and the area near the edge of Fiery Rainstar area had the same fire raindrops. That was why this area was called Fiery Rainstar area. The fiery rain was formed after one of the ancient continents of Fiery Rainstar area got shattered. It stored some magical power, which created a natural border that blocked Fiery Rainstar area. Any space passage connected the Fiery Rainstar area to the other star area had the same fire raindrops. As long as Yin could find the aura of that kind of unique raindrop in Shadow Ghostly Prison, he could confirm that space passage leads to Fiery Rainstar area. Each flow of his soul consciousness moved in and out inside the space splits in front of him as it searched. As time passed, Yan's soul consciousness elongated, projecting what it had seen into his mind. Yin could see the space slit clearly. Many space passages connected this star area to the other areas were blocked. They seemed to be sealed by an invisible wall. At the same time, Yin could also see some clear space passages. However, those space passages had the terrifying space energy of the disorderly, chaotic space basin. If he made a wrong step, he would be mashed. A familiar space slit appeared in his head, which made him astounded. Yin felt the aura of Grace Mainland in that space passage. His co-soul even shivered as he had a subtle feeling of seeing the homeland. He was a little surprised as he recognized that direction should lead to the ice and fire secret domain in Grace Mainland. The space energy fluctuated vehemently and disorderly. In that space, different energies madly twisted and twirled like tornadoes that could cut off everything. Even in his current realm, Yin knew that it was really tough to get through that space passage. How did they get through it to come here that year? He couldn't help but remember Xia Xin Yin. He sighed, knowing that Xia Xin Yin was lucky and had spent a lot of effort to enter Shadow Ghostly. She earned trust from the hegemon of the Fighting League. He knew she had to endure hardship to have what she had today. While he had many thoughts in his mind, his eyes brightened as he spotted a place with scorching flames. Yin was shaken. He immediately retrieved the other wisps of soul consciousness he had sent away. Instantaneously, he turned into a bunch of electric lights, gliding through the rigid, elongating space passage. Yin saw the fiery raindrops Yushan had told him. Those raindrops filled the entire place like someone was burning the sky. Countless fiery raindrops sparked and scattered beautifully, giving the space passage a magnificent look. However, those fire raindrops were blocked by a magical, invisible barrier. Yan's soul consciousness could sense the heat, but couldn't touch it. After his god body had come to that invisible barrier, he sensed for a while before he could confirm that it was the barrier of Fiery Rainstar area, which could be set up by the experts of Agate Star area and Fiery Rainstar area. It was half man-made and half natural, which made it tough and flexible. People couldn't break it easily. Although he had cultivated space power Upanishad, it wasn't easy to break this space barrier. Releasing wisps of soul consciousness, Yin urged his power. 10 shining space blades came from his 10 fingers, trying to cut that barrier. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sharp blades made of his space power Upanishad hit hard on the barrier, trying to cut it. However, only the explosion echoed. 10 beautiful slashes of light sparked. However, the barrier stood still without a little scratch. Since Yushan was at second sky of incipient God realm, he just needed to make a small slit to help her get through. And only incipient God realm experts could move through a half-block space passage. Yushan didn't ask him to do a big thing. He just needed to tear a small slit. However, Even if he had used his best powers to hit it, the space blades he had released looked weaker than this barrier. He couldn't make even a tiny cut. Sure, Yin grimaced. He was worried. He frowned and continued to adjust his power. He had even urged the immortal demon blood to enter third sky of rampage. He had tried everything he could, but he still couldn't break the barrier. He suddenly recognized that although he had reached first sky of ethereal god realm and had an understanding of space power Upanishad, he was still far behind the experts who had set up this space barrier using natural powers. He couldn't even make a small tear. He suddenly knew that the difference between realms wasn't something he could make up with an innate endowment. Darkening his face, Shurian didn't hurry to attack more. He gathered himself, trying to think. Talking about the sharpest power in this world, space power could be on the top list. However, his space blades couldn't break it. Which power did he have that could do that? Did he have anything sharper than space energy? He lingered on this thought. After a long time, his eyes brightened. His thoughts flickered as he hauled out the blood broadsword. His fingers clasped around the handle of the sword, sending his energy, immortal demon blood, god power, and negative energy into the sword. The blood eyes in the sword opened strangely and evilly. A brutal aura shot up into the air from the tip of the sword, which looked like a bloody beam of hundreds of meters. Suddenly, the energy of his entire body gushed into the blood sword. At this moment, the blood sword had become a top evil divine weapon that could break any unyielding thing. The blood beam that gathered all the terrifying energies tore the sky, slashing the space barrier. Swish! The barrier that had troubled him for a long time was pierced through, creating a slit as big as an arm. The bloody beam continued to thrust further, entering the sea of fiery raindrops before vanishing. Shurian's energy was used. He was so exhausted as he looked blankly at the hole. Then, he urged his soul energy to contact Yushan. "I'm coming right now," Yushan replied. She seemed too surprised, as if she didn't think that Shurian could make it through that fast. Chapter 1054. The Ones Who Cross the Border. Chapter 1054. The Ones Who Cross the Border, _ Life Star Number 9 of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Bettina was grave as she tried to contact Jia Duo and Fu Wei. However, she hadn't received any response. Still no information? Consecrator Timlin frowned. It has almost been 1 year. Where have they gone? Why we can't have any information from them? The Elder Conference is scheduled. Jia Duo and Fu Wei are the two elders. They should understand how important the conference is, especially when Fu Wei is keeping the cannon. What the heck are they doing? The Elder Conference of Potion and Tool Pavilion was responsible for appointing the new Pavilion Master. At this moment, it was as hot as boiling oil. Being the elders, Jia Duo and Fu Wei were the two important participants. If they didn't show up at the conference, it meant they had given up their rights. Third Elder Bettina had planned this for years. Rumors said that they kept the cannon too. They were the party that had the most prominent candidate for the Pavilion Master position. At this moment, Jia Duo and Fu Wei were missing. To Bettina's party, it was a destructive event. "I don't know what has happened." Bettina grimaced. "If they haven't met anything unexpected, I think they would have answered. I think they are in big trouble." Bettina knew what Jia Duo and Fu Wei were doing, and she approved it. If Jia Duo and Fu Wei could prove that the God Clan was about to invade them and the Great Elder had joined hands with the alien Dark Shadow Clan, the participants in the coming Elder Conference would handle Zuolu directly. At that time, not only would he not get the Pavilion Master position, he could also be expelled or even executed. Bettina knew what Jia Duo and Fu Wei wanted to do, and it was related to the election of a new Pavilion Master. She tacitly agreed. She had never thought that at the critical moment, Jia Duo and Fu Wei would suddenly disappear and leave no clue. Bettina was worried and gloomy because she knew that Jia Duo and Fu Wei were now in a deadly situation. "We don't have much time left," Timlin sighed. "According to you, your party could reach the peak of glory this time. You found a cannon, anyway. But now Fu Wei and Jia Do are missing. You guys don't have any evidence to show that you have the cannon. It's hard to verify what you've said about the Great Elder. I'm afraid this time you will fail too. It's definitely because of Zhuolu. Bettina gritted her teeth. He keeps the satellite eye. He must have some insiders in Shadow, ghostly prison. He must have sealed a secret agreement with the Dark Shadow clan. He's confining Jia Duo and Fu Wei somewhere. Even if it's true, we don't have any solution. Timlin looked reluctant. Wait until the dust settles and Great Elder takes the master position. He can brush away everything. At that time, even if Fu Wei and Jia Duo come back with a cannon, they can't shake his position in the pavilion. Bettina felt so heavy-hearted. On a floating life star by the peripheral area of Shadow, ghostly prison, sat the Great Elder, Zhuolu, with a calm face inside a massive potion cauldron. He was gathering energy as if he was refining medicines. He didn't look anxious as the Elder Conference was near. He looked strangely placid. Hammer, chief of the Ghostmark clan, came here alone. He was sitting silently by the cauldron as if he was waiting for something. After a while, Zhuolu opened his eyes. The cauldron diffused the aroma that could enter people's internal organs. He smiled and said, "I'm lucky this time. The pellets I've refined are all turning out good. Hammer, you can take some. They can strengthen your soul consciousness. You've done well this time." Hammer smiled. "It's you who had arranged everything with the Dark Shadow clan." Half a year ago, clansmen of the Ghostmark clan had found the commotion of the Demon clan, Monster clan, Fighting League, Jia Duo, and Fu Wei through their shortcuts. Hammer immediately contacted Zhuolu, who then contacted the chief of Dark Shadow clan. They had planned, and the chief of the Dark Shadow clan had done something discreetly. They made the strong league that had frightened the forces in Shadow, ghostly prison disappear oddly. Hammer didn't actually know what had happened. He just knew that those people would disappear forever. He knew that the clansmen of the Dark Shadow clan had done that. He was so frightened because he couldn't imagine what kind of force they had that allowed them to destroy the allied army of the Monster clan, Demon clan, Fighting League, and Jia Duo. Hammer had become warier of the Dark Shadow clan. "Don't worry, they will never be a threat to us anymore. Chief of the Dark Shadow clan has personally guaranteed me that they will never show up again. Without this unknown factor, I will finish this Elder Conference," said Zhuolu with confidence. Hammer started to act servilely. Under the icy sea hovered a massive light cage, which was made of pure energy. It illuminated the icy seawater, releasing waves of light. Different colored water currents meandered around the light cage. When the currents touched the light cage, it sizzled as if its energy was eroded. Inside the light cage were many battleships anchored in this unreal space. The flashing light reflected on people's restless faces. Those were the battleships of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, Fighting League, and Potion and Tool Pavilion. Around 1,000 battleships were kept here for a long time. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin, the four incipient God Realm experts, looked tired as they had to spend a lot of energy. Feng Yin couldn't hold it anymore. Her face paled and didn't have a tinge of color. It was the sign of using a lot of energy. Around 1,000 battleships circled in this area. Warriors of the four forces hid inside the battleships and gathered energy. They all looked gloomy. "I don't know what that King trap is. So evil." Bath was so agitated. "Our combined power couldn't kill it. That thing has many souls. When we kill one, it generates another. I have never seen anything close to an immortal creature like this. It's not a creature that Agate Star area should have. It has toxins all over its body, and those toxins affect both the god body and the soul altar. Honestly, if I didn't see with my own eyes, I would never have believed that something like that still existed in this world." Gute also forced a smile. "We can't hold on to it for a long time. We must find a solution." Blood Devil frowned deeply. "The deadly toxins of that thing have been eroding our defensive barrier. It wears out our energy. Among the four of us, Feng Yin can't help it anymore. Our recovery speed couldn't make up for the consumed speed. If we don't have any solution, I think we have to bury our bodies here. Recently, we've tried all means and solutions. Nothing works. Jade duo of Potion and Tool Pavilion had a gloomy complexion. That incipient God Realm expert who has space power Upanishad has destroyed the space structure around us. I can't tear a space slit. Otherwise, we would have had a chance to get out of here. Fortunately, Shi Yin wasn't with us. Xia Xin Yin was still calm. Since she had experienced the same hopeless situation, she was trained to be as firm as a stone. Perhaps he had found this strange situation and returned to Shadow Ghostly Prison to tell the others. We may have a chance to survive. He didn't leave this area. Blood Devil erased her hope, his face awkward. Although this area is strange, I can still feel him. He's lingering around here. He has never left. Fu Wei was astounded. He should leave. With his power, he can't help us. If he has returned to Shadow Ghostly Prison to find the Hegemon of Fighting League or the Elders of Potion and Tool Pavilion, perhaps we could have had a chance to be rescued. But now, people exchanged 4 smiles. Nobody thought that Shi Yin lingering here was a wise move. Even the 4 incipient God Realm experts Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and Feng Yin couldn't escape with their powers. Staying here, what Shi Yin could do. He's not foolish. He knows what happened. I think he has a solution. Blood Devil squinted and spoke slowly. We should draw upon all useful opinions. Just try all the mysterious or magical solutions you can. Anything. Just tell us, and we will try to see if we can get out of here. Hearing him, the others put on gloomy, contemplating faces, sighing unceasingly. They were the group of outstanding warriors who could swagger in this world. But now they were confined in this area without a possible solution. This gave them an unavoidable sorrow. Inside the magical space passage, Shi Yin looked at the tear on the barrier, retrieving the blood sword. He then adjusted his condition, not to show the other his helter-skelter situation. One slash of a sharp sword had taken 1/3 of his energy to open a small slit on the space barrier. However, he didn't think that it was a failure. Now he had one more visual experience of this incredibly sharp sword. Tens of thousands of years ago, experts of Agate Star Area and Fiery Rain Star Area had built the space barrier based on the natural features of this area to cut off the connection between 2 big star areas. As Shi Yin had only the ethereal God Realm cultivation base, if he didn't have that divine sword and struck the barrier with all of his energy, it was just like scratching the wrong spot. It wasn't going to work. However, the blood sword could make a tear in that barrier. Shi Yin wondered how sharp the sword should be to do that. The mighty original incipient gray divine weapon was really extraordinary. It could break even the hardest defense. Shi Yin checked his appearance. His eyes brightened up as his soul got something. He hadn't waited for a long time. 2 lights, one blue and one scarlet, were moving like shooting flames, drawing beautiful curves through the fiery raindrops toward Shi Yin. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 lights swayed through the slit. The lights transformed, turning into 2 beautiful feminine figures. Yushan wore a long blue dress. She looked elegant and graceful like a fresh, blooming flower. Xianfei wore tight, orange-red clothes. She looked mischievous despite her amazing curves. Her eyes rolled as if she couldn't stand still for a moment. A beautiful woman and a pretty girl curiously gazed at him as soon as they appeared. How did you poke through that barrier? With your realm and cultivation base, I thought it would be really strenuous. You did it strangely fast. It's beyond my estimation. Yusan's voice was soft as she had a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. She was like the sister from next door, who often made people felt warm and relaxed. My fortune is quite good. Shi Yin was hurried, so he didn't want to explain in detail. Shall we go now? Sure, Yushan smiled calmly. Then we will go now. Chapter 1055, Refine the Sea. Chapter 1055, Refine the Sea, _ Shi Yin guided Yushan and Xianfei back to the icy sea. They hovered above the sea where poisonous smokes fumed. Shi Yin had come back here after several months, and this time, he felt much different. The first time he visited this area, his hands were tied. He had had no solution facing this sea. His soul consciousness couldn't intrude the sea, and he was so fearful for the departed spirit jellyfish hiding under the chilling sea. But it was different today, as he had brought a second sky of incipient god realm expert who had the heaven flame of the origin. This time, he was more certain. Yushan flew above the sea, her bold brows knitting. She sensed for a while, and then smiled. You're correct. It's the departed spirit jellyfish. I can't believe I can meet this world-wild, infamous, legendary creature once in my life. Precursor, please take action. Shi Yin solemnly asked. Of course. I've crossed the border to get here for the departed spirit jellyfish. I won't let it go. Yushan smiled gently. However, she didn't take action immediately and just looked at him curiously. Anyway, we need to make it clear first. If I refine the departed spirit jellyfish, I will take everything from it. Any objection? No. Shi Yin looked earnest. How about those people down there? Yushan smiled again. No, either. Shi Yin nodded again. You can decide for them. Yushan was surprised. As she had second sky of incipient god realm with the heaven flame, the seabed where Shi Yin couldn't search wasn't a problem for her. At the moment she'd arrived, she had released her soul consciousness to sense. She knew how strong the characters undersea were. For incipient god realm experts, 3 of them have reached second sky of incipient god realm. In their fiery rain star area, the existences at such level were all top characters. Since Yushan had cultivated the power Upanishad that was the nemesis of the departed spirit jellyfish, she was confident that could refine it. However, once the people confined down there could get out, and they had some malicious thoughts towards her when she was refining the departed spirit jellyfish, she wouldn't be able to bear such attacks. Although her power Upanishad could subdue the departed spirit jellyfish, she couldn't oppress those 4 incipient god realm experts. If they tricked her when she had consumed a lot of her energy to refine the jellyfish, she would be restrained here too. She had her worries. She wasn't sure that Shi Yan's position and status were enough to talk those people down there into this agreement. Thus, she was hesitant. I can guarantee that as long as you can solve the departed spirit jellyfish, they wouldn't have any unfriendly commotion. Shi Yin was dumb. He knew what she was worried about, and he tried to show his commitment. I can make a pledge. Yushan waved her hand and smiled. I believe in you. Our fiery rain star area and your agate star area are also plotted against by the God clan. I think we will have more chances to cooperate later. I know those people down there understand the general picture well. She immediately urged her soul altar to use her power Upanishad. Shortly after, the clusters of dim blue flame flew out of her sleeves unceasingly. They looked like columns of clouds that slowly approached the icy sea. The terrifying, scorching flame filled the area. The entire space passage felt like it was burning. The heat was increasing unlimitedly. Shi Yin felt as if he was standing in melting lava, which hurt his god body. He was frightened as he finally knew how intimidating the incipient god realm expert, who had the heaven flame, could be. Those dim blue flames seemed to be able to melt the entire space passage. It was so powerful indeed. The dim blue flames gathered, creating a flaming blue sea that covered the icy sea. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. All of a sudden, the colored smokes vehemently fumed from the sea. The cold sea was boiled and evaporated. The cold air and the high heat confronted. Energies engaged and created thicker mist. Be careful of those smokes. They are all poisonous. Yushan reminded. Xian Fei's lively eyes moved. Her power Upanishad was urged. A refined orange-red flame shrouded her graceful body like a feather blanket. The scorching aura expanded, covering her in an orange-red halo. As her face was illuminated by the red flame, she looked delightful. Shi Yin frowned. His thought flickered and a scarlet flame gathered, making a light curtain shield his god body from the poisonous smokes. The dim blue flame gushed out unlimitedly from Yushan's sleeves. It looked as if it could connect the earth and heaven. It surged and wanted to burn the whole sky and vaporize the earth. This kind of evil heat was much beyond Shi Yan's imagination. She looked calm, moving two hands and making magical hand seals. Her god body and flames blended around her, making the blue flame sea seethe violently. The icy sea was evaporated faster. The seawater surged torrentially. As Shi Yin was watching, it dried up at a speed naked eyes could observe. Deep inside the space passage on a massive shooting star were many butterfly battleships of the Dark Shadow clan anchored. The Dark Shadow clansmen were moving in and out of those battleships. Brilliant outer space streamers shot fast like electric arrows moving around this meteor. More and more war chariots were running to and fro on the meteor. Several thousand Dark Shadow clansmen were working on expanding something. They all looked busy. The ancient palace of the Dark Shadow clan was situated on the biggest meteor. Kelda, a leader of the Dark Shadow clan, was talking to Chief Bello in the meeting hall. Many commanders of the clan were listening to them. The space passage is clear now. Our critical task now is to clean the dregs inside the passage. It would facilitate the massive battleships of the Ascot family. We must focus on this. Chief Bello advised, don't enter Shadow ghostly prison from now on if you don't have any duty there. It's complicated now. We should wait until Great Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion successfully takes the throne of the Pavilion Master. He will make the entire Agate Star area chaotic. After that, we will lead the Ascot family in to clear the Fighting League first. Kelda nodded. The Fighting League has been troubling us for years. Feng Han isn't a wise leader. He has always been stubborn. It's time for his death now. Feng Han is a big character, Bello frowned. I've contacted him personally. I expected that we could merge the Fighting League with us without fighting with them. But he denied me. I'd offered him big benefits. Anyway, he didn't want to follow us. This man is placid. Without the Ascot family, our Dark Shadow clan couldn't chew the Fighting League off. Chief, you're just modest. Haven't you solved the 3 incipient God Realm experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan? Keldo appraised. It's the merit of the departed spirit jellyfish. Bello didn't want to earn the merit. Without that departed spirit jellyfish, even if we used all of our power, it would have been very strenuous to deal with that force. I was lucky with my handy opportunity, so I've arranged that thing at the area they had to pass through then. I cut their space and moved them under the sea of the departed spirit jellyfish. If they have prepared, I wouldn't have succeeded that simply. They have 4 incipient God Realm experts, anyway. This force is really powerful. They have troubled Zwalu of Potion and Tool Pavilion a lot. Their satellite eye is everywhere, indeed. It's true. Without their information, we couldn't finish many tasks. Kelda could help but agree. Bello and Kelda then discussed many details of the Ascot family's invasion, so as their subordinates could understand thoroughly. While talking, Bello's face changed. He jolted up from his seat and shouted, "Something is wrong." Kelda was surprised. "Chief, what's wrong?" "The space restriction I've set up at that area loosened. I can feel a scorching aura." Bello was worried. "We got the departed spirit jellyfish from the Ascot family. If something happens to it, we can't have any reason to explain to them. It's impossible." Kelda was scared. "From Zwalu of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, we've confirmed that Agate Star area doesn't have any incipient God Realm expert who had the flame of the origin before we took the departed spirit jellyfish here. When did we make a mistake? Zwalu has set us up?" "Not true." Bello took a deep breath. "It's crucial now. We should go there to check the situation. If it's so, we must do our best to stop them." "Okay, dash." Under the icy water, brutal Dragon Bath was exhausted and hot-tempered as he was standing in the center of the massive energy barrier. He was foul-mouthed as he couldn't calm himself to swallow this anger. They had tried many means and solutions, even something magical or evil. However, they still had no solution to deal with the departed spirit jellyfish. This made the experts become hot-tempered. They got angry easily, which kept their subordinates away from them. They didn't dare to come close to their masters to prevent getting hit from the sparks. Feng Yin couldn't stand it for a long time. She had to use the pellets from Potion and Tool Pavilion and Divine Crystals to restore. In the coming time, she couldn't do anything to help them. Bath and Gu Te had to pour energy into the light curtain from time to time. They were on the edge of collapsing already. Blood Devil had to use his demon blood already. The situation was very tense, and they had never experienced this before. All of them knew that if there wasn't an external force to help them, they would never escape this confinement. At the moment Bath and Goutte were complaining noisily, Blood Devil was surprised. He lifted his head to look at the dark sea water and said, "Here he comes again." "Sure Yen." Bath snorted. "What if he comes? We can't break it. Do you think he can?" "He can't do anything even if he comes here. If you still can connect to him, you should tell him to stay away from this area," said Goutte begrudgingly. "No, it's different this time." Blood Devil closed his eyes to sense. Suddenly, a dazzling light radiated from his eyes. "You guys sense it? The icy water above our head is evaporating." People were shaken. They released their soul consciousness to see. They jolted. All looked cheered up, and they could see the thrill in each other's eyes. They all felt the chilling water above their head gradually disappear. They could even feel a beam of chaotic energy intruding. "Holy sh*T. That boy can help us get out of here. I'm convinced in heart and by word." Bath roared with his red eyes. Chapter 1056. See the sunlight again. Chapter 1056. See the sunlight again. Undersir. The blue flame covered the entire icy sea and evaporated it. The poisonous smokes diffused, filling the space passage. However, they didn't flow into Agate Star area. Yushan was calm as she floated above the sea while the quiet blue flame on her body gushing out unceasingly. It congregated above the chilling sea, bumping energy continually. Shi Yin and Xian Fei hovered silently by her. They stooped to observe the sea underneath. They all had the flames shrouding their bodies to avoid the toxic smokes. The heaven flame of the origin was so scorching it could evaporate the smokes. When the smokes approached the flaming barrier around their bodies, they exploded and vanished. "Hello." As Xian Fei felt bored, she called Shi Yin loudly. While concentrating on the sea underneath, Shi Yin was startled. His body trembled as he gave her a forced smile. "Miss, why did you call me?" Seeing the icy sea dry up and send steam into the air, Shi Yin calmed down. His tense nerves were finally relaxed. Now he had the mood to talk to that outer space crafty girl. However, he wasn't so friendly. Although he respected this talkative lady, he couldn't get close to her. "You bastard! How could you gather all the heaven flames of the origin of an ancient continent? Did you kill that many people?" Xian Fei snorted and cocked her head to look at him. "Obviously, you aren't a good guy." Shi Yin was surprised. "Why am I not a good guy? You've killed a lot of people to rob the heaven flames. Of course, you're not a good guy." Xian Fei had a disdainful look on her face. "I hate cunning and evil people like you the most. There are many people like you in the fountainhead of power Upanishad. They want to enjoy, but not labor. I didn't kill anyone in the fountainhead of power Upanishad to get my heaven flames of the origin." Shi Yin explained begrudgingly. "I can say that I was lucky. Why don't you use the fire power Upanishad as your main power? Do you know what we think about your situation? You've wasted the fruits from God." Xian Fei was angry. "We've spent a lot of effort, but we couldn't gather all the heaven flames of an ancient continent. You have such fortune, but you've made them your co-soul. I really hate people like you." Shi Yin didn't know whether he should cry or smile. He didn't mind her anymore. "When we were in the area of fire's power Upanishads, why weren't you interested in me?" Xian Fei was enthusiastic, and she had the guts to ask him such a thing. Seeing him not want to continue talking, she yelled louder, "Am I not pretty? I've met many guys like Spot in the fountainhead of power Upanishad. They all had a passion of me. Hey, do you have any problem?" Shi Yin darkened his face, but didn't answer. "You like men?" Shi Yin kept silent, his face more grimaced. "All right. No wonder. It means I have no problem with my charisma. It's you who has a problem." Xian Fei looked as if she could confirm something. She thrust her chest out and lifted her chin arrogantly. "In our fiery rainstar area, many men feel proud when they talk to me. Sigh, I know it. Your sexual orientation isn't normal." "All right, I can use my mind now," sighed Xian Fei. Although Shi Yin grimaced, he wasn't that bored to react to her. He thought, if I didn't ask for your teacher's favor, Daddy would show you how dangerous I am. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, more toxic smokes fumed out from the ICC. The smokes were so thick with different gross smells shooting up into the sky. Yushan was shaken. Here it comes. Shi Yin and Xian Fei immediately focused on the surface of the sea underneath, longing to see something. The departed spirit jellyfish was the most mysterious and ancient creature in the vast universe. No one knew how it was born. They just knew that it ate the most poisonous things to grow. It liked to eat toxic grass and pellets the most. This thing was a rare monster indeed. This kind of creature was extremely rare. It was a descendant of the oldest bloodline with the power of earth and heaven. They all wanted to see how the departed spirit jellyfish looked. As the seawater evaporated, the departed spirit jellyfish's shelter was destroyed. It couldn't be patient deep under the sea anymore. It slowly raised to the sea surface. It looked like a big mass of gray seaweed floating and moving upward in the sea. The departed spirit jellyfish did look like a real jellyfish in the sea that Shi Yin knew. It had an umbrella-shaped bell, which was squishy and viscous without a skeleton. It looked like a mountain of flesh in the sea with many nauseating pimples, which had some small holes where fumed the colored toxic smokes. Its body could pulsate magically. This creature didn't have a head or limbs. It was like a malignant tumor floating on the sea. Taking a look at it, people would lose their appetite immediately. Its soul was scattered in each of those meat lumps. Each soul was dependent, but it was connected to each other. This creature seemed to be a multi-soul living being, which was beyond Shi Yan's cognition. It's too gross. Xian Fei wiped her mouth as if she wanted to puke. I had never seen anything so ugly. Master, can you burn it faster? I can feel my scalp and I'm seeing it. Yushan also grimaced. Evidently, it was also the first time she saw the departed spirit jellyfish. Her bold brows furrowed as she said, really ugly indeed. I've never thought that this creature could be such a freak. It doesn't have a head or limbs, and its soul scatters. Tens of thousands of meat lumps in its body can produce different toxic smokes. We're lucky that I've cultivated its nemesis power. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gathered the guts to fight with it. Finish it quickly, please. Xian Fei flung her arms as she turned away because she didn't want to look at the jellyfish anymore. Shi Yin was placid. He assessed the floating departed spirit jellyfish seriously. He observed, not wanting to miss any little detail. His endurance was much stronger than Yushan's and Xian Fei's. He had accepted the king of demonic insects, something much uglier than this. He had seen many disgusting things. He got used to it. Thus, nasty things couldn't affect his mind. Shi Yin was curious, so he tried to sense the departed spirit jellyfish's soul. It was true that the jellyfish had many souls. Each of them was hiding inside the ugly meat lump. Although those souls looked dependent, they could connect and reflect each other, creating a whole entity. It was the first time Shi Yin saw such a unique creature. He got more curious as he observed it. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. All of a sudden, the gross lumps of the departed spirit jellyfish gushed out colored venom, which was shot out violently like erupting volcanoes. The columns of venom were even bigger than human arms, shooting up into the air. There were thousands of them that darted towards Shi Yan's team like water arrows. Yushan was frightened. She hurried to urge her power and create a blue flame wall. She screamed at Shi Yin, "Take little Fei away." Since Xian Fei didn't want to look at the departed spirit jellyfish, she had turned her back to it. Yushan understood her disciple well. She knew that the girl couldn't do anything to those ugly things. She could only ask Shi Yin to help her. Okay, Shi Yin agreed immediately. He reached with his arm and wrapped around Xian Fei's delicate waist. In just a blink of an eye, he urged his energy to move away from Yushan. Xian Fei's waist was quite slender. It felt so soft, as if it didn't have bones or fat, and it felt soft and warm, which made touching it a pleasure. Shi Yin felt touched, recalling Xian Fei's evil words to him. He pinched Xian Fei's waist with his big hand. He found that this girl was marvelously slender. You? What did you do? Xian Fei's soft body shivered. She stiffened her waist as she hurried to push Shi Yan's arm away. She blushed when she glared at him. Why did you pinch me? I was afraid that I couldn't hold you tight enough, explained Shi Yan deliberately. You asshole. Xian Fei stared at Shi Yan. She acted as if she wanted to show her fangs and claws. Didn't you just want to touch me? Nope. Your teacher asked me to bring you away, said Shi Yan naturally. Xian Fei didn't say more and just glared at him as if she wanted to murder him right here. Shi Yan looked calm. He didn't bother with her gazing at him, as he still looked at Yushan, who had turned to a massive blue fireball at this moment. She descended from the sky and furiously attacked the departed spirit jellyfish. Yushan's power Upanishad was the nemesis of the departed spirit jellyfish. Her flames had burned down all the toxins. This kind of blue flame was so scorching. It belonged to the top energy of Yang class. When she urged her energy, it was very intimidating indeed. As the seawater evaporated, they could see a massive light curtain slowly float up. Inside the light curtain were big, blurry shadows. Taking a closer look, those shadows were battleships. Shi Yan's eyes brightened as he tried to see the situation inside the light curtain. He even mobilized energy to his eyes to have better vision. They were the Blood Devils team, who had disappeared unknowingly. When he saw Blood Devils group, those people inside the light curtain also saw him. A loud cheering burst out as if they wanted to blow up the light curtain. At this moment, the icy seawater had been burned to the bottom. The trap that confined Blood Devil's team was gone. Blood Devil, Bath, and Gute used their supernatural power to control the light curtain, which looked like a massive light globe that floated up into the sky. It avoided the departed spirit jellyfish and headed toward Shi Yan. Puff! Shi Yan didn't blink. His god body was shaken as a flow of recoiling power shot out from his body. Xian Fei screamed painfully from behind him. Her small fist felt like it was burned. She was trying to flip her hand back and forth as she screamed. You! How did you train your god body? It's more rigid than metal. Ouch! I'm hurt. She had ambushed him and punched his back. However, she couldn't hurt Shi Yan, and she hurt herself instead. The recoiling energy from his body affected her hard. She felt as if her wrist was broken. Her painful face looked both cute and pitiful. I will remember it. I will never let it slip away. Xian Fei pointed at Shi Yan with her other hand, trying to give a threat weakly. Shi Yan turned around to look at her, laughing dryly. He didn't say much and just waved at Blood Devil and the others, asking them to come to him. Daddy is convinced. Kid, you saved us. Oh, you mother of Asterisk Blood Devil, you're so lucky. Bath shouted, his voice like thunderclaps. Blood Devil also looked at Shi Yan with an odd face. He looked at Shi Yan and nodded. Between them, there were many things they didn't need to say to understand each other.